as we go along. Maybe that will work. Hopefully you guys get the stream going. But either way, like, at least you have something. You have something in Max Reynolds to kind of pin your hopes to. Meet Clifford. I think he's played well, but specifically Max, like, he just goes out there and he plays hard, and it shows you the pathway forward for this team. Just go out there and do your job. Just go out there and play as hard as you can. Now, is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. Is Reynolds like a year away from being like a what should be a rotational player? Yeah, he's probably a year away. But still, it's something that you can kind of be like, hey, look, a young kid goes out there. The 19 points he scored last week, I mean, I think 13 of them came in the last 90 seconds of the game. It doesn't really matter. But the 25 he put up against a really good defensive Rockets team. Yeah. Yeah. Now your audio's dead on the stream. That's yeah. I get what you're saying, Jesse. Like, there is some positivity. And hey, look, it's not all like I don't think Scott Perry's gone out there and just done a horrible job here.
You can hear me now? Oh, that's not good.
That was a loud. Oh, maybe that worked. Yeah. We'll fix it at the break. I think the other thing that I point out is that the Kings might have stumbled upon something with Precious Achiuwa. Like, first of all, that's a type of player that they've needed for years. Like, he's versatile. He can defend like 3, 4, 5. He plays hard. He rebounds. He doesn't mind like trying to dunk on people. Like, this is a type of player. And I'm wondering, just can the Kings moneyball this thing? Because like, at least for this season, can you get rid of some of these other contracts and just go out and find guys who play hard and give them a shot? Because a lot of times that's how you can start to build the type of culture, because you're bringing in people who are on the outside looking in. And when they get to your building, they're just going to work hard. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I think we're all of us are done with the guys who don't want to play hard and the guys that don't want to show up on a nightly basis. And we'll get to 6 quick thoughts where a lot of that will kind of go through some of the guys that either played well or didn't last night. But there are some guys that, like, I don't even know how else to keep saying it. Like, I put people on a milk carton in 6 quick thoughts. Like, at this point, it's more than a milk carton. You got like search parties out for people. Like, where are you? What happened to you? You were supposed to be this incredible scorer. Where are you? Yeah, we'll get into that in just a minute. We also have this weird thing with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yesterday, he was the talk of the NBA because he clearly has decided he doesn't want to play in Milwaukee anymore, and his agent is pushing the idea of him finding somewhere else to play. And then a couple of minutes into the game, right, he takes a step, and now he's out 2 to 4 weeks with a calf strain. First of all, I'm going to point out that, like, a lot of times your mental and your physical are tied together. And he's probably going into that game with a lot of stress, like, overall. And so it's possible that he, just pulled up lame. It's also possible that between the Bucks and him, they've decided that they're going to bubble wrap him and put him on the shelf until he's traded because they don't want anything bad to happen. Yeah, well, I think either way, I think he's starting to realize he's going to be a villain. And he's tried very, very hard to not be a villain in this situation. Yeah, no, it is. It's time for him to go, and you hope that he lands somewhere that he can go and find success again. And it kind of plays into the conversation that we had yesterday about how it is very difficult to be like the only guy on a team, or to be one of the guys on the team that feels that way, because then you end up doing way too much, and that's not good either. And like their basketball is about flow, it's about sharing the ball, it's about five guys working together, right? And being the only star level player on a team is very difficult. Like, the opposing defense has everything in their power to stop you. And not only that, but he's getting hit like the entire game. Like, people are just running at him because, like, who are you going to defend on that team that's not him? Are you going to really worry about whether Kyle Kuzma is going off against you? You're not. That's the answer. Or some of the guys that you're like, I didn't even know that guy was in the league, and oh, he's starting. That's what their roster looks like at this point. It's tough. It's tough. Yeah, and once you bought out Damian Lillard, you just kind of like admitted that you tried something, it didn't work, and yeah, they're not. They're not. All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, hopefully we will fix the audio on the stream. We apologize, whatever's going on. Sometimes this happens. But we're the insiders here on ESPN 1320. When we come back, we're going to discuss 6 quick thoughts and kind of dive into the minutia of another bad Kings loss. We'll be back in just a minute. All right, we'll try to fix this thing. Sorry, I don't know what's happening. This is why having well, usually Jesse doesn't have these issues, but this is why having Kyle or Joe here usually helps, and I don't dive into these issues. And I'm not using a computer mic. It might sound weird, but oh, Jonathan has come to save the day. Here he comes to save the day. I will not press buttons, Jason Siebenthal. Yeah, we can also blame the Kings for the audio issues. Hi. I don't know what's happening.
It's all good. Neither do I.
Usually Kyle has to hit something over there to pod up the stream.
Because I did click out of something too, or whatever.
Yeah,
is this right?
Live wire. Hold on 1 second.
Yes. I couldn't hear James at first.
You can move it if you need the screen.
Just need to see. I don't remember which one it actually is.
Test.
No, that's program audio 2. It's got to be 1904. All right, let's make it 1.
Test.
Yeah, you can hear you on there.
Can you hear me now? I think that's where it was. Jesse, can you hear me now? Oh, he can't hear me.
I think we're good.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. He said.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Oh, we're good.
Yeah.
Sweet.
We're all fixed up.
Thanks.
I don't know what happened.
Thanks, Jonathan. Aha. Casey Tucker Band. He can hear us both. And I like that you changed your name to Casey Tucker Band. Yay.
It definitely was not annoying.
Security Carter, is there a reason why Devin Carter isn't playing?
I don't know. To be honest with you, like we've asked about young players, we've asked about Keon Ellis a bunch of times. I'm typically not someone who asked a bunch of questions about like the 13th guy. Like I'm also not asking why Dario Saric or Doug McDermott aren't playing. And I know that sounds kind of brutal, but that's kind of how I feel about Devin Carter at this point with this team. And that's because that's what they've shown us. So I don't know if internal talks have started on Doug surviving the year. I can just tell you that, when Scott Perry had the conversation with Sam Amick, he was very clear that they're supporting Doug.
Casey Tucker, I hope so. That dude has been a monster. Meanwhile, number 1 stinks.
Yeah.
Breaks my heart too, because I was a tour guy at one point, but he's just not playing good right now.
Someone's asking how old are Dario and Doug McDermott. I think McDermott's 33, 34, and Dario is like 29 or 30.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back in. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me. Kyle
We're back
Madsen.
on the stream, James. We're back.
We're back.
I definitely wasn't annoyed that whole segment when we weren't.
We figured out the audio issue. Shout out to Jonathan. Kyle Madsen is going to miss today and tomorrow. He is taking a little break with the 49ers on a bye week. He is going to, I think he took off for Disneyland.
I don't know where he is, to be honest. He's somewhere. I stopped asking. Kyle's gone. I'm here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kyle's having fun somewhere.
That's true. We will have Jerry Reynolds dropping by at 11 o'clock to hang out for the 11 o'clock hour. Nothing better than having Jerry drop by. I'm a little concerned because it is super foggy outside out of nowhere. So I'm looking out the window behind Jesse's head and like you can't see very far. So I know where Jerry's coming from and it's that direction. So I'm hoping that everything works out smooth because he'll swing by. And
it's
hang out
been
with us in the
ridiculously cold out here in Sacramento, Elk Grove, Roseville area, whatever you want to call it. I got to put on 3 coats to go walk my dog now. It's insane.
It's 46 degrees right now. That's cold.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's insanely cold out here. I don't know why. Usually maybe it's like a brisk 55 or something like that. Or maybe we're getting like 58. We're just getting out the 60s. But now it's like, oh, it might snow this morning. I don't know.
Yeah, it feels cold. It does have to be 38 degrees for snow to fall. And then I think it like for it to stick, it's got to be colder than that. But 36 degrees is a number. Someone asked earlier, how old is Dario Saric and Doug McDermott? Dario Saric is 31. I was wrong. Doug McDermott is a whopping 33. He's almost 34. He'll be 34 on January 3rd. All right, let's dive into last night's game. Let's check out 6 quick thoughts.
I don't got the music, but I got the dinger.
Oh, okay. You don't have the music. Okay, so these are things that I post on Twitter, X, every game. Also Blue Sky, you can find them there. But like when I was going through last night's game, number one, Maxime Reynaud, he just continues to develop. And Doug Christie talked so glowingly about him the other night about how not only is he developing as a player, but also he's one of those kids that you just want to be around. Like he's a phenomenal young man, super smart, super engaged. But last night he had a complete career game. He had 25.6 rebounds, three assists, a steal, and a block. He was so good from the jump. I mean, he had 14 points in the first quarter. He's the one that helped keep the thing from being a blowout early.
I think he had like 11 of the first 24 points in the first quarter, I think.
Yeah, like he came in and played hard, and you could see it. And not only that, but he's got a ton of skill. For me, Jesse, the thing that I saw that I really, really liked was the first thing he did is he drained a couple of threes. You're like, hey, look at that.
Yeah,
He's
no
actually-
hesitation either.
Yeah.
First one he banked in a little bit. Hope he called bank, but other than that, I mean, it was great.
Yeah, he did bank in the first one. It was not good. I think when he was at Stanford, he was a good 3-point shooter, not a great 3-point shooter, but he shot a ton of threes. He was also a primary scorer. So this is a kid who averaged 20 and 10 in college. And like he's one of those guys that you're wondering why he fell to the second round, because he does project as an NBA player. And even, he reminds me a lot of Nikola Vucevic coming out of USC. So Vucevic was like a 4-5 and could shoot the ball and do these things, but you're like, okay, how's it going to work out? And actually, the Kings really liked Vucevic and tried to move back into that draft to get him at 19, but couldn't. And he's gone on to have like a spectacular career. That's what Reynolds is starting to look like to me, and some of it's a little sloppy. He's got to clean up a lot of things, but I do like sort of the outline of the player that I see. And again, we watched. Hartenstein came out and killed the Kings for a career high, 33 points and 19 rebounds or whatever, right? Hartenstein's his career high coming into that game was like 24 points.
Yeah, he's not someone who's known for that.
No, at all.
Yeah, not even close.
But watching Reynolds in like his 22nd or probably more like his 18th NBA game, because he hasn't played every game, come out and give you 25, I was like, hey, he's showing you something.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
offensive potential with him, I think, is Benner's is more so, all right, he's kind of a skinny 7-footer or whatever, 6'10", whatever you want to call him. And it's just, you hope he can hold his own defensively, not be his defensive stopper, but just more so not kill you. And otherwise, and on the other side, he's able to play better offensively.
Yeah.
Like he's got that game, but it's just, he just needs to be better all around.
I think offensively, he's been very good, but
Like he's shown the flashes.
Yeah, he's shown flashes, but defensively, he's actually, like, the numbers say he's pretty solid. Like, is he swinging and trying to block every shot? Yeah, he'll get through that. He'll figure that one out, that doesn't work at the NBA level. But he's getting better as a rebounder. He's not a great rebounder. It's going to take a while for him to get strong enough to be an NBA rebounder, especially when you go into the game against a guy like Steven Adams. You're just going to get checked right out of the key. I mean, there's nothing.
Everyone is against Steven Adams. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's the strongest dude in the NBA.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't even think it's remotely close. I mean, the dude is just a monster. But I think Reynolds held his own, and he held his own against Şengün. He held his own against Jabari Smith. The one guy he did not hold his own against was Amin Thompson, which, the Kings kept trying to go at Amin Thompson in the post, and like they had nothing. I mean, that dude is so good defensively. And so there is a way for Amin Thompson to like take a Keegan Murray out of a game. He's just that good defensively. And to be honest, I don't think there's a way for him to for a guy like Keegan Murray to stop Amin Thompson because of the athleticism. But and especially when you're getting out on breaks and stuff, that's where he scored a bunch of his points. All right, let's get to number 2. Great addition. Precious Achiuwa was out of the league until Scott Perry gave him a call on November 4th. He just gives you maximum effort, right? And I don't think Precious Achiuwa is a perfect player. And if you have to play Precious Achiuwa 30-something minutes every night, you're not a good team. But the guy comes in and he works. And, not only that, but as soon as he comes in the game and they go to that second unit, the score starts to even out and you become a better basketball team. And it's because this is a dirty work guy. He knows his role. He goes in and he does his role. He rebounds. He gets physical with people. He tries to block shots. He doesn't do a bunch of crazy offensive things that you're like, oh boy. If he does shoot the 3, it's because he's supposed to shoot the 3. He's alone in the corner and he shoots it. I'm just super, super impressed with Precious Achiuwa.
I mean, everything you just said, he's just a guy who just does his job. You're not really going to expect, or he's not going to do like, oh, why did he take that extra shot? Or what is he doing here? It's just whatever Doug Christie, this team needs him to do, he's kind of been for them. And like you said, yeah, you're not expecting to play 30, 35 minutes for you, anything like that. But I kind of have left these performances thinking, all right, maybe you do have a backup big and Precious Achiuwa that can just kind of be with you the next few seasons and kind of be a part of what you're building now.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see Precious Achiuwa stick around. Behind the scenes, he's a very, very nice dude. He just like super chill.
He's an NBA player. He just hasn't stuck around anywhere yet.
Yeah, and it's weird that
I'm not sure if that's just because it's his draft position. I think he was like the 15th pick or around that area or whatever in the first round. I'm not sure if it's kind of like, oh yeah, he's not what he was selected or thought of to be, but like he's a decent NBA player.
Yeah, it's always funny how a player who gets drafted, I don't think he was that high. Let me see. Precious was the 20th pick by the Miami Heat. I don't think that sometimes it is an issue that you're drafted as a first round pick and there are expectations. And if you don't live up to those expectations quickly, then they're going to move on from you. I also think like when he goes to Miami, he's kind of like a poor man's Bam Adebayo.
Yeah, he was stuck behind Bam immediately.
Yeah. And then if you when he went to Toronto, and you can kind of say the same thing. Like they had a whole bunch of 6'10" long athletic dudes who could play the 4 or the 5, and so he gets lost in the shuffle. Sometimes it's about just finding your place in the NBA, and I don't know that he's completely found his place in the NBA in Sacramento, but I certainly think that he's been a nice addition, and I like maybe shines a light on a way that the Kings can go out and search for players like him that might have more game that they're allowed to show in their previous stops. And while you're going through this weird rebuild process, maybe you can find a small forward version of him. Maybe you can find, again, if you do have to lose a Keon Ellis, maybe you can find a shooting guard version of this type of player. And so hopefully, again, it's giving the Kings something that they can kind of look for.
Yeah, I haven't had any issues with him, and like it's kind of the player that Kings fans ask for. It's like you're not gonna bring up a bunch of superstars or whatever, but bring in maybe a free agent or a player who's just kind of on the waivers or whatever. It's just got some potential and kind of develop it here.
Yeah, and does his job. I mean, I think that's the key.
That's the thing. You need guys that are bought in right now, and we'll talk about that in a little bit or whatever. But
yeah,
like Precious is a guy that's bought in.
No, I totally agree. All right, let's get to number 3. He put up points. Malik Monk, like, look, there are a lot of things that you can say about Malik Monk, but I would say over the last couple of weeks, while things have gone south, he's going out there and he's leading a group of young players, and they're playing extremely well. And I think last night he was very good. He took 19 shots, which was a little jarring. But like, who else was taking shots? Nobody.
That's the thing. Malik is, if you're not gonna do it, Malik's gonna do it. Malik is just kind of like he's just always gonna be there doing whatever they need.
Yeah. So last night he had 25 points. I thought he changed the whole tempo of the game when he came in, both in the first half, and he tried to keep them alive in the third quarter until the wheels completely fell off the bus. But the other thing he did last night was he had 5 assists. I need Malik Monk to get back to that dude, the guy who averages 15 and 5 or 17 and 5, not the guy who's averaging 15 and 2. Because you're just wasting a very, very, skilled basketball player that has the ability, especially in the pick and roll, to make other players better. And that's something that I miss from his game this season. I feel like they've asked him to do too much as just a primary scorer off the bench and not enough creating. And again, it's about making the team better, not just making Malik Monk better. And so, like, hopefully we figure that one out. But good job last night.
I have no issue. Malik Monk for me, there's always a spot for Malik Monk on any team. I feel. Yeah, he's one of the guys. Few guys here. I don't want to say few guys because it puts the others in a bad spot. But Malik Monk is bought in on Sacramento. Whether they're 5 and whatever it is now, or whether they're first round of the playoffs. Like he's just always ready to go. He's a lunch pail type of guy.
Mm-hmm. Well, that and I know he's a name that gets brought up a lot in trade talks,
which I don't love. I mean, but I'm not there, so I don't know. But
yeah, this summer that was brought up a lot. I think right now, like, again, this team needs to pull together, not splinter. And you're hoping that again, guys like Malik, they run hot. When they're on the court, they're heated. He's a guy who, that energy that he brings, that's who he is everywhere. Like, and so that doesn't always play when you're losing. And so I'm hoping that
might be part of the reason why CP3 was sent home. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, like, people who hold other people accountable, I'm okay with that. But they're also, is there a way in which you can do it without being a problem?
Well, it's time and place, and I guess approach and all that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get to number 4. That was a straight up roller coaster ride. Watching Russell Westbrook play, like, there's a couple of threes he took that it was like, oh my gosh, please don't take another three. And then you look up and he's 2 for 4, and you're like, okay, wait, what just happened? There's all of the assists. He started cooking with a bunch of assists. He got 9 assists, right? But then there's 4 turnovers, and his turnovers were. I think the thing about Russ is the way he moves, the physicality, the force he plays with, it's so visual. You see it like at all
It's
times.
It's impactful. Like you said, you see it all the time. It's just you notice Russ every time he's on the court.
You're drawn to him. Your eye is drawn to him at all times. So when he makes a turnover that, like literally looks like he just dropped the ball and handed it to the other team, like you see it. It's so visible. It's not like the pick and roll turnover where the ball gets swatted and it's all in a bunch of dudes and you don't know who knocked the ball out and who didn't. That's one turnover. You're like, okay, that's you're kind of like, okay, well, they turned the ball over. But with Russ, it's almost like it's a lot like Buddy Hield turnovers. You just like look at him like, what just happened? And so like when he gets done with the game and he's got 12 points, he's got 9 assists, he's got 4 rebounds, he's got 4 turnovers. I had someone say, why did you post it? He turned the ball over the first 2 possessions of the game. It's like, because he turned the ball over egregiously in the first 2 possessions of the game. Like it was something that happened. It's not something that like I'm going to shy away from. If you're going to talk about the good about Russell Westbrook, you have to talk about the bad. Sometimes the good outweighs the bad so much that you're just like, okay, I don't have to talk about the bad. But when you play, 28 minutes and you turn the ball over 4 times, it stands out.
It's the Russell Westbrook experience.
It is.
I mean, I feel like for the most part, it's been a good experience. But I mean, watching Russ play and him being on this team, it's had more good impact than it has bad. But you are going to have moments like that where, he has 2 egregious turnovers to start the game, where he does finish with 4. And it's just kind of like, at this point in his career, you just, like I said, you take the good with the bad and move on to the next.
Well, that and
this is just who Russell Westbrook is. Like, we all know what you're getting at this point.
It is. And I think the reason why some of it is like even the 3-point shots, you look and he's not shooting the ball that poorly from 3, but he doesn't shoot in rhythm. And it's almost like he's sitting there at practice, like standing there, holding onto the ball, makes a little pump fake. The guy backs off 3 feet and says, all right, go ahead. And like more often than not, when he takes those out of rhythm threes, they do not go in. So I kind of need to see him in rhythm. And like, again, he's gotten away from the corner 3, which is where he was extremely effective, but that's because he's being asked to be the primary ball handler. It's okay for him to stand in the corner when he's a small forward on this team. And he's starting, the like 5 or 6 games where he was starting alongside DeMar DeRozan on the front line. That's when he's standing in the corner. But when he's shooting from the top of the key, he's not nearly as effective. And he's also not shooting in rhythm. All right, let's bust through these last 2 here. Number 5. That wasn't great. Watching Keegan Murray play last night, he clearly got frustrated by the guys defending him. He was not effective at all. He had 5 points on 2 of 11 shooting. He had 11 rebounds. He turned the ball over 3 times, which I thought was weird, but it was the physicality, and also you could see the thumb was an issue last night with the physicality that the Rockets played at, and the fact that the officials didn't call a single foul. I mean, the Kings went to the free throw line, 1 time in the first half and had the Rockets had 1 foul in the first half. They were getting away with some stuff, but I'm not going to put any of the blame on that, on the officials for that game.
Yeah, no, Keegan's just got to get better. I mean, no matter if it's Thompson or whoever guarding him, it's just, I feel like we know who Keegan is.
Yeah.
Like he went for 26 the other day, and I don't think that's him. He's the 15 to, I mean, you hope he can get to 18 point per game player.
Yeah.
So it's like yesterday happens, but it's like that's Keegan Murray sometimes.
Yeah, I guess it is just Keegan Murray sometimes. And you're hoping that he grows through that and he becomes a more consistent scorer. But last night's game, just like you can't have a 2 for 11 night and you can't score 5 points. And I know he tried. Like you even saw him try to do things that were outside of his standard, play. But again, it wasn't working. And then let's get to number 6. Send out a search party. Whatever's going on with Zach LaVine. Like he scored 53 points combined over the previous 2 games, and he looked like he was a little bit back on track. He had the 30-something point game, 34, whatever it was, and then he had 19. He came out last night, and like there was just a void there.
Played 19 minutes, I think, 5 shots.
Yeah, 1 of 5 from the field, scored 2 points. like just straight up, that won't cut it. And like I
James,
don't know what else to say.
James, there's nothing else to say besides like you gotta find another team for him. I don't know how you do it, but it's clear that this isn't working. Hasn't been a fit from the start. Like it's just none of this has been cohesive with Zach LaVine being on this team, and it's not even his fault because he's not the one who traded for himself. But it's just now we've reached a point where, yeah, like it's clear it's not working here.
Yeah.
It's best for both parties just to move on.
No, I totally agree. And we're going to get to that next. There's an article in ESPN where they talk about some of the primetime point guards that might have negative value in the league. And for some reason, Zach LaVine fits perfectly into that discussion. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. We'll be back in just a minute. Hello, everyone. Scooter, like the problem is you can't get rid of Zach LaVine just to get rid of Zach LaVine. Like it's too much. Like there's too much money there. And there's always a possibility that you can trade him, especially next summer when he's got 1 year left on his deal and it's for $49 million. Like if you can't trade him next summer, I would consider at least thinking about using the stretch provision. But again, the stretch provision is only, there's like a specific window for that. Let's see, Joe Bob. My Grass Valley hat is not from Akitas, it's from Bartbridge, which makes incredible hats. So go to Bartbridge. I have a whole bunch of hats from them. They make like sort of like your hometown stuff. Also, like when we go on trips and stuff, we'll a bunch of us will get the same hat, and it's cool. James, would Bobby Portis and Miles Turner be available if Giannis leaves? I don't know. I don't know how far into the blow it up the Bucks are going to go. And we'll have to see. Yeah, Security Carter, if you stretch provision Zach LaVine next offseason, it would again be like the equivalent of like 18.2 million, 18.2 million, 18.2. So you'd give up roughly 10% of your cap for 3 years. But at the same time, if you stretch provisioned him next summer, it would open up 30 something million dollars in cap space. And so, yeah, you would have to continue to pay him. But there is a point here where the Kings might not have big money contracts on their books. And as you're going through something like a rebuild, like having an $18 million placeholder out there, like eating some of your salary, it wouldn't be horrible. I guess it's 17 million. Is that what it is? Math is not mathing in my head. I think it's 17 million. Yeah, between July 1st and August 31st is when you can stretch provision. So, what's going on, Mitch?
What's up, Mitch?
Yeah, Shoeless, I'm kind of in that same exact feeling right now. In order, like, the Kings should only keep Keegan, Max, and Neek. I'm excited to talk about all this stuff with Jerry Reynolds. I got to make sure. Oh, shoot. Do we have a headset in here? Oh,
We should somewhere over there.
I see Kyle's headset.
There's no Sony headphones over there by one of the computers.
I don't see him. How much time do we have?
About 20 seconds.
Oh, no. Can you fix Jonathan? Wait. Oh, no, there's a set hiding behind Damien's purse.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me today. Kyle Madsen is away. He's taking a little break during the 49ers.
He's gearing up for the December playoff run for the 49ers.
There it is. Gearing
the
up.
run to the playoffs, I guess, if you want to be proper.
That's right. We've been talking Sacramento Kings all day. There is some other things going on in sports, but we're probably not going to get to a lot of that today, especially with Jerry Reynolds dropping by at 11 o'clock here. There's this article, Jesse, Tim McMahon and Bobby Marks. They went into a deep dive. They talked to some like front office personnel around the league about the trio of point guards that we continue to hear that may or may not be available. Trae Young, number one. Trae Young was available this summer. The Sacramento Kings, like from what I know, were approached by the Atlanta Hawks and they said no, thank you. And it wasn't so much that they hate Trae Young, is that Trae Young makes a ton of money, and then he has an opt-out in his contract for next season, and that opt-out allows him, like, he wants a max money deal, and the Kings were not on board with
Trae Young wants a bag, and the Kings didn't want to give it to him.
Exactly. And to be honest, I'm not sure that I fault them for that one, because the bag he was going to want was like, at some point it would be 60 plus. It's basically whatever De'Aaron Fox got. And you really have to love a player in order to do that. And you also have to have a team built that can support a player like Trae Young, because he does not play defense. And if you put him in a backcourt with a guy like Zach LaVine, you're going to have a lot of problems. So there's this conversation about Trae, who's available. John Morant, who is currently injured again, but on the heels of being suspended by the Memphis Grizzlies. And there's a ton of chatter around the league that he will be available between now and the February 5th, I think, trade deadline this year. And then lastly is LaMelo Ball. And LaMelo is again someone that, if you go back and watch, if you watch some of the podcasting that Scott Perry did before he became the general manager of the Sacramento Kings, Scott has been high on LaMelo for a long time. He's in Charlotte. He's got, I think he's in the year 2 of a 5-year contract extension, and he makes a lot of money moving forward. So there has been chatter multiple times here that Charlotte is looking to move off of his contract.
Yeah, he's in year 2 right now, making about $38 million, 40 next year, 43 the year after that, and then last year's $46 million.
46, and
that's in the 28-29 season.
Yeah, so it's a lot, right? And so they're talking about this idea of negative value, and an Eastern Conference executive told Bobby Marks and McMahon from ESPN that they may all have negative value. And I think the reason why I bring up this discussion is because I feel the same way about Zach LaVine. Like, Zach LaVine has negative value around the league. Like, I'm not like out of turn, like talking that way. Like, he has a negative value. He had negative value when he was with the Bulls. And the fact that the Kings took on his contract, again, you can love Zach LaVine as a player. You can hate Zach LaVine as a player. As a contract, you cannot like that contract.
Does his option make it any better or worse, I guess, for next season?
No, because I don't believe any sane person would opt out of a $49 million deal. And I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. But is it possible? Sure. But he's not opting out unless he's got another team that's saying, hey, we'll give you a 3-year, $100 million deal, and you're going to take less money per year, but the longevity of it, like, I could see that being something that happens, but I don't think that Zach LaVine is going to walk away from like a massive amount of money. It would be like beyond negligible for him to do that, for his agent to say, yeah, let's do this, because he could never get another, $15 million a year contract. You don't know, like the NBA, the budgets have changed, the aprons have changed everything. Anyway, so there's this idea that these are negative value contracts. And again, there are a lot of negative value contracts in the NBA. There's a ton of them, and some of them are huge negative value contracts. But like, even the Denver Nuggets, they keep paying the luxury tax because they paid Zeke Naji $8 million a year, and they don't even put him on the court at all. I mean, he's a negative value contract. But there's something different when you have a $47 million negative value contract. And I'm wondering if, again, they got another executive from the Western Conference general manager said, when there are these sort of unwanted superstars, sometimes they end up getting traded for each other. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens in this case. Again, I'm going to throw Zach LaVine into that group of those other three. I think that there is a possibility if the Kings want to, they could probably trade Zach LaVine, and whether it's going to be a little bit of draft capital or no draft capital, it would depend on the player. But I wouldn't be shocked to see Zach LaVine be shopped as part of a 1-for-1 or a closer deal for one of these point guards.
I think for a LaMelo Ball, you probably attach a first round pick to that. Or with Zach LaVine, excuse me. You attach a first round pick to the Zach LaVine for a LaMelo Ball type of deal. I have no interest in that. And I have no interest in attaching this year's pick too, by the way.
No
interest in that, by the way. Just putting that out there, making sure that's known. And Trae Young, I can kind of be talked into, but yeah, Trae and Ja are the ones I'm just least interested in, I guess.
Yeah, if I'm the Kings, first of all, I'm very leery on attaching a first round pick to anything.
I think if you were to I want to trade for one of these guys, I think for LaMelo you would have to do it.
Yeah, it's possible, but I also look at Zach LaVine with one more year left on his deal versus LaMelo who has 4 years, 3 years after this year, and at 40, 44, and 46 and a half, whatever it is, that's a lot of money.
Is it the craziest amount of money though, just given where the league is going? We're talking about Trae Young's going to be looking for a deal where he could be getting upwards of 60 and stuff like that. For LaMelo Ball, the next 3 seasons around 40 couldn't that be a kind of a bargain given where the league's going?
Well, yeah, but Trae Young can want what he wants. He's worth what people will pay him. He's not worth what he thinks he's worth.
Yeah,
and that's a problem.
Well, I think a guy like Trae Young at least gets 50 to 55, I think.
Well, you'd think so, but if he's not getting
60
it,
seems crazy, but
if he's not getting it from the team he's playing for, well, who's he going to get that from? I think
there's always someone out there, James.
I think there's a better chance of Trae Young.
I mean, who was going to trade for Zach LaVine?
No, that's true. Yeah, but I think there's a better chance that Trae Young opts into the deal for next year, because I think there is a concern that, he makes $48 million next year or whatever, that he might not get that money on the open market somewhere else. And look, I also don't think that teams are knocking on the Hawks door and saying, hey, we want him. I don't. And it's crazy because the team's playing extremely well without him.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. And so you're wondering what kind of impact he'll have when he does come back, and whether, again, he can help his trade value or not. But
yeah, I'm not out on a Trae Young or anything like that. I think he's just got a particular skill set where you need to build a particular team around him in order to be successful. They got to the Eastern Conference Finals once, haven't sniffed that since, but I do think he's kind of a De'Aaron Fox type, where if you got the right guys around him, you can be successful. I don't know if you're winning a ring with him or anything like that, but you can be a playoff team year in and year out, I think.
Yeah.
John Morant, I used to really like John Morant. Now at this point, I'm kind of no thanks. I just don't think the Kings have the cultural organizational structure to take that kind of player in right now. I'm not sure that he has the kind of bounce that he did before after injuries, and he just hasn't been really healthy. If you can get him on a cheap type of deal where it's I guess maybe it is a Zach LaVine for Josh straight up, or just something like that, sure, I'll listen, but I'm not too interested at this point. And then LaMelo Ball most intrigues me. Just he's coming from the worst team, and there's still potential there. It's hey, maybe if we get him over here.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that
But they all got their warts. Shout out Kenny.
Yeah, I do think that with LaMelo specifically, he's the same player he was when he was a high school kid, and he's cherry picking and averaging 50 a game, and then he again, he's the kid that goes over and plays in Lithuania professionally and skips the whole college process.
I played pro ball. I mean,
yeah, but the style of play is still the same. The inefficiency is still the same. The turnovers are still the same. I don't see that he's grown as a player. And there are seasons where you're like, oh my gosh, look at his stats. But look at his stats on a 25-win team. And so you're always left with this, okay, is he just a tall version of Jason Williams. And, does that translate to you being a good basketball team?
Well, like there's that, but also, I mean, it's like when we talk about like you and Kyle were talking about like KD and Demonis Sabonis. Like, does LaMelo Ball just not have the right guys around him either, though?
No, that's
Like
true.
he's got talent. It's just like, does anyone ever looked at the Hornets and be like, yeah, they got it this year? Like, ooh, they're gonna do something this season. It's just more so they got young guy here, young guy there, and it's like they all got potential. But like, has LaMelo Ball ever had something where it's like, yeah, it's his time now?
No, it's a good question. Like again, if you were able to make that trade and you retained a Keegan Murray, you retained a Demonis Sabonis, some of these other players, like that might be the most talented group that he's played with. Like again, Miles Bridges is who he is as a player, but again, it's kind of raw and it's kind of like putting up numbers on a bad team type player. And like I think LaMelo does have more to his game, but I think I would make the gamble, but a guy like Ja is under contract for this year and 2 more years. I don't think I'm making that gamble
Ja
anymore.
is third on that list. That he's
I agree.
very much like not even close to second, I don't think.
Yeah. And I think if you're looking to, again, move for Trae Young, it would be, kind of like, hey, let's see if it looks different here. Let's see if we can get a similar type of scorer to Zach LaVine, but an assist guy, and maybe the ball moves better, and maybe we can build around, and maybe we can't.
Yeah, because I think Trae Young's a star. He's an established NBA player. Like he's a star, no doubt, one of the best players in this league at his position. But it's just like you're saying, just now see if it works here and if we can get the right guys around him here and see if we can just figure out that equation.
Yeah, it's a really weird situation for him specifically, and I'm hoping that they figure it out. But I do think that the Kings are gonna sit here and do their due diligence on every single one of these guys, and I think that they're I know that they are shopping right now. They are looking for deals. They're looking to move off of players, and maybe again.
Do we know what they're like looking for?
To be honest with you, a lot of it is they're looking for undervalued assets. That's kind of been what the mantra is from Scott Perry so far. That's why he was in on the Jonathan Kuminga sweepstakes, because he's looking for an asset that may be way better than he's allowed to be where he's at. And maybe you're right. Maybe John Morant is that guy. Maybe LaMelo is that guy that he's just like, if you put better players around him or more seasoned veteran players who have a better track record of success, maybe you can find something there. But I also worry about a player who, like, when you get a player from a team that winning doesn't matter, a lot of times it's tough for them to realize like what it takes to win and that winning does matter. And again, I don't know that the Kings are that organization right now, but 2 years ago they were that organization, and they've also been an organization that typically doesn't just go in full tank mode like a lot of the other teams do, and like Charlotte does. And so kind of a tough situation.
Yeah, it's real delicate, I guess, the direction that they can go in.
Yeah. All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, Jerry Reynolds is going to join us, and we're going to hang out and talk more Kings basketball. I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Jesse, can you poke your head out and see if Jerry's here? Be right back, guys. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hmm. Sorry. The mouse is really far away because I have to. Actually, I can move back over here. I think that works. Oh, we have yet to see Jerry. Do you stay with Dowdle or Hubbard moving forward? And oh no, you stay with Dowdle. Dowdle's proven to be a stud this year. I'll be right back. Tons of people in here today. You don't mind? Can you hit the thumbs up?
Even if you do mind, hit the thumbs up, please.
Hit it either way, Jesse said. All right. UC Davis plays Rhode Island in a playoff game this weekend at UC Davis, 7 p.m. on the 6th.
Does this thing on? Does this work? Testing, testing, testing.
I hear it.
You hear it? Stream, do
sure.
you guys hear this?
And we're good.
Thank you, Warren. Just double checking. Thank you, Chatty House.
Let's see.
Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Jesse Tappy is working the board.
We got the legend about to walk in right now.
We do have the legend, Jerry Reynolds, walking in the door right now. There's our guy, Jerry Reynolds. Yep, that's you, hanging out right there. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for tuning into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. Whether you're watching on YouTube /ESPN 1320 or you're listening on the radio or 98.5 HD2, we appreciate all of you. Jerry, you got it figured out over there? You think you do? All right. Jerry's settling in. While Jerry settles in, we've been talking a lot about this idea of players who you just can't trade, that have negative value around the league, and whether that's John Morant or whether it's a player like, we're adding Jerry to the screen. I see him. He sees us. We see him. What's up, Jerry?
Well, not much. Just great to be in studio with you. And, I was listening to you a little bit on the way in, talking about some of the trade rumors, big name guys and stuff. I'm of the three guys, the John Morants and Trae Youngs and LaMelo Ball. I don't think any of them make sense. I like Trae Young the best because I think he's been the least problem. And he was the best team on the team. He led to the Eastern Finals once.
Yeah.
So
No, that's
he
true.
did that. I mean, and Ja certainly was the best player on a 57 win team once. LaMelo's done nothing.
Isn't that the weird thing? You have no idea what he is.
The only thing you know for sure is he's been the best scorer on the losing team.
Yeah.
And every losing team has a leading scorer. so that sometimes can be its own situation. But he's talented. But is he available? Not much. Does he play defense? No. His assist turnover ratio is not good, and he's one of the least productive scorers in the league. He's a 24-point guy on 22 shots. That all that does is get you beat.
Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, I think his inefficiency as a scorer is a major red flag.
Yeah, scary. I mean, he's young enough in his case, if he were to go to Miami or San Antonio or somewhere, you would think, I would say I might be willing to take the chance.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're not that organization.
Yeah, I don't think you could be real confident that would work out for him here.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's a player that he comps with. I mean, like I mentioned Jason Williams earlier.
Yeah, I want to disagree. Jason Williams was the starting guard on the champion.
Yeah, but that was way late in his career. Early in his career, it was a lot of flash.
Well, there's a lot of flash, but
yeah,
he was also a winner.
No, I think so too.
I mean, no, I understand I knew Jason and all the problems he was.
Yeah.
But that damn guy, I'll tell you, anybody, he was a better player than Mike Bibby.
Oh, yeah. It's just, it comes down to whether or not he was the right fit.
He was, at that time, he was very unstable. And I always remember him telling me that Hubie Brown really was the one that turned him around in Memphis.
Yeah.
And he played on some really good teams in Memphis. But he said, Hubie explained things to me like I needed them explained.
Got it.
And then, said, then time he got with Pat Riley and those guys, and he pretty much, he would still do his flash and dash, but it was selective and all that. But
no. I think he grew up as a person.
Oh yeah. He had a lot of issues. That young man, those first few years. And yeah, that was always a strange thing going to Orlando and seeing him after his career was over. And, and it's like, damn, he's actually an adult and a father.
You were worried that might not happen.
I was almost convinced it would never happen, but well, that's but that's a good analogy as far as LaMelo's concerned too.
Yeah.
That part. I mean, he's still young enough, but it'd have to be, he needs that come to Jesus coach and real world to settle in, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think sometimes getting traded does that for a player.
Yeah.
And having to start over. But I also think, the noise from his family and all that stuff, it has quieted down. It has kind of gone away. We don't see LeVar Ball all over the place anymore. We don't, the talk of, how great they're going to be. It's kind of gone away. He's the one of the group where it's like, you look at the talent and you're like, okay, maybe it's just that he needs to be with better players. Maybe it needs to be with veterans. Maybe, they haven't had the right person to take him under his wing, but it's still just such a stab in the dark. And you're talking about a guy who's owed, $130 million over the next 3 seasons.
Yeah, that's the thing too. And we've talked about this many times, but I think 90% of the players who come to the league need to be traded. Just about all of them need at some point. They're not, they can't come in and be Magic Johnson and Jordan and LeBron and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. And of course, Shea was traded.
Yeah. No, that's true.
And sometimes, I always say, the best player Kings ever had, Chris Webber, this was his third team.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it finally clicked in to most degrees. And, and Doug Christie and Bobby Jackson, I think, is about their fourth teams.
Yeah, let's see, Doug. You can't really count Seattle, but he was drafted by Seattle. You got the Lakers, you've got the Knicks, and Toronto.
And
So this
Toronto.
was his,
Yeah.
like technically his fifth team, but more like his fourth team. And even Mike Bibby, was drafted by the Grizzlies and played there for a few years. And
Yeah, I mean, the Jason Williams Bibby trade was great for both. They
Yep.
both needed traded, and they both needed different fits. And certainly the fit for Bibby was great with the Kings because Christie was already established he could run the show a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then certainly Jay Will was a true point guard who needed the ball.
Yeah.
So it worked for him going to Memphis and really worked the time he got to Miami.
We I sat and watched the game last night. The first half was, I thought it was gritty. I yelled at my TV early on watching them turn the ball over every single, like the first 4 possessions. Like you just can't come out and play that way. But to watch them recover, to watch them kind of build and figure everything out, and then to watch it all collapse in the second half. But where are you at with just watching this team and the watchability of this team, and like how quickly would you bail and like start trading guys?
Well, I think it's a team you have to turn it over if you can.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be hard to do. I think it's going to be a long process.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really have cap room. You eventually get a decent pick.
Yeah.
To trade, you have to have assets people want.
Mm-hmm.
and I don't see much of any of that. I mean, I certainly Domas with the right team. He's a center that needs to be a certain way.
Yeah.
I mean, he's teams that need rebounding. Well, he's been the best in the league for about 5 years. So, he's not going to defend the paint. But I haven't said that. In fairness to Domas, I don't think Zach Edey and Hartenstein gets 30+ points if he's playing.
No, it's true. Yeah, he does his work early.
I mean, he's not gonna be punked around in there.
No, that's true. And like, look, I think watching some of the young players grow has been fun, but at the same time, like that like Maxime Reynaud has a great game.
Yep.
On one end of the court, and the other end it was a little rough.
Yeah.
But you're watching him grow and get better, and at least there's something to watch that's intriguing.
There really is. I mean, he's skilled.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a highly skilled guy, which shouldn't come as any surprise. He played in Europe.
Yeah.
He played where they train guys fundamentally like they used to in America.
Yeah.
And got the good left hand. His problem's simple. He's weak, physically not quite there yet.
Yeah.
And he'll get there. That I don't, but it's a process. He doesn't have the strong base with his legs. He gets pushed around so easy and everything. But no, I think there's I'll be surprised if he's got some star quality to him, because he'll eventually, can stretch the floor.
Yeah.
And can play off the dribble for a 7-footer.
Yep.
I was a lot more impressed with Nick Clifford early and a lot less impressed with Nick Clifford late. But it's ridiculous to make a judgment on any rookie in 20 games.
Yeah, to me, it does feel like Max is growing where Nick is growing on the defensive end and just hasn't really figured out how he fits offensively. Or Max is like, hey, I'm just going to go score. I don't care. I'm just going to do this. So, I mean, it's kind of, I guess it's part of being a guard versus being, or a guard less wing versus being a big man. You're just closer to the basket, everything, and you're 7 foot tall. You should be able to score quite a bit. But watching him grow has been at least something to pin your hopes to with the Kings where they're playing right now.
Yeah. A lot of it, James, too, I think is just competition at the position.
Yeah.
Nick's got a whole bunch of guys that he's competing with to get playing time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's face it. I mean, Max has got a spot there that says, please come take us.
Please, anybody help us.
Yeah, please. We're a spot for you to take. And so that's a little different. But I've always said, I do think that with bigs and point guards, you even need more patience than you do generally with the wings.
Yeah.
But it's just a little tougher positions.
Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued to see how Max grows at like the offseason. I think the best part about what we're seeing right now is actually getting on the court. He's seeing the things that he's good at and seeing the things that he's not good at. And then when he gets to an offseason, they're going to have him in the weight room nonstop.
Mhm.
And then on top of having him in the weight room, he's so smart. And so he's going to digest the season and attack it in a different way. So I do think that there's a really nice upside there and like a really, really good early second round pick for the Kings.
Yeah, I think when the year's over, I think he'd be a guy that I'd be surprised if he wouldn't look like a top 10 or 15 pick.
Yeah. No,
the way the draft, it's early, but yeah, he's, I think he's a guy that probably a lot of teams wish they'd have taken. You always go back through the years, and there's always a couple guys late in the first round or early second that are way better than some lottery picks every year.
Yeah. I do think also Max is one of those guys where once he slipped out of the first round, his agent played hardball and said, "Hey, look, we're not talking 2-way contract. We're not signing in 2-way. He'll just go play overseas." So they said, don't draft him to a couple of teams because the Kings were offering a full-fledged,
yeah,
3 or 4 year contract.
Yeah,
here.
Smart move by Scott.
I think so too. Good pick, smart move, all that stuff. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll have more Jerry Reynolds here on the Insiders. We're going to keep diving into this Kings team, and by the end of today, Jerry and I will have fixed everything.
It'll all be solved.
With that, and we're going to take on world peace as well. Here on the Insiders. I'm James Ham. He's Jerry Reynolds. Jesse Tabby on the ones and twos. We'll be back in just a minute. What's going on? You need a water or anything?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Not a thing. Yeah. I'll tell you, I was surprised, with the first half they played. I mean, after all the sloppiness, but Houston was, I worry two things about them. I don't know, even with Durant, I'm not sure they shoot well enough. And then they're and clearly they're a little careless with the ball and a lot of one-on-one stuff. I mean, whether it's St. John or Durant, I mean, there's a lot of ball stoppers. I think. As much as I love Thompson, I mean, he's a little erratic. I think he's going to be great, but anyway, I don't see them as Denver or Oklahoma City, I guess. If Denver's healthy and Oklahoma City's healthy, I just think they're better than Houston, but could be wrong.
You might be onto something. I just, the one thing about that Houston team is they are so physical defensively.
Yes.
And they're so long and athletic defensively.
Yes.
I mean, like I want to heap all this like negativity on Keegan Murray for having 5 points last night.
But he was guarded, wasn't he?
He was like, and you could see him get frustrated at one point and try to go at somebody. He missed a baseline jumper, got his rebound back, and then was going to attack again and got fouled. And you're like, okay, at least you're seeing what you have to do.
No, I thought the same thing. I said,
Yeah.
I don't know where he was going to score. And second half, which not surprising, good teams. Their defense did tighten up, and of course, as it tightened up, then the Kings got, more careless and more dribble ball and the whole thing. If Monk could do Monk things, but that was kind of it, wasn't it? Really? And Reynolds some things, but I don't know. I don't know where they go.
Yeah, it's tough. You got to tear it down and rebuild it somehow. But the tear down process, and then what's left when you do tear it down.
Yeah, and it's and I know as fans we always say, well, 2 or 3 years. It's like, well, no, you might be looking like Washington. They've been doing this for 6 years, I think, and no closer to anywhere. It took, Detroit now, they finally got there last year after about 6 years.
Yeah.
And this is 4th year for Danny, and or I think it's the 4th year for Danny.
At least.
In Utah.
Yeah.
And now they look, I think they look like at least they might be heading somewhere, maybe.
Well, they're a team that chose a path with a head coach, and they're sticking with him.
Yeah,
they just signed him to an extension, and like I think Will Hardy's a good coach, but they chose a path and they stuck to it.
Yeah, and that's but they're like all these teams. I mean, they're in their fourth year, and at some point, the fans are, it's like, wait a minute here, guys.
Yeah.
We're Utah. We're not used to being this bad this long, and Portland's still in the process.
Yeah.
San Antonio. I mean, the truth is, this is their 6th year.
Oh yeah.
Of their rebuild. Now, we all believe they're going to eventually not only get there, but be contenders.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also true they haven't played a playoff game yet.
No, that's true. Yeah, we don't know what Victor Wembanyama looks like in the playoffs.
It's like, I'm one of those that believe that he can be one of the all-time greats, but you can't be an all-time great if you don't actually win, play on the floor and win playoff games.
Yeah, and he's only played 12 games. De'Aaron Fox has played more games than Wembanyama now.
Yeah, De'Aaron's playing pretty well in the end.
25, 6, and 1.4 steals, and yeah.
Harper's looking better too.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Like if you were going to go chase Giannis, I wouldn't give up Dylan Harper. I would talk about Castle, but Dylan Harper would be off limits.
I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd trade Fox.
Well, we're back.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back in. I am James Ham. Jerry Reynolds, the legendary Jerry Reynolds, is joining me here on ESPN 1320 on the Insiders. Just happy his work in the board. Jerry, this thing is a mess, and we've been trying to, digest just how to fix it. You've been through situations like this, even like the negative value contract we were talking about earlier with regards to this ESPN article that they talk about Ja, and they talk about Trae Young, they talk about LaMelo, like negative value contracts that you might not ever be able to move. And I think Zach LaVine fits into that as well. You were one of the biggest negative value contracts in the late 80s, early 80s, early 90s, and Ralph Sampson. But again, there was no way to trade him because he basically wasn't an NBA player anymore because of his knees, right?
Right.
And just like, how does that work when you have a player, even like watching Zach LaVine last night, goes 1 of 5 and scores 2 points, and everyone in the room is looking around like what just happened? But what do you do?
Yeah. That was a unique situation. I know when Bill Russell traded for him, it was a trade. We traded Jim Peterson for Ralph, and what people really have forgotten or never really thought about, Jim Peterson made within about $100,000 of what Ralph made.
Oh yeah,
that's how the trade was made. It had to be. It was and part of the reason it was made, Jim was in the hospital himself getting knee surgery, so he never really hardly came back. And not that Jim was great, but he was a solid player. But that was kind of the start of the end for Jim. And then of course Ralph, he was pretty much crippled actually. I mean his knees were just shot.
Yeah.
So it's very sad. I thought the world of him, and he really tried to play. You know what I mean? So to get to that point, so it really wasn't. It was a bad contract, but Bill got rid of a bad contract to get a bad contract.
Yeah.
But it worked out in a way because Ralph agreed to a buyout. Because I sat with, by that time, Bill was gone by the time we set out and worked out a buyout with Bill or with Greg and
with
Ralph.
Yeah.
And so he took probably about 60 cents on the dollar to get out of his contract because he thought he could still play.
Oh, got it.
And so he went to Washington
Mm-hmm.
on a less deal, but it kind of made up some of the money he gave up, and then that didn't work, and then he went to Europe, and that didn't work.
Oh yeah. So
it just bless his heart, he was just convinced he could still play when he couldn't.
Yeah.
Which proved out. But but that was to Ralph's credit. I mean, it worked out in the sense that you had a guy that agreed to a buyout that helped the team.
Yeah.
Well, you're not going to get that on a $50 million deal.
No. I think maybe you could talk somebody into taking $5 million less or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that. Even Bradley Beal had to take, when he got bought out by the Suns, he had to take less money because they had used the stretch provision on a different player. And the league rules say that you can only have, I think it's up to 15% of your salaries on stretch provision. And the other player still had money left, and sort of buy Bradley Beal out. Bradley Beal had to take less money in order to get bought out, because functionally through the league, they weren't able to pay out his entire contract.
It's kind of interesting too, because I know how agents work. His agent knew they could make up that difference with the Clippers.
Yep.
Surprisingly, and just worked out.
Yeah.
And but I mean, I do think Bradley Beal's, to me, as people always say, well, certain contracts are untradeable. And I always said, well, when Bradley Beal was traded to the Suns,
when
they took that deal, it's like, did you guys not watch him play in Washington the last year he was there?
Yeah, it's just wild.
Yeah, I mean, he just, he's not Bradley Beal anymore. He wasn't.
No.
So yeah, but I heard you talking about too, like what could happen, and really, I think you make a great point. Is the only way that Zach would opt out, and that's with his agent would agree to it, is if he's got a guarantee. He's not going to get $50 million a year. His agent knows that going forward.
Oh yeah,
but he might opt out of that deal to, like, say, get 90 or 100 million for 3 years.
Yep.
A 30 million a year, because it's guaranteed money. I saw, Baron Davis did that years ago, and a couple others. And people always say, well, they're making 40. They're not going to take 20. Sure, they will, if they know it's their last contract and it's guaranteed money, because guaranteed money is still the key.
Oh yeah. Even like the DeMar DeRozan contract. I mean, the Kings are on the hook for $10 million next year, but the rest of his $25.5 million isn't guaranteed.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's got a contract coming, but there's a good chance that if the Kings do keep him and then they opt out of that deal, he might get $5 million somewhere else, but he's not getting another $25 million deal. At least I don't think.
But but to your point there, and that's why I think he's a real valuable asset. I mean, he might be the most valuable because he can score still.
Yeah.
And the contract, whoever takes him knows next year, they can get out of it.
Yeah, totally. And he can help you this year. That's why we've talked about.
If you're a better team that's had injuries and needs a scorer.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a good guy. He's a class guy.
Mm-hmm.
He is who he is. I mean, it's like, well, if you watch DeRozan for 15 years, you know what he does.
Yeah.
He does it really well. Don't be surprised if the ball stops a little bit. It's like, duh. That's he's really good at it, though.
Yeah, but I would also say, like, the problem with Zach with DeMar DeRozan, and this is something that we talk about on the podcast, me and Sean talk about all the time, that the problem with DeMar DeRozan isn't DeMar DeRozan. It's that the Kings paid DeMar DeRozan, that they looked at a guy who does something that doesn't fit with what they do, and they brought him in anyways, and he does exactly what he's always done. You can't fault a guy for being the player he is.
No.
You have to know that that's who he's going to be for you as well, and that's not going to work with your system.
Yeah, it's one of those things that looking back, and as fans we always do, and of course I wasn't one of the people that kind of always attacked Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, Harrison Barnes. Yeah.
Well, Harrison was doing for San Antonio what he did here. He is who he is. If you looked at his career, he's a guy that will fit in, maybe to a fault.
Yep.
He'll fit in with better players, allow them, he's totally unselfish. He'll guard, try to defend. He'll take open shots, won't force much. You know what I mean? It's one of those things that's like, yeah, sometimes what you have is better than you think.
Yeah, the grass is always greener, and then it's not. Yeah. And I've said that a bunch with Harrison. I said it this week. Like, Harrison Barnes is still a really good NBA player, and this team would not have had the decline that they had if they still had Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, I that's what I think. I mean, I think that was, and I understand you wanted something better than Harrison Barnes.
Yep.
Well, I always say it's kind of the old Cotton Fitzsimmons always called that his Tyrone Corbin rule. He's Kings had Tyrone Corbin for a while too. The fans might remember, but Tyrone was a really good small forward. Could defend. He said, I had him in Phoenix, and we won a lot of games, and we decided we needed somebody better. So we, tried 2 or 3 guys, and about 5 years later, we get Tyrone back. and that's right. He said, it's like, yeah, sometimes you just realize, that's as good as he is, but it's better, it's better than you thought you could get.
Yeah, and I think for the Kings, like the idea should have been to get a better version of Harrison Barnes, not a different type of player. And that's where they ran into problems. Mm-hmm. Like they went out and they got a square peg for a round hole. And it's not his fault.
Yeah, you and I talked about this a lot. I mean, clearly what they really needed was a long athletic guy, a 4 or 5 kind of guy, not really another 2-3 kind of guy.
Yeah.
And so they just got the wrong position, number 1, and the wrong type of player, number 2, in my mind. And I think that's proven, had they got a guy, if they could have got a guy like Niles Reed when they did that move, I think the Kings would look very different today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And look, someone in the chat here said at the time I said it was time to move on and upgrade from Barnes. It was, but you needed to upgrade the same style of player,
or a different player at a position of need.
Yes. Even if Keegan Murray could have taken over as a small forward, and then you go get a 6'9" shot blocking 3-point shooting 4, okay, then that makes sense. Yeah. But going out and getting a ball stopping mid-range jump shooting, like non-floor spacer when you're playing a flow offense and you're running it all through Domantas Sabonis, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, and 2, when you think about it, I mean, and my mind was, you got Domantas Sabonis, which he's terrific in several areas. What he isn't terrific at is really as a rim protector.
Yep.
He's an amazing rebounder for his size, and, he's not and all that. But so you really needed to get bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if, like you said, if you all of a sudden now you move Harrison and you move Keegan to the 3, which is really his natural position, probably not that he's in today's game, it doesn't make a lot, but then you had another Keegan-like athlete at 4, or that kind of combo to surround Domas with another lively athlete. I mean, obviously not that you can always get what you want. I'm sure they thought that, but that all of a sudden that beam team would have actually gotten better, had a chance to stay the same or get better.
Yeah.
And stay younger.
Yeah.
Instead of just now all of a sudden you not only got smaller, you got older.
Yeah. Smaller, less athletic, older, and just a guy who doesn't fit the system. And now the system's gone because of things like this.
Yeah. And really, I feel so much for Doug Christie because I don't know what you'd do there. I really don't. I mean, I think looks like he's trying to now fit the young guys in, play them more, which I like.
Yeah.
And, and that's all with the veterans, you're obviously trying to move some of them. So you can't just cut them out, like a fan. I just bench them all. Well, you don't go set. This is professional basketball. You don't go set $120 million on the bench.
No.
While you're trying to trade them.
No, totally. And I know people know who DeMar DeRozan is. Like, yeah, but they need to make sure that they see that he can still play.
Yes, and healthy.
Yeah, that he's healthy, that he can still move, that he can still do all of the things. You were a coach for a long time. How difficult is that at the NBA level to say, hey, I hate to tell you this, but we get this young kid and he's going to take your spot?
Very difficult. It's really difficult because not only are you dealing with the player, you're dealing with the agent, and you're dealing, sometimes the agent represents some other players on your team. There's, you really got to attack it with some help. You really need help. I think, honestly, the general manager, needs to be, it really needs to be a group thing. Possibly even the owner could be called in if necessary, but to explain this is what we have to do,
Yeah.
and we'll try to make it right for you, type thing. Which,
Yeah.
you want to be sincere because you do want to make it right for the guy if he's a good guy, and so there's nothing to indicate, like with any of the Kings players, that they're anything but good guys.
No, they're
you're
good
not out
dudes.
to,
Yeah.
you don't want to hurt them, but you got to put your franchise first, and they have to, and especially with veterans like we're talking about here, is they've been there and done that. They've been traded before.
Mm-hmm.
They're so, but I definitely, yeah, it's tough. It's tough, especially when you're going to, I think as much as anything, in the meantime, we're your role has changed. We're changing your role.
Yeah.
And we expect you to be, and we expect you to be the player you've always been. Be professional and give your best effort, and you'll be playing less minutes. And hopefully we can get you a place that fits you better.
Was there one player that sticks out that was particularly difficult for you?
Yeah, rest in peace, Derek Smith.
Yeah.
Basically, it's really just one of those bad trades. It wasn't Derek's fault. He didn't trade himself, but the franchise made a decision to trade Mike Woodson and Larry Drew and flip-flop draft picks for, I think, Franklin Edwards and Derek Smith. And Derek was coming off knee surgery and mononucleosis, and he was the highest paid player. Became the highest paid player on a team that had great chemistry before.
Yeah. You guys made the playoffs in 85, 86.
Probably had left it alone. I said it would have been a playoff team for many years. I have very little doubt about that. But this disrupted it, and of course the coach that I was working for got fired, and I took over, and Derek he just wasn't the same player, but he, kind of thought he was, and eventually, we got Ricky Berry as a rookie who was just a lot better.
Incredible.
And I just finally, I remember going to Greg Lukenbill. I said, I've got to play Ricky. He's way better. Everybody knows it on the team. It's creating a lot of problems. And I said, Derek's not going to handle it well. It's going to get ugly. And I said, I got another guy's better than him too. Harold Presley's better.
Yeah.
And we need to play those guys. They're young. And we'll win just as much, not much, regardless. But I said it's going to get ugly, and it did. And finally, I think we end up kind of a buyout agreement too. And then he went on. He played decent, but he was a limited role player in Philly, and then later at the end of his career in Boston. I mean, it's one of those deals that when he went to another team where he wasn't the big deal or the highest paid player, he was able to have some value. You know what I mean? He was one of those guys that, you're eighth man here in Philly. Deal with it. And that's kind of what he was at that stage of his career. But it was an ugly situation.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where, the guy blew up against you in one of the first games ever in Sacramento playing for the Clippers. And then the trade was made afterwards, like, oh, look how good he is. And you got him. But he torn his ACL, right?
Yeah, he tore his ACL near the end of the year.
Yeah.
And like I say, that should have been a pretty good clue because he was hurt. In other words, you traded for damaged goods. I've never understood that one.
Yeah.
But he didn't trade for himself. But I know, Phil Johnson, I know before me when I was assistant, and of course he just had all kinds of issues. I think I got along with him a little better, but a little better, but it wasn't good.
Yeah. It's tough. All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, I think Kenny Caraway is going to join us. He'll hang out with us as we do the handoff. Damian will be in later on. He's out Christmas caroling because we do that here. So good luck to Damian being out there Christmas caroling. I'm James Ham. Jerry Reynolds, the legendary voice from the Sacramento Kings, is joining us, and of course, Jesse Tapia is working the ones and twos over there for us. We'll be back in just a few minutes here on the Insiders. Yeah, there's a couple of things I want to hit on here coming up.
Yeah, that Derek Smith thing. That was
It's a tough one.
tough one.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a lot of other issues too, but I didn't want to get into.
Yeah, I just remember we're on the stream still.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It happens.
Yeah, it does. I mean, in any job, really. I mean, you just have guys
Yeah.
that just did. What the big thing was, I think, just Woody and Drew were so well liked.
Yeah.
And it just, just didn't work. Just disrupted a really good chemistry team
Yeah.
that was just kind of was finding its way. It got a lot better second half of the year. Like I say, it wasn't a championship team or anything, but it was fun to watch and good. Would have been good.
Yeah. And then the Ricky Berry situation.
Yeah, that just.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take you down that road. Yeah.
Young's sure star, but
yeah, just absolutely the worst. I know. Bobby Gerald was super close to him.
yeah,
Just
that was crushing for.
Yeah.
Nobody saw that coming in. Yeah. So you got through the holiday okay, huh?
I did. Yeah. Well, now we got another one. Another holiday.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm not a big holiday guy anymore. I just, except for just watching sports.
That's true. I love the holidays, but yeah, I get it. I
Well,
get
your
it.
kids are still young enough to.
Yeah, my oldest is 22. My youngest is 18,
18.
senior. Yeah.
That's a good. Yeah.
I'm ready for grandbabies.
Holy cow. Yeah.
It's not going to happen for a long time, but
Yeah. Well, I was ready about your age too, but that's still ready, but it's a little late for now.
yeah. I know. I think one of the worst things ever is knowing you and knowing Gary and knowing neither one of you have grandkids.
Yeah.
That's just, that sucks.
Yeah. It really surprised me. I thought several times in both cases it was going to work and just never did.
Yeah.
Of course, it's better not to work than.
Oh, that's true.
Get into a bad marriage and have. Like I said, I'd like to have grandkids, but I don't want to raise them either.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. I get you. Steven Castaneda said, he said, can I tell you that he really enjoys your post game with Grant?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you have any early favorite college prospects? Somebody just asked.
Well, the only one I've seen is of course, Boozer at Duke. And I think he's an excellent prospect. The kid at Kansas hadn't played yet, who's supposed to be the best. And I think it's Peterson. I think his name.
Yeah, I'm always leery of anyone that goes to Kansas.
Yeah, I was going to say, when's the last time?
Paul Pierce.
Yeah, that actually was kind of what maybe better than he's supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Embiid, but again, that's been hit and miss. Wiggins, hit and miss.
There's no question about Embiid's talent, but it's like it was third year before he even played with Philly. He was out 2 full years after he's drafted.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, man. Like the league. I think Bill Self is a great coach.
Yeah, I do too.
And I think he's a leader of men and a guy who goes all out to give kids a chance that would not have got a chance otherwise. Like, Darnell Jackson story with him.
Yeah.
And the same with Thomas Robinson.
Robinson, yeah.
Just broken family situations that are horrible.
And really I think that's, to me, I would say exactly right. Is a little bit of a new version, a much nicer person version of Bobby Knight, who really, most Indiana players were never as good once they got to the pros.
Yeah.
Because he got everything out of them. Made them look better than they were. I guess that's the way I would put it. I think Bill Self does that too.
Yeah.
I mean, the Josh Jackson. Oh, okay.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back in. I am James Ham. Filling in today for Kyle Madsen is the great Jerry Reynolds. Jerry, how's that seat feel? Just comfortable? You good?
Well, I'll tell you what, filling in for Kyle, it's pretty hot. pretty hot trying to fill those shoes, man.
There it is.
And seat. It's a little tough.
Well, I'm glad Jesse's here because I don't touch all these buttons on the board over here, and so without Kyle here, like the show couldn't happen unless Jesse was here. So yeah.
Well, that's good.
It's a rule, Jerry. I don't touch buttons.
well, you. I know one thing. You're a lot better at than I am because I can't do anything. I'm totally helpless.
You're not helpless. You have a wealth of knowledge and information. You brought up Mike Woodson a couple of times there, and how well Mike Woodson was liked by his teammates. He, of course, was in Kansas City with the Kings for 4 or 5 years before they moved to Sacramento for the 85-86 season. And of course, you were here. You came sort of along with them, right? You were.
I didn't work for him in Kansas City.
No,
but I came I came when they came.
Yeah.
I was the second assistant. That was the first time they'd had 2 assistants.
Oh, that's crazy. Now they have like 14 assistants.
Yeah, I guess.
Like,
It's
I don't even know how
like
many there.
Football team, So I was going to say the second assistant, and I did all the advanced scouting as well as be with the team and did video work and college scouting. I did most of the college scouting. I had about 5 years of experience in 1 year. I don't know if I even saw my wife and family that year. You'd be in for half a day and then be somewhere else. Drove me, but it's kind of, you look back on it. I couldn't do it again. I mean, I don't think I could, but I did. So.
Yeah. What was Woodson like? And have you kept a relationship with Mike over the years?
Yeah. We've kept in touch. I got to spend some time with him just recently, and a great guy. He's had I think a very good career. He ended kind of rough there, like coaches' jobs do, and whether it's Atlanta or New York as a head coach, but he had success in both spots. It's like anything, had success till he didn't, and then coach gets the blame. And then at Indiana University, where expectations are just ridiculous, and Bobby Knight's not walking through that door anymore.
No.
And the talent in Indiana high schools isn't the same anymore either. And so that's kind of but Woody, best of the best. I'll tell you, I mean, he was a pro's pro. I always remember my first year with the Kings when we made the playoffs, and second half of the season, Woody was playing on a bad knee, that needed operated on, but he just refused to do it and kept playing.
Yeah.
And, I don't know if in today's game, he probably wouldn't even be allowed to.
Oh, yeah.
But that's in my mind, that's who he is.
Yeah. It's kind of how the league has changed over the decades. You're around him a lot. You were around him a lot then. How do you think he's working with Doug as, what is he? He's an assistant, but he's a lead assistant, or what do they call it now? The associate head coach.
Whatever. Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah. I can't imagine him not being good. I mean, because to me, he was always a true team guy. Now I haven't been with him as a coach or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was always a true team guy first. It was sacrifice, and I know he worked for other head coaches before he became a head coach in the NBA, and nothing but, I never heard a bad word said about Woody from anybody that he worked with or they worked with him. So that's usually a pretty good sign. If a guy's a little bit of a bad guy, there'll be a few things get out on him.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I mean, like, look, I've covered a ton of head coaches here in Sacramento, including Tyrone Corbin, who was a coach for like 5 minutes. Well, I think he went 7-21 in that gap between Michael Malone and George Karl.
He was supposed to win 50, as we were told when that happened, right?
Yeah, when he got fired, when Mike got fired, that they were going to still win a bunch of games. Yeah. So Kenny Caraway's joining us. There's something I want to talk about, like the Giannis Antetokounmpo thing is kind of spinning out of control at this point, right? And I think everyone kind of sees it. Casey, join us anytime you want. Yeah. And there's something that we hear all the time that, that trade's holding up this. That trade's holding up, Are we all going to be held hostage now by the Giannis Antetokounmpo potential trade in the middle of the season here? And is that something that's real, or do you think teams just kind of hide behind, oh, we're waiting for that deal to get done before we might address some of these other trades that other people are looking at?
I can't imagine it holding up the Kings.
Yeah.
I mean, Giannis isn't coming here. He's not. So.
Jerry, no. But do you think the Kings might say you let's just throw out a random team. Let's just say Memphis, right?
Mhm.
Say the Kings are talking to Memphis on whatever deal. It doesn't have to be Ja, just on whatever deal. But now that Giannis is available, Scott Perry might say, I want to be a part of that. Not to get Giannis, but maybe I could be a facilitator. And that may put Sacramento talking to Memphis on hold, right?
Yeah. No, that's a good point. I would say this, and I think that's a great point. I think it's going to open up a potential because he's such a big deal that you may have to have several parties in. My only thought is don't let yourself get held up on if there's a deal you think makes you better tomorrow. Don't the bird in the hand is worth two in the bush kind of thing, because something like that is going to take off a life of its own, I think.
So to your point, if you are talking to Memphis, just keep talking to Memphis. Don't worry about being a third party or fourth party or something like that. Stay with what you're doing.
It's almost like we want to talk to you about this deal now. If in fact it'll be, if you want to do our deal and expand it, that's up to you to come up with how you want to do it, type thing.
Right. Makes sense.
How do multi-team deals work?
Pardon?
How do multi-team deals work? Like, how difficult is that? Because you're moving back and forth. You're trying to match salaries. You're trying to manipulate the cap, but you're also trying to create trade exceptions. You're trying to create all these other things that sometimes can get a little convoluted and weird.
Oh, it's really tough, I think. And I think with the cap situation most teams have, you're seeing it more and more, trying to get a third team to make things work or whatever. I'll say this, that which probably isn't talked about much, but those kind of things almost always the league is involved in.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Because you want to make sure every step of the way that what you're talking about could be done.
Oh,
is there a specific person for that? Or
they have people. Always had
within the NBA or something like that.
Cap people that really were experts and they could walk you through things. So a person. So any of us, always say that sometimes as fans we'll say, boy, that the Warriors or the Nuggets, they got a real smart cap guy. Yeah, they could have a dumb butt there. It wouldn't make it.
At the end of the day,
as long as you knew how to dial a phone, and
the league's not going to let them do.
So you can get the information you need. It's kind of like I've learned, if you don't know something, just Google it.
James, you could work for the league. You could be that cap guy. James knows the cap really well.
James, I guarantee he could.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I want to be the guy who tells a team, yeah, you can't do that, bro. That trade doesn't work.
Tells Mike Dunleavy Jr., no, you can't do it. Can't do it.
We had a situation here in Sacramento a few years ago, and I don't care about naming names here, but there was a trade that the Kings had worked out, and then at the last second, the Kings were like, well, we have too many players and we can't actually pull off that deal. So you're going to have to take this player. And the other teams are like, yeah, we're not taking him. And the deal almost blew up at the last second. And it was Yorgos Papagiannis that they were trying to get, Brandon Williams, at the last second was like, hey, we only have, if we take back a 3-for-2 or whatever, we don't have enough roster spots. And so we need one of you two teams to take Yorgos. And both teams were like, and it was Utah and I think Cleveland. They're like, yeah, we'll pass. Well, no, we have to do it to get the deal done. They're like, no, we'd rather, how about this? We'll kick in. I think one team had $1.2 million left of the money that they could send. And the other team had 2 point something million. They're like, we'll cover a salary for next year. You guys go ahead and waive him and get stuck with a cap hit for next year, but we're not going to take him on. And so have you ever been in a deal where you got like deep into a trade and someone's like did a little bait and switch or tried to sneak something in past you?
Oh yeah. I mean, there are always teams trying to add something. I mean, it's it's kind of like dealing with a used car salesman. Well, yeah, boy, we agreed, but yeah, it looks like instead of this guy, we we were going to give you a late first, but it really needs to be a couple of seconds down the road or something like that. No,
that's not what we talked about.
No, let's just go back to what we agreed to. I mean, no, you always have some of that. I was just thinking when you were talking about the making cap things, I always remember the Joe Klein story of years ago. He'd retired, hadn't officially retired, but a team I think his last team was maybe with the Bulls, I think, but he'd of course retired, but hadn't officially retired. So they were trying to make a deal for somebody, and they needed another $1 million to make it work.
Yep.
And they because Joe told me, he said I was on the road driving home from somewhere, and they said, Joe, would you like to make $1 million for doing nothing? He said, yeah, I really would. And they said, well, you haven't retired, so we want to put you in a deal to Detroit or something. You won't have to show up. They'll waive you.
Yeah.
But we have to sign you to $1 million deal. And he said, boy, I was so grateful I didn't officially retire, because they could still use it.
I signed up for that job.
Is that a great call to get?
Technically, I haven't officially retired either.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to include me,
come to think of it, I don't know if I went through
me.
whatever. Yeah, maybe. Hey, Kings, if you use me in a deal,
you never talk to the cap guy. So it's official. Like the cap guy that we talked to, you never talked to him, so you're still good to go.
I think it was Keith Van Horn that ended up getting something more like 10 million.
Yes.
It was a huge deal where they had to include him in the deal. Again, he hadn't filled out his paperwork, and they went to him and said, hey, we need to trade you. I think maybe it was with Brooklyn. And that's why, like, people who don't understand this mechanism to the cap, there's your Larry Bird rights. So if you're with a team for a certain amount of time, even if you leave and you don't sign somewhere else, your bird rights, if you are there with the team over 2 years, or your early bird, if you're there 3 years, then your bird rights just continue. So they still have rights to you, like to match any deal out there. If you were to, well, it's not that they can circumvent the cap. They can go over the cap in order to sign you. So if a team is over the cap and they've got this veteran, they could pay him, in theory, like $6 million to go to another team to fulfill something. And then again, he can be waived and all that stuff. There's a lot of wasted money now in the league like during your time, there wasn't a lot of wasted money.
No, but yeah, it's really become a kind of a recent phenomenon. And I think I equate it to, instead of owners being worth a couple $100 million, now they're worth 10 billion, or franchises being worth 200 or 300 million, and as opposed to 5 billion. So it's monopoly money kind of thing, really.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so grateful to have Jerry here, because I was just in general. But yesterday I was thinking about the future, right? Because I already watch college basketball, but now it's like, all right, let me tap in to these top 5, top 6 guys, because it looks like that's where the Kings might be. And last night I was watching Michael Brown Jr. out of Louisville. They took on Arkansas, a great game. In Arkansas, they got the dub. But the thought process that I was going through, Jerry, is like, all right, how would if I'm Scott Perry, if I'm trying to build this thing up from almost scratch, where would I want to start in the draft? Obviously, if you're 1 or 2, the decision's made for you. It's Darren Peterson or AJ DeBonsta. But if you're 3, 4, 5, you got your Boozers, you got your Koa Peets, you got your Nate Ammons, these wing players, and then you got a point guard like Michael Brown Jr. I'm a little more partial to a point guard. Like if I'm gonna start my franchise, I feel like I wanna have that point guard to lead the franchise, almost like the Kings did with De'Aaron Fox when they drafted him. But you've been in the war rooms, you've been a part of trying to build a franchise. Like where's just your preference of like the type of player I'd want to start my franchise?
I think when you're really kind of starting over, I mean, if to me, probably point guard is, would be a preference if you could get that guy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, having said that, I think what you look for, if you're what you need in the lottery, what you're looking for is a star, any position. If you, because let's face it, if the guy you get's maybe he's not a true point, but it's Carmelo Anthony or somebody,
Right.
well, okay,
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah.
Or LeBron wasn't, of course, that's the best example. But I mean, I do think you're looking for stars there. You can't always find them. I mean, that's the other side, is that there's been the lottery's full of guys who people hoped were stars, turned out to be not even very good, and some good.
Mhm.
But I always say that when you look at the last 3 MVPs of the league, there was Antetokounmpo, 15th pick, Gilgeous Alexander 11th, and Jokic 41st.
Right.
So there's that.
Yep.
And it's kind of like, I always say, like drafting quarterbacks, in the NFL. It's like amazing. I mean, all the all-time greats are like 3rd or 6th round picks, or even undrafted guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or the
So-
last pick in the draft. Shout out
But
to
I
our
mean,
guy, Brock Purdy.
to answer your question, yeah, if you could get a young point guard you think could be that guy,
Mhm.
that's the best player.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
but if you think a wing is a better player, you
Right.
better take him.
Right. Got you.
In
That's
other
right.
words, and don't worry about, like say, some of the great mistakes made were over the years is when teams had guys they thought were good,
Mhm.
and they were, and you didn't draft a guy who was going to be great.
Mhm.
It's like I can't be blamed for this one, but the team, when the Kings passed on Karl Malone, they had Otis Thorpe.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And Otis was terrific.
Mhm.
Of course, they traded him. That's another story.
Yeah.
but had you could have played them together.
Mhm.
Or the greatest is is Portland. They had
Mhm.
Clyde Drexler and didn't want to take Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just crazy.
Man.
So
I mean,
So-
the one here in
so you better
Sacramento.
take. I mean, and if you're sure one guy is the best, you better take him.
Right. Right.
Because you can always trade talent.
Yeah.
What
That's
you
right.
can't trade is not talent.
That's right. The good thing about Sacramento situation is they won't have to worry about that. There's nobody here waiting for. They're like,
No.
I can't take this guy because
No,
they're fine.
you got nobody that you. No,
Right.
it's a clean slate.
It is. It is. You are listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2, Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader, always free on the Odyssey app. Jerry, we're going to hang out here for another like 25 minutes.
Mhm.
You can either hang out with us or you can jet. It's up to you.
I'd love to hang out with you guys.
Come on, man.
20,
Come
There
on,
it
you
is.
Jerry.
guys
Hang
are-
out with us,
You
baby.
guys can tolerate me for 25 minutes.
Absolutely, man.
We got it.
I mean, I'm with Mrs. Reynolds most of the day, so I can. She said that she can get up by without me for half hours at a time.
She might call in and say, no, Jerry, stay a little longer. Stay a
Oh,
little
Stay
she-
a little
oh.
longer.
Like a year.
See if they'll let you move in with them, Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry, you've been here and you give an insight, but I just want to ask you, like, this King season so far, man, did you see it going like this? I was more on the optimistic side. Like, I think this could be a 500 team, optimistic 500 team. When people were just like, man, no, this team is not it. And I was like, even if it goes bad, I don't see it being like this. What are they, 5-17 now? Did you see this potential from this group?
No, I'm like you, Kenny. I kind of had it as early on as a 38 to 42 win team. I'm always an optimist. I just can't help it. It's a weakness, I know. But yeah, I didn't see that. Now I got a little bit scary as we got through summer league, and I saw the line in Vegas and different places, because I don't gamble, but I trust those people
Right.
because
They
I
know
know
something.
they make a living doing
Right,
being
right.
right. And so when they had it at 35 and then later I think 32 at
Oh.
different times or something, it's
Yeah.
like, then I got thinking, ooh,
Yeah.
I'm probably over evaluating this team, but to your bet, I no, I didn't see this at all. I thought they would be good enough offensively to win. I knew they're going to be bad defensively, and I know that Doug would do what he could to make them better, but bad defenders, the old Rick Adelman statement, it says, it's hard to play really good defense when you have bad defenders.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
and so that was a concern, but I just thought offensively they'd find a way to, and that's disappointed me because they're so disjointed offensively at times.
Have you? I just want to ask one more.
Yeah.
Have you ever coached a guy like Zach LaVine? And what I mean by that is, I've said a couple different times, Zach LaVine might be the most frustrating player in the history of the NBA. You've seen a lot of basketball. There's not a lot of guys that can move and can do the things that Zach LaVine can do physically on a basketball court. Numbers look good, all this other stuff, but there's something missing that just makes it unbelievably frustrating that he doesn't take another leap. Did you ever coach a guy like that was like, man, he is so good, but I just can't get his motor going enough for him to reach his potential?
That's a great question. I don't think so. I mean, because I'm like you. It's like with Zach, and I've watched him since he was in Minnesota and as a young player and everything, and you just saw the amazing athleticism and the shooting ability, and you think, wow, this. But it's also true that the more you watch, then you see some of the holes. The ball handling, decision making. He doesn't have a great handle. I've always thought, in my mind, a guy like that, you've just got to take more freedom away and give more structure. In other words, hey, don't count on him making plays. Count on him making shots and giving them. Shoot it, move it, shoot it, move it. You move, catch, shoot, move. That type of thing. And you're out there to score. We want you to score. When if you got a good shot, take it. If you don't, move it.
Yeah.
But,
that makes sense too.
Anything more than 2 dribbles is going to end bad.
Right.
So don't make. Mitch was I've said this before. Mitch was a tiny bit like that, but I thought we utilized him well. Is that he could escape dribble and he was terrific, but really after about 3 dribbles, it's going to get loose.
Yeah. Now that you mention that and just thinking about Mitch, that is kind of how he ended up playing. There was not a lot of dribble.
Yeah, no,
what's going on.
He was catching it to score.
Yeah.
Catch, shoot, escape dribble, or in that case, we used to post him up a lot. Now Zach because Mitch could go down there and bust guys up, but so you didn't really want him making a lot of plays with the ball. Don't play with it, score with it, or move it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I think the player, I do remember a player on the Kings who never fulfilled his potential, but had great skill and great everything. Just one night he was there and the next night he wasn't. And that was Billy Owens.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was one night I remember Billy Owens had 20 rebounds. And then the next night he had 2. And you just the whole time you're shaking your head, what exactly are you doing? What happened? And there was never real explanation.
Yeah, Billy was one of those guys that, was the best high school player in the nation. I always thought was, of course, we got him late in his career. Of course, we'd had him to trade him, but then got him back. But he was kind of a burned out guy. I thought, one of those deals where his dad was a, kind of a Todd Marinovich kind of situation. He's a good guy, but I cut to the chase here. I don't think he loved playing basketball.
Yeah.
He played basketball because it gave him a great lifestyle. And at some point, I think, there has to be that need and desire. You've been around it. I mean, there's guys that play because they're good
Right.
and it benefits them, not because they really love the competition
Right.
and the challenges.
And you know, Jerry, guys like that, I think you're probably cut from the cloth like myself. James is like that. A lot of people, a lot of fans are like that, where they're very competitive and they get frustrated when guys that are that skilled or have that much potential aren't as competitive as them, and they get mad about it. But sometimes I take a step back and I'm like, yeah, that's fine if you don't love playing back. It was a means to an end. Ben Simmons is going to be the poster child for that. Like, it was, I'm 6'10", I can make hundreds of millions of dollars. Let me do what I need to do to secure hundreds of $1 million. We'd be like, well, if I was that, I'd want to be the greatest ever. Like, no, it's okay. Like, he just wants to have a nice life. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, no. I've always believed, and I mean, I always remember Bill Russell telling me, that he said the difference between good players and great players is like he said, people like me, we're screwed up. We're not normal. He was using the example of like Bird and Jordan, and he was saying those guys are screwed up guys. They're so competitive, it's almost dangerous.
Jerry West.
I
mean, even enjoy himself.
Or I think the great players, they're, and I'd always remember Larry telling me, they said everybody wants to win. He said it's the key is needing to win.
Yeah. That
real
drive.
need
to
win. He said a lot of guys. He said most guys just aren't like that, and I think that's true. I think the great ones, that's what separates them. Because I've always said, for every all-star you see in the NBA, there's another 5 guys with equal talent that aren't, because they don't have the same drive or will to win or willing to do what's necessary.
I've always believed guys like that, like the Russells, the Birds, Jordans, Kobe's, winning was more of a relief as opposed to something they enjoyed. It was just like, job done. I did what I was supposed to do. It wasn't like this exhilarating experience. It was a relief that I did what I was supposed to do. And if they didn't do what they were supposed to do, they were torn up about it.
Yeah, I would say that's a very true statement. I think in general, winning brought them less joy than losing did pain. There was real pain in losing and just a relief in winning, as opposed to, I think that really is a good point. And I always say that's kind of one of the things that bothers me some with the modern athlete a little bit, is that, running back gets a 6-yard run and starts pounding his chest, and guy makes a 12-foot jump shot, and you'd think he just won the. Gotta have some kind of, and I know fans kind of like it. I know I'm old school. I don't. It's just like, I kind of prefer. We're paying you millions to do that.
Yeah.
See, you made a routine shot.
Jerry, I'm talking to the crowd after I hit my little mid-ranger. I'm like, yeah, I'm talking, Jerry. I'm talking.
Hey, like growing up, like I was always super competitive, and like even playing board games with, like, we go to a friend's house, and I had one of my buddy's wives ask me, like, why do you have to win every time? And I'm like, because we're playing a game. Like, what do you mean? Why do I have to win? Like, I don't have to win, but I want to win,
right?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to win. Like, I don't understand. And I think that there are just people that have that sort of spirit about them. And sometimes you have it and sometimes you don't. But I also think that, like, by this point in the NBA, you should be able to tell that when you're sitting across from somebody in a room and you're interviewing them at the combine, whether you've got that in you or you don't. Because we see so many times that these guys just don't.
Don't. Yeah. I think that's why psychological testing is really valuable. I know something, that we did, and for the most part, it was accurate. Now, we didn't, for some reason, quit doing it, and I don't know that every team does now. And we've had players that refuse to do it, which is a pretty good red flag.
Yeah.
But I always thought that, it's a good, because any of us can learn to kind of couch things, talking to people, tell them what they want to hear in an interview. But the thing I always loved to do when I was scouting a lot is I like to go talk to people like on campus, or that that weren't with the team or anything. And I always remember because with Shaquille O'Neal, there's always a memory going around campus, and everybody loved that guy. Everybody that knew him just thought he was, and that's still true today. I mean, he was as coaches, always said, he might not be the hardest worker, but that's a great guy, great teammate.
Yeah.
People, whereas in all honesty, Kobe was not very well liked because he was a different kind of guy.
Yeah.
But I just think any more, you need to get that kind of information any way you can. But like you say, because there's try to find out, is this guy going to be a good guy? Is he going to work? Does he want to be good? The Ben Simmons, was there something there you could have found that would lead you to believe he wasn't really going to love the game, or like we missed the year that Russell drafted Purvis Ellison #1. Purvis could really play.
Yeah.
I mean, I guarantee he was he was an all-star level player. He didn't like to play.
Just ambivalent.
Yeah.
To the game of basketball. And then you have other guys that you're looking at, you're like,
duh.
That's a problem if you're going to be a basketball player.
Well, it's a problem if you're a team that drafts him #1 overall. Yeah. And, like, we've got to this point, too, with players where with information, where you better take that time. Like, I'll bring it up. Like, the Kings never interviewed Davion Mitchell. They drafted a guy like sight unseen. Like, they had watched him play in college. They had probably done some research on him, but they had never spoken to him. They did not speak to him at the combine. When he got the phone call, he had no idea who was calling him.
Wow.
Did you ever visit the Kings? No, I didn't visit. Did you talk to them at the combine? I did not talk to the Kings at the combine. Like, were you surprised when they drafted you? I was absolutely floored when they drafted me, because I had never once heard that they were interested in me at all.
That is surprising.
That's just weird.
It's very weird. Davion, I would say, though, is a guy that didn't work here, but a guy that you could just cut on the film and be like, I want that guy. Like, I see the way he carries himself on the floor, the way he plays, and I don't know how good he's going to be, but he's going to be in the NBA for 10 years. Just because, like, I'm just looking at him play. I don't know if that's what you should do if you're an NBA GM. That's what you do if you're Kenny Caraway. And it feels like that's might have been what they did if they were working with the Kings. But, there are guys like that. I used to get there's a line that I always say that frustrates me. We'll talk about Ben Simmons again, but it's a telltale sign. Ben Simmons, you were a child prodigy. You were, a guy that was looked at as a potential pro probably since you were 10, 11 years old, which means in today's day and age, you can get into any gym you want since you were 10 or 11 years old. People are clamoring to train you, do all this stuff. You had access to everything in the world. How at 21 years old can you still not hit a jump shot?
Yeah.
That tells me everything. You've had everything for you for the last 10 years. And we're still talking about, man, if you get that jump shot, what have you been doing for 10 years?
Yeah.
What are you doing in the gym?
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, in his case, it's like, well, I got drafted #1. I couldn't hit a jump shot.
Right.
So, but, the Davion thing was really interesting, because I really feel like I was right on him, that I said, if that guy was going to be Kyle Lowry, it's going to take him a while. He's going to get traded. And he's going to find the right place, because he's a tough little buckaroo, and he brings it every night. And of course, Miami has found him, and he's found them, and it's worked. I know I was just looking at his stats the other day. 11 points a game, 50% shooting from 40 at 3. He's got a 5-to-1 turnover ratio. That's John Stockton level.
Yeah. I think with Davion very specifically, again, you can't draft a player that doesn't play the style of basketball that you play at all. And you can try to convert somebody over, but if you watch in a film or if you have conversations with him, like I think Davion, number one, loves the game of basketball. Every time you see Davion, he has a ball under his arm. Every single day he walks around the earth with a ball. Like you watch him at Summer League, he's sitting in the stands with a ball in his hands.
Yeah.
Like he loves it. But when you bring in a player who doesn't fit your system at all, like again, DeMar DeRozan, it's not a knock on him. It's a knock on the team who brings you in that tries to wedge you into something that you're not. And so, yeah, is Davion a great on-ball defender? Yes. But when he's not on ball, he's a dude waiting for a bus. He's standing there like not paying attention. And he's gotten better at it, but he was so used to that. When he doesn't have the ball in his hands as an offensive player, he struggles. It's the same exact thing. He struggles. So you're always caught with this moment. Like, it's not that Davion's a bad guy. He found the right team for him. Like I kept saying, like, get him to the East Coast. When he went to Toronto, I'm like, that's the perfect team. Not only they're the team that had Kyle Lowry. That's a team that knew what they were looking for. But then he goes to Miami, and now we're seeing he's doing exactly what Kyle Lowry did. I don't know if he's going to average 20 a game.
I mean, and I do think it's a lot of it's just growth. I mean, point guards, especially smaller ones, they really need time. Yeah. And Bobby Jackson, great example. I mean, Bobby wasn't true point, but I mean, this was about his fourth stop.
Yeah, I was about to say about
with the Kings before he finally became Bobby Jackson. He was just a guy, really, and it looked like he was. His first 2 years looked like he'd be out of the league, but his hard work and competitive spirit kept him in it until he learned to really shoot the deep ball.
Yeah. Malik Monk, same thing. Yeah. Malik and Bobby really, their path mirror each other.
Yeah. Let me ask both of you guys: do you believe? We'll use Davion as an example. That a change of scenery has to happen, or for instance, like if the Kings would have just kept him and would have said it's going to take time, and we'll keep him here 4 or 5 years, would he eventually here in Sacramento became the player that he is in Miami, or does he need the change of scenery?
I've said it, and Jay knows I've said this for years. I think 90% of the players need to be traded. You know, very few are good enough where they're drafted or that they're good enough to have their careers there. You know, most it takes a while. And you know, once you're drafted and you don't hit immediately, then people start eyeballing you different and all that. So, but to answer your question, absolutely.
What do you think that is, Jerry? Like, why do you think it is the change of scenery?
I think expectations. I think when a player's drafted, so much is expected. And then only those who are special can show it right away.
Yeah.
You know, that can stick. And even some of those need traded. But I mean, it's very rare when a player is drafted is so good that he's going to stay where he is. I always remember Reggie Theus told me once he was, you know, a lottery pick with the Bulls and was terrific and all that. And he said, but once he was traded to Kansas City, he said, I knew it was different. They didn't look at me the same way. They didn't draft me. So I had to, you know,
fight a little bit more.
Yeah. And now all of a sudden you're back. You're back to, you're not the chosen one. You're the prove it one.
Right.
Well, that, and you're not the savior, because I think so many guys who get drafted high, I mean, like in the 90s, how many times did the Kings draft number 7?
Yeah.
I mean, like 4 or 5 times. Like
a lot.
Walt Williams, Lionel
even
Simmons.
In the 2000s, I think Ben McLemore, wasn't he 7?
7 or 8.
Stauskas was 8, right in that slot there, you know.
I was wrong about Stauskas. I thought he was going to be good. I'm a Michigan fan, so I watched Nick Stauskas for 2 years, and he was a dead eye shooter. I was like, yeah, he gonna be in the. I was dead wrong. I was dead wrong.
All confidence here. He lost all of his confidence. Like watching that's tough to see, and that's where I kind of go with the Davion thing. I don't think that you could have saved Davion here in Sacramento. He had to go elsewhere because again, the play style is one thing. He was just never going to fit. And that's tough, but I said this at the beginning of the year. He would have been better on this team. This team today, Davion could have played because that's his style of play they do.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I mean, well, I say I go back to the Kyle Lowry thing. He was good in Memphis as a rookie, but they decided he wasn't good enough. So that's why they moved him in order to took Mike Conley to get something they thought was better, which I'm not sure Mike was, but it
worked
fit
out
them better.
Yeah.
He goes to Houston. He was good. Nobody said he wasn't, but they were looking for something a little better. Moves to Toronto. Click.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, it's amazing how that happens.
And I mean, that's sometimes, but I mean, that's I think it is about fit. It's about growth. I think it applies in probably every job. In most people in the regular job force will look back when they're 22 or 3 out of college, the first job they had, and maybe some people, boy, that's where they'll be.
Yeah.
But most, it's like, no, I need some change.
You think that happens with the bigger stars? And I'm thinking right now, when you mention that, guys that are in limbo right now, your John Morants, your Trae Youngs, your LaMelo Balls, where like Davion I know he was a top 10 pick, but he wasn't.
Yeah, he's not like that. Yeah.
Do you think that those type of things happen with those guys that have such a high pedigree at the place they're at and then get traded? Like, you think they
I think they're at the stage of their career, where they need traded.
Zion, same thing. I feel the same.
They just have to be traded.
Yeah.
It looked like, I mean, in Trae Young's case, it looked like it was going to be a career thing for him, but now it doesn't.
Right.
Yeah. But I definitely think that. I think they need a change,
Yeah. Even De'Aaron.
Yeah.
Like, he got to a point where, hey, this is kind of run his course. And you would hope that they would have gotten better earlier, so then he could have got through that moment. But as soon as things got bad here, it was like, no, I've already been through this here.
Would you, and James, you let me know too, would you take a chance on any 3 of those guys? Ja, Trae, LaMelo? They all got the awards.
Not for the cost. I mean, I like LaMelo's age better, but I like what he's done less.
Right.
I just don't. I mean, I definitely think, James and I have talked about this. If, maybe it with Riley and Spoelstra or somebody like that,
if the structure was different,
real structured situation that you're going to grow up and come, like I told James about, I always said that Jason Williams told me when he left here, a lot of it was immaturity and, wasn't talent certainly, but immaturity. He said, Hubie Brown, he kind of gave me the come to Jesus basketball 101 talk. How's it going to be?
Yeah.
And it says, when I got to play for Pat Riley, I was ready.
Yeah.
And then of course played on a championship team.
Well, we need to
but I do think there's something those guys are at the stage where it's run its course.
If we get LaMelo here, then just have Jerry talk to him. That's what you need. You need Jerry to talk to him.
I just don't know this franchise is the one that can reach a player. I don't.
I'll leave that to you. Hey, you got a better chance, and I think it's no chance. But that's
LaMelo, my boy. I like LaMelo a lot, but even I'm worried about.
But the thing that bothers me, and I tried to like him, just the injuries, minor injuries, but just his unproductivity. 24 points, 22 shots. Bad assist to turnover ratio, and he's equally awful on defense. It's like with Trae Young, I think he's the safest of the 3.
That's the one I like
because he's going to make great decisions with the ball.
Yeah, he can lead the league in
shots.
assists.
He's not going to guard.
Yeah.
He's just this tall.
If you put him, if you put Trae Young with a Derek White or something, you could probably feel pretty good about it.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. The LaMelo thing, I'll tell you. There have been 2 players that stand out as the worst pre-draft interviews in the history of the 16 years I've covered the NBA. It was LaMelo and it was Michael Carter Williams.
Oh,
the 2 worst interviews that I've ever seen. LaMelo could not have cared less at all and just blew off every question. Yeah. That's all he would say. Yeah. Looking around. Like,
Mel a wild boy, man. That's a wild boy
but
there.
you take it serious. That's a job
Yeah,
interview.
absolutely.
Like every single stage during the pre-draft, every single moment that you're getting to, it's a job interview with the media, with the teams that you're talking to every single step of the way. Man, okay, we're late. We got to get out of here. D'Lo and Casey coming up next.
D'Lo and KC coming up next, baby.
Jared Reynolds, thanks for joining us.
Well,
Man,
thank
legend.
you guys. I really
Legend.
appreciate it. We didn't solve anything today. Maybe we'll have to solve it later, I guess.
That's right. World peace is next. Next
Yeah.
time that Jared comes in.
I think we'll challenge world peace might be the easier way to go.
That's right. It might be. All right. That's going to do it for this edition of the Insiders. D'Lo and Casey coming up next. Thanks, Jess Tapia, for taking care of us. Until tomorrow, drink milk and be mean to people. I think that's what I say.
Yeah, that's your bag.
All right. See you guys. Kyle says, drink water and be nice to people.
Always good to see you.
James,
Let me grab my stuff. We'll walk out. It looks like we have food outside if you're hungry.
They brought food today.
They did bring food for the caroling.
Oh,
well, I
you
want
do
you to
have-
give it your best now, 110%,
I'll
man.
work on it.
All right.
I'll work at they're gonna be telling me to shut up like they did Eddie Murphy Coming to America.
Oh yeah.
Shut the hell up.
You do, James.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
There we go. Miss Mac 10 said she wanted to hear Young Zell.
Well, she got it. That's all she gonna get right there. That's all she gonna get right there. Man, what a first of all, welcome in. It's Jay-Z Day here. Happy or welcome to the December 4th, Thursday, December 4th edition of D'Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Alongside EP.
What are you doing with him?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Jesse the Animal Tapia.
It's funny, man. Shout out to the sports animals. Out
How
there
was
doing their thing.
Christmas caroling?
But they didn't have to sing Christmas songs this morning.
Are you like me? Were you stand there and let everyone else sing, or were you participating?
I was participating in a way that the people at Sky River Casino could look at me and feel like, hey, that's our guy D-Lo. He's participating.
Right. That's why we sent you out there.
Shout out Sky River Casino. Obviously, the beautiful setup, the 3 trees, the whole staff was there, different departments. It was tremendous. All of our people were there. You get on the bus, and I was like, that was fun. It was good. It was good. And it was, just make sure, Katie's kind of leading the thing. Make sure she's in front. Just kind of Gavin's back. Kevin's thing, too.
Okay.
Put them right in the front. I'm next to them. And we get on, we get in. We're driving to the next place, which I think is your friends over at Audi.
Okay,
And
shout out my man Parrish. Big ups.
And, we saw the post from Sky River that said, hey, big thanks to our friends at the end for coming to visit us. And I thought, well, guess I'll just fade my happy ass into the background moving forward, which is exactly what I did.
Boy, Dame put all that work in, man. Smiled. That everything was great, man. I did this for you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks to the end.
Sky River of all places, like, yo, Sky River. Hey, shout out to the wake up call and Kev and all of that. Y'all are late.
Come on, man.
We've been with Sky River since those doors opened.
That's right.
But
That's
hey,
right.
big thanks to the end. All right, man.
Just a little humbling experience. We
A
all
little
need
bit
it from time
Look,
to time.
No, I get it.
Time to get back to work.
No, I get it. Like, I'm not the star of the relationship, right? Like, she is. And I get, like, she's the big, especially with this, like, she's leading and it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the whole thing.
Yeah.
But goddamn, that was Sky River Casino.
Oh, man. Come on, man.
All right, it's cool.
Someone's got to be Marty Jannetty.
And then, brother, that is me.
Yeah, sorry.
That is me. The only difference is I don't think she's going to throw me through a barbershop window.
Well, I hope not. I hope you don't try to run. I hope you don't run away out of the barbershop window.
Yeah.
And what did he say? I always forget that line.
Marty Jannetty tried to escape. He tried to jump through the
Just
barbershop
leaning
window.
halfway through the window.
Yeah. Yeah. So that other than that, man, it was fun. We went and saw our people over at Elk Grove Kia.
There we go.
Those EV9s again, boy. Those are just calling.
They gonna
Goodness.
see you again? They gonna see you again?
We're going this weekend. Yeah, we're going this weekend. I don't know if anything's gonna happen, but they're expecting us this weekend.
Okay.
That's a beautiful car, man. So yeah, we hit Elk Grove. One quick stop in Rancho, and now we're here.
I thought I might join you guys since I heard Elk Grove was in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
but I was putting up inflatable Santas this morning.
Okay.
That's just the end of the story.
Did you play Christmas music while you were doing it? Like, did you get into the festive spirit?
No, I didn't
Like,
even
what's going on
talk.
here?
Poor Cheryl in Elk Grove. I didn't even talk because she's got so much stuff.
Wait, were the Santas at your house or hers?
No, they're at her house.
Ah,
She has so much stuff,
See.
like so much Christmas stuff. It's overwhelming. And much like when something happens and I'm in the bed, like sleep, my trauma response is to go to sleep. My trauma response in that situation is to just not say anything.
Understood.
Just not say anything and do what needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
So bless her heart. She's got so much.
Do you have a holly jolly spirit?
No.
Your dry delivery can really piss people off.
Wow, who have I pissed off lately?
I'm just saying, the way in which you deliver these questions can be so infuriating, especially if someone's having a bad day. Like, you walk in,
Hey, you know what?
clearly I've been singing Christmas carols for the last 3 hours. The bus was 45 minutes late getting back to the station.
Oh my God.
Missing the rundown or missing the handoff. That was just precautionary.
Yeah.
We were supposed to be back in time for the handoff. And then Jesse comes in. So how was Christmas caroling? Like, how Christmas caroling was. But I'll tell you this before we dive into that.
Why?
Well, there's some interesting things in last night's game.
There
And
are.
I think
Maxime the Dream.
I was gonna say I think there might be some Kings fans really happy with the way that the game went last night.
Absolutely.
The best part of the morning by far was we get back on the bus and just kind of sitting and talking, and our man John Ledesma, who works in the building, is sitting down the way a little bit from me. He goes, "Hey, D'Lo," and he hands me his phone. Says Dusty wants to talk to you.
Oh, let's go.
I'm like, okay. I said, hey, there's only one Dusty.
Yeah.
Like, hey, what's up, Dusty? He was like, hey, man, I just wanted to thank you guys for everything you did last night. That was amazing. Like, what let me know what you need from me. Like, tell me what more you need from me, and I'll be there for you guys. I was like, Dusty, you do more than enough for us. Like,
yeah.
I'm thrilled the event worked. Shout out to everybody who came through. Shout out to Abe, who I didn't know this, but was telling everybody during his show, "Hey, go out to the Nugget in Granite Bay." And there were so many people there. We got an email that they sold 13 cases of Baker family wine last night. There were people getting 4, 5, 6 bottles at a time to get them autographed. Shout out to everybody who took us up on the idea of the gift and realized, that this is a tremendous idea. And I sat by Dusty there for a few minutes and heard story. This is for my brother. This is for my husband. Shout out to Robin, who just loves her Sacramento Kings. Yeah. Couldn't stop talking about them. That spent some time talking to Greg Miller. Greg Miller's brother, Scott Miller. He was a national baseball writer who passed away a couple of months ago because of cancer. He was telling me about his brother and the book that he wrote about managers and baseball and analytics and all of that. So all of this happened in a 2-hour time frame in which Dusty stayed extra innings last night to make sure that everybody who was there got their bottles signed, and they had to stop people. Hey, we had to cut the line off, right? Because people kept coming in to see Dusty. And to get a call, I handed the phone back to Ledesma, and I looked at Katie. I was like, that had to be one of the coolest moments that I can remember. Dusty Baker calls to say thank you for what you and your partner did at our event last night. Yeah. And I thought, man, that was the moment of the morning for sure.
There we go. You can't have a bad day now.
Nah.
You can't have a bad day when that happens. Shout out Dusty Baker, man. Shout out Nugget Market, big ups to them.
Yeah.
Shout out everybody that pulled up. Like you said,
great event, really great event.
They had people coming to Dusty's table, 5, 6 months.
They did.
He signed anyone.
He signed every one of them. This is a shoot. I watched this young lady because they had the bottles on the walls, of course, just in the normal spots. But they also, and shout out to them, this was very, very smart. They loaded shopping carts with Baker family wine. And I watched this young lady pull 8 bottles out, take them to the register that was right in front of that aisle, checked out, walked back, got in line, and got all 8 of those bottles signed for different people. And shout out to Dusty because he signed every single one of them. Yeah. Hey, who's this one to? Who's this one to? Are they a Dodger fan? Are they Giants? Tell me, give me a little backstory on this person. He did that for every single person that was in line. And to get that email, which was the first thing I got with how much they sold last night, and to get that call from Dusty, man, spectacular.
That's fantastic.
And then I walk in and there's Jerry Reynolds. What world what world am I living in right now?
Man. Goats all over the place. Hey, did you go down that one aisle at Nugget, the Luka and Austin Reeves aisle?
The Exciting Whites. Yeah. Yeah, I went down the Exciting Whites aisle. I mean, I live with the Exciting Whites now. It is what it is. Yeah, man.
Today's show title.
Shout out to our man Bill. Bill was and Bill has only been here a year, but that brother knows me. Bill said, "Hey, man, before you leave, you need to go over to the bakery."
Oh, did you handled it?
I did. He said, "You need to go over to the bakery and you need to get a cookie." I said, "Bill, say less." And so I went over there. I got those cookies, and Lord, that man did not lead us astray. He compared them to a cookie that you and I really like.
Yeah,
it's better. He was right. He said it was better. And he was right. It's better.
Let's go.
So if y'all at that Nugget in Granite Bay, head down that exciting whites aisle, do what you need to do there. Grab you some Baker family wine, head over to the bakery, and grab one of those cookies that they got, and they give them to you. They warm.
I like
Yeah,
that.
they warm.
I like that.
That's a good look. That's a good look. And then this is where the evening started to unfold a little bit, because I'm following the game obviously on the phone. We're following the game on the phone, and it's kind of following the score, not the action as much. Get to the car, pull the game up, and now I'm listening to it, on the way home. Get into the garage. Kings, it's the third quarter. Kings are up by 1. Get in. Katie, dog. Baby, I'm going to change clothes real quick. Come right back down. She's like, okay, I'll put the game on for you. I got back down. It couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. And they were down 13.
Yeah, it was like 3 minutes, bro.
And I'm looking at the TV and I'm trying to figure out, is the game behind and they came back? And so I'm grabbing the remote and I'm messing with the remote. I'm like, it was a 14-point swing from the time I went upstairs and came back downstairs.
That's tough, man. That's
like,
tough.
all
That
right.
third quarter got
I was
away
like,
quick.
I'm sorry. I have to see what the hell just happened. And then watch that. I think it was 30-8 run.
You know what's frustrating about that run too is there wasn't a lot, if any, 3-pointers made. They were just getting to the
That's
cup.
Houston.
Yeah, they were just getting to the cup, getting to the line, layups, maybe mid-range.
8 offensive rebounds. If that was your first time watching four quarters of the Houston Rockets, that's what they do. We were talking with I think it was Eddie a couple of weeks ago. The Rockets shoot the 3 at a high clip. They just don't shoot the 3.
Right.
They beat you in the mid, whether it's Sengun, KD, it doesn't matter. They beat you in the mid-range and they beat you at the basket. And 8 offensive rebounds later, all in that third quarter, the game was over.
Done.
I mean, it was just like, God, there's just nothing to watch with this anymore. It really became, and shout out to Maxime Rumino, that terrific first half. It really became, okay, how can he continue to be good while the rest of the team is very clearly bad?
Right.
And then there's your bright spot, right? It's Maxime Rumino. That was the bright spot of the game.
He was seeing him make shots was a relief. I don't want to say a relief, but like it's just that's the one thing that I expected him to be able to do from the rip in the NBA. And in particularly talking about being able to hit the jump shot. And he had a couple threes last night, and I was happy with seeing his performance last night and seeing him put the ball in the basket, because that's something that I thought day one he'd be able to do in this league. He's going to get a little stronger, so he'll be able to be more physical, hopefully in the years to come. I don't know if the footwork will change or not, but I'm willing to give him time with that because he is a young guy trying to adjust to the league. But the frustration that I had early on was just that the offense looked off, and not being able to hit that jump shot at an accurate clip was always something that has worried me. But to see it last night was good, was a good sign. And
it feels like
I hope he builds off the last 3 or 4 games he's been able to have.
Well, everyone seemed to really enjoy Del Christie's post-game remarks because it sounds like Max might have a real chance to continue to grow, and that could include the starting lineup. Now, that's I'm assuming for now that's a Drew Eubanks situation. Doesn't have to be. Now you could put. I mean, I don't know. There's I want to focus on Max right now, but there's obviously some other components to this game. Max starting doesn't have to be for Drew Eubanks. There's a way you can rework this lineup a little bit, and we'll get to that. But it might be a little easier, to connect dots and say Drew Eubanks played less than 10 minutes last night, clearly he's thinking about a change at the 5. You want to get Maxime Reynolds some more minutes. But ultimately, at some point, unless the trade market goes really, really well, Domantas Sabonis is going to be back with the Sacramento Kings. So, what do you do from that standpoint? Also, how does the game change if Maxime Reynolds becomes a starter? I think there were a lot of people, just because I spent a lot of time on Twitter on the bus rides around Elk Grove this morning, and saw there were a lot of sarcastic remarks, Kyle Madsen being one of them, about, oh, look, you play a young player consistently and they get better. I think DeMar DeRozan said something along those lines, like that's how you get better, is being in these competitive moments. The game changes a little bit when you start versus when you come off the bench, and saying, hey, he might have earned himself a starting spot. That's another adjustment that Max is going to have to make. Like, that, it's a different world now when you're when you're in the starting lineup and you're, in most cases, going against the other teams. You're going against the other team's 5 best players, but you've got to throw them into that fire. And that was the argument. I guess the argument from a lot of Kings fans last night is this is how these young players get better, is you play them and you just deal with ultimately what happens. The game didn't get away because Maxime Reynolds was playing last night. The game got away for a variety of different reasons. And some of you might want to be careful when you look to see who was on the floor when that game truly, truly got out of hand. But hey, let them stay out there and play. Like, that's what games will look like. And there's probably going to be a lot of people perfectly okay with that. And if you're in the, play these young guys camp, that's what games might look like. It's frustrating because they were really competitive in the first half. And it's not, it wasn't the young guys' fault that the game kind of went away, but that second part of that third quarter, brutal.
It was all bad.
This is brutal.
All bad.
And Doug was trying. When you look at the substitutions from, I think it started at like the 7-ish minute mark. When you start looking at the substitutions at the 5-minute mark, at the 2, he is trying to throw Band-Aids on this gunshot wound that his team is experiencing, and you'll be stunned to find out it didn't work.
Yeah, when you talk about Max specifically, start him, in this situation, see what he's got, see, even if you have Drew Eubanks, who has been better than maybe I thought he was going to be coming into the season. I mean, that's not part of your future.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So you don't necessarily, with all those other veterans that are in the rotation and in the starting lineup, you don't need to have Drew Eubanks there as well. Start Maxime Reynolds and see what that looks like for him while Domantas Sabonis is out. I saw something from Chris Biederman yesterday that said Sabonis will be reevaluated or evaluated in a week or two, 1 to 2 weeks. So, it may not even be that long of a spell with him being, the starting center or anything else like that. So take a look at it for 4, 5, 6 games or something like that. One of the things I've always said, I don't have a problem being late to the party. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to know what I'm seeing, right? And I want to.
What do you mean? I mean, I know what you mean.
Yeah, with predictions, with players, all this other stuff. Like, if I see something early, I'll say it. Like, oh no, I see it. He's got it, or something like that. But if I'm not sure with what I'm seeing, I don't need to make a proclamation one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? Max, who I was very high on in the summer, looking at his game. I'm not sure what we have in Maxime right now, and more time on the court will, help give that answer. But during the game last night, it isn't even before the game. During the game, I was trying to figure out what past Kings player does not only his game kind of remind me of, but his situation with the fans and everybody. What does it remind me of? Now, who I landed on was Skal Labissière. His game, there's a finesse style to his game. Maxine's a little taller than him, maybe 2 or 3 inches taller. But there's a finesse style to his game. Very, very gifted offensively. Defensively left a little something to be desired. Scal was a better rim protector than Max was. But both, I had frustrations with for their size, their rebounding. Scal had some high point total games here and there as well. But eventually he just didn't show himself to be a consistent NBA guy. I think Max is better than Scal. I think he's more skilled than Scal. But that was the guy that kind of reminded me of. And I want to make sure that he's not Scal. Like, so I want to see him string together.
Meaning not an NBA guy. Not
a fringe NBA guy, something like that. I want to make sure that he's that guy. So I loved his game last night. I love seeing what I saw from him last night.
Yeah.
But I need to see more from Max on a consistent basis, and hopefully he gets that opportunity to prove.
It feels like shot making should translate, whether it's summer league, starting lineup, reserve, California Classic. If you can shoot, you can shoot. Now, the way you're defended prior to that shot might be different. You might have to work harder to get open for that shot, but shot making is shot making. And that was, it feels like the number one thing that stood out when Summer League began. It's like, oh, this young man can shoot. He can score. He can shoot from a variety of different places. He can score from everywhere on the floor. And while scoring from everywhere on the floor is going to be more difficult with an NBA defense, shooting should be universal. Mm-hmm. And last night was the first time where it's like, oh, yeah, he's getting them shots up. Now they're dropping. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. That's what I wanted to see. Now, if Doug's thought process last night proves to be true come Saturday when they're in Miami, yeah, I'm with you. Let's see what the next handful of games look like with Maxime Reynolds potentially running bigger minutes than he has at any point in his NBA career. Yeah. And this is kind of, this is what you and I discussed earlier this week when it was, you can want to see the young guy. It doesn't mean the big hockey substitution. It just means, let's see one. I use Nick as the example. Max might have earned the spot. Doug might feel, hey, Max might be a better, given the positions that we're down with, and if I'm contemplating anything else, I can be versatile with Keegan. Let me work Max in now, and that might make more sense than trying to work Nick in. I'm good with it. I'm completely fine with it. Our thing is always, as long as you're good with what happened last night, that could be the state of the Sacramento Kings season now as they sit at 5-17.
And I know with Max, for me personally, the things that I want to see him improve on, I don't feel like I'm going to see that this year. And I don't mean that as a knock, but like,
well, I need him okay.
I'm okay with, I'm at peace with that. Like, I want to see him get stronger. I want to see him get more physical. That's going to take maybe a summer. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So because I'm not going to judge him too harshly on those things, because I think that'll come with time. The things that I think he can do right now, I want to see him be steady with. And that's him on the offensive end of the floor. Like, I want to see him knock down that shot consistently. I want to see him show that touch around the rim on a consistent basis, because I think those are things he can do immediately in the NBA.
Let's come back. We talked a lot of, again, depending on, where you're at, I don't know that this season can be evaluated on wins and losses anymore. Mm-hmm. The Kings season is lost. Like, it is just lost. And you have to find ways, you have to find things as a Kings fan to grasp onto, so you can find good within what feels like a bad game. And there was bad last night, a lot of it. And we're going to talk about that too. We ain't going to shy away from nothing because this basketball team is bad.
We got to talk about it now. Others got to talk about it too.
That's right. Yeah.
Others got to talk about it. Don't get quiet about it now.
Everybody got to speak up. So we're going to do that. Plus, well, the situation in Milwaukee got a little bit stranger last night. We'll talk about that as well. We're thrilled that you're here with us. We're just getting started. There's 3 hours ahead of us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Derek, I don't think Scal's a low blow compared. Well, it depends on how you feel about Scal. I thought he was a talented player. Just didn't work out for him in the league, but maybe you think he's really, really bad. Scal's been playing professional
Scal's
basketball
not
the entire.
bad. Yeah,
Oh.
like Scal is. All right, maybe Derek J doesn't remember who Scal is. Like, from what you explain, like Scal is the perfect comp. From the way you explain it, he's the perfect comp.
Yeah.
He's been on the fringe of the NBA or in the NBA
For what,
his
10
entire
years now?
career.
10, 11 years or something like that.
God, has it been that long?
I
It
think
can't
it
be
was-
11. It's got to be
I
9
think
or
he
10.
got
Because
drafted
Scal
in
was drafted when I was
16.
here. Yeah,
I
it
was
might be
looking this
right.
up earlier.
Yeah, it
I
might
think
be
it was
right.
16, 17 season. Yeah. So 9, 10
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
Did you catch today's episode, Casey, of the Bill Simmons pod? Someone's asking because Max Kellerman was on there.
That was I think 2 days ago. That's
Oh,
what
was
I
it?
Yeah.
I heard Max Kellerman was
I haven't
talking about
finished it.
LeBron going to the Knicks.
They
And they-
were throwing around trade ideas for Giannis.
Oh, for Giannis?
And Giannis to the Knicks came up, and either Max, it was like, well, why shouldn't LeBron should be the
Well,
target?
yeah, because I saw a tweet this morning. It's like Max is working with Rich Paul or something on a podcast.
I mean, he is. They're gonna have a podcast on the Ringer.
Like, yeah, Max was adamant on the podcast that LeBron had to go to New York.
Well, no, I mean, all right. See, that's secondhand information. It wasn't that deep.
That's why I'm asking you this from the guy who listens.
It wasn't that deep. He did bring it up, and that seemed like a good idea. That seemed like a good idea for both parties. I think OG was going back to the Lakers. Be a good look. LeBron to New York. What's he sticking around in LA for? They don't even appreciate it. It's a good look. Steven, I think you're dead wrong. Like, I think you're just dead wrong. Oh, yeah, nothing else to say about that. You're just wrong. Because that's actually not even my nature. Oh, you got a guy? All right. See you securing the Carter.
Oh, look at Schefter's war against Lamar Jackson continues. Fucking weirdo. All right, we'll get back to the Kings here in just a couple of minutes. A lot more to talk about as it pertains to that game last night. Certainly the positives in that game were the first half and then the performance of Maxime Reynaud. But we were at the Nugget in Granite Bay yesterday with Dusty Baker as he was signing bottle after bottle after bottle of Baker Family Wines. And KC looks at his phone and goes, yo, and shows me the video of Giannis going down seconds before Kenny had shown me that video. I saw the Shams Charania alert pop up that Cavs say it was something like Cavs say Giannis is out with a calf strain, right calf strain or something like that. Mm-hmm. And then to see the video was a little bit like giving the news cycle that we had.
Right.
It was very, very odd to see. And the fact that they had called it a calf strain, and I think everyone is very aware of this by now. You can do an Achilles test. The Achilles test can be wrong. But 9 times out of 10, it's not.
Right.
Like they literally check, put your foot on the chair. No, it's still intact. You're okay. We're gonna run the MRI. We're gonna make sure everything around it. We're gonna do all of that. But more times than not, it's fine. There is a time, and it happened recently. I can't remember where it was wrong. They thought, no, I think we avoided major injury, and you didn't. Was it the 49ers? Because I feel like it was someone with the 49ers, but I can't remember.
Well, you know what? You're right. It was the 49ers, and it wasn't the Achilles. I think it was
ACL.
Yeah, I think it was either Bosa or Michael Williams ACL. I think it was Michael Williams ACL.
Okay.
And Shanahan
because there's an ACL test too. It's very it's very very different.
Yeah.
But
it might have been Bosa. They thought they.
So that's
they
the
thought
one.
it wasn't.
That's the one I think it was. I think it
Yeah.
was Nick Bosa.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then test revealed that he did tear his
Well,
ACL.
the real test did take place this morning, and it is, in fact, just a right. He does not have an Achilles injury. He, being Giannis Antetokounmpo, does not have an Achilles injury. It is a calf strain, and he's out. I think they said 2 to 3 weeks, which just makes this whole thing with Giannis Antetokounmpo stranger.
Mm.
And I know that when you kind of turn the phone back, you're like, man, this is Giannis's last game as a Milwaukee Buck. And that was what, 3 minutes into the game?
Yeah.
4 minutes into the game?
Yeah, early. Jeez. I'll ask you. I won't assume. Do you think he played his last game as a Milwaukee Buck?
2 to 3 weeks. No. I don't think he has.
I don't
Sure would be an opportune time, though, to get things done because he's off the floor.
Mm-hmm.
He's out of sight of your fan. I'm talking specifically home games, your fan
Right.
base. He's out of sight. He's off the floor. If you're going to do this, and it seems it's in your best interest to do this,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, this is the time to do it. Do it now. No one wants a player to get hurt. No one wants a player to be out. You certainly don't want a player the likes of Giannis Antetokounmpo to be hurt or be out. But if you can get them off of your home court and away from your fan base and orchestrate what's going to be a very, very difficult trade, yeah, this might be the time to do it. And you'll have time, 2 to 3 weeks. Let's reevaluate it 2 weeks on the high. That's December 18th. You can get the framework in place for the December 15th day today.
Yeah.
You can get the framework for all of that stuff in place now.
Do you think that you can get more from Giannis now, or for Giannis, now or in the summer? Because I think that plays into when
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I'd move on from him now. Like during the season.
Oh, I would too.
Yeah.
I would too. I might have misunderstood what you were asking me. I think you should.
Mhm.
I don't think you'll get more or less in either instance.
Yeah.
I think the deal that you get for Giannis Antetokounmpo today is the deal you get for Giannis Antetokounmpo in July.
Mhm.
Sometimes I feel the deals during the season with the right front office can be richer because you have emotions. You have emotions of a crumbling season. You have emotions of a frustrated fan base, and you have deadlines. You have deadlines to work against.
Yeah.
And I wonder if I don't know that teams are going to make a panicked deal, but you might have more teams be interested. And again, we talked about this yesterday. That might not matter. The amount of teams interested in Giannis Antetokounmpo, it might not matter. It might boil down to Giannis likes San Antonio, New York, and Team A. Okay, great. Team A, New York, and San Antonio are all interested. So the Kings and the Clippers and the Hawks and the Warriors, none of you matter. I'm working with these three teams because we're going to do right by Giannis, and we have three teams with a lot of assets who can make, and they're working against each other. Yeah. So we're in a great spot. We don't need to open this up for anybody else. We know the Kings have nothing to offer. We know the Clippers have nothing to offer. Atlanta, it's cute, but it's not worth it for either of us. So we're going to leave that alone. Right. We're just going to work with these three teams. And that could wind up being the case today and in July, and so it wouldn't really matter.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think he played his last game as a Buck. I don't think so, but I do think the smoke is real this year, this time with trades and stuff. Like I think it happens. I think it happens before the start of next season. I'll put it to you like that. And it just depends on when they feel like they want to pull the trigger or make it happen. But I think we're seeing the last days of Giannis in Milwaukee.
You think so? It's probably the end. I mean, we'll go the beginning of 2026. Do you think he's played his last game?
I don't. At that point,
Yeah. Do you think he's played his last game for the Milwaukee Bucks?
No, not right now. I
The
think
beginning of July is. I mean, you go maybe if we went with a cautious timeline, the beginning of January he can be back.
I think he'll play again.
So do I. Yeah, so do I.
I think he'll play.
I think the deal is complicated. Well, Mister, well, go ahead, Mister. Ladies and gentlemen, I turn the microphone over to our Sac State correspondent. He is Mr. Hornet. Do you want to? You want to read this tweet from Sean Cunningham?
Something that I knew was a possibility became an actuality. As Sean Cunningham tweets, breaking, multiple sources tell me that head football coach Brendan Marion has informed his staff that he is leaving Sac State to join the University of Colorado. Sac State went 7-5 in their only season under Coach Marion.
Mr. Hornet, your thoughts?
I knew it was a possibility. What this says to me, and just me speculating, just reading the tea leaves, is
we don't know if Giannis has played his last game for the Bucks, but we know that Brendan Marion has coached his last game for Sac State.
It's facts. What that says to me is my guy Dr. Luke Wood and everybody over there, Mark Orr, they got some work to do, and I don't feel like the FBS thing is looking good right now. They were in talks with some conferences, but a fact that Coach Marion is moving on.
So I'm going to ask a difficult question, and I'm not going to force you to answer it, and I'm going to answer the same thing. In fact, I'll answer it first, so you don't have to. The question, and I have a great deal of respect for this brother, but we have a job to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to ask the question, is Dr. Luke Wood, is his mouth writing checks that they can't actually cash? Mm-hmm. And again, I'm not going to force you to answer first. I will, because I've been feeling like the answer might be yes for a while now. Mm-hmm. And I have not been able to make heads or tails of any Sac State story that has come out in recent months.
Right.
Not the stadium, not Cal Expo, not the FBS, like none of this. I can't figure it out. I was sitting at Thanksgiving and I saw something, and I think it was on Instagram, popped up, where I assume it was the Freedom. I don't know how. It's a public university that Yachty's appearance fee hit the internet, and I thought, oh, this is bad. This is not good. There's nothing about that fee being public, being good for Dr. Wood or that university. My answer is yes. I think Dr. Wood is talking in a way that the university can't handle.
You said it a while back, and you're right about this. Like, you gotta give us something. You gotta give us something at some point. You know, all the things that have been said and promised athletics wise, like, you got to give us something. Did give us the pavilion, got that done. But as far as FBS, as far as finding a conference, as far as stadium on campus, Cal Expo, at some point you got to give us something.
Yeah.
And now Coach Marion is gone.
Yeah. That was very bad work on my part. The fee was $100,000.
For Yachty.
For Yachty. Yeah. I kind of led into that and didn't say the number for those that didn't see it. The fee for Lil Yachty to perform. And that was, of all of the performance, that was the most ill-fated performance. That one went about 10 minutes.
Right.
And so, yes, it was $100,000 for 10 minutes. Brendan Marion is out. We're going to get back to Giannis, because I had the opportunity to read ESPN's trade proposal article regarding Giannis.
Mhm.
And I thought it was interesting for a variety of reasons, including, I don't know, the one that got my attention the most was the Warriors. And I want to ask you specifically about that one. So we'll get to that at some point today. I do want to get back to the Kings. We talked about some good things that happened with the Sacramento Kings last night, but there were far, far, far more bad outside just the obvious one. So we'll talk about that when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Good catch, Jesse.
Yes, sir.
Oh man.
Stinger's flaccid. That's not okay. Is that Roddy? I can't tell anymore. Oh, it is because he's got the moderator. So that's Roddy. Okay.
Yeah, for I'm sure this ain't a coincidence either.
Oh man. Come on. Brandon.
Oh man.
The 50 Cent Diddy documentary is overtaking Stranger Things.
I actually
Yeah, it was
watched
number one.
Really?
Yeah.
I watched
Wow.
I watched the first episode last night.
Any thoughts?
It's good. I've read a couple of books on Sean Combs. So a lot of that early stuff I had heard about. It's interesting so far. I don't have any. I'm watching it from the perspective of, is this fair? Again, I'm only an episode in. I know there's 4 of them, so it's completely fair to me. So far, it's completely fair.
I heard it gets worse.
I'm sure it does.
I heard it gets worse.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it shouldn't surprise me that it's at the top of the streaming list. Like, it seems everyone is talking about it. I'm getting push notifications for Hollywood Reporter articles. People, like, everyone is talking, writing, discussing this doc and some of the grosser claims in it.
I didn't think I was gonna watch it because I wasn't really that interested. But the other night, after I watched way too much basketball, I was like, let me watch something non-sports, and just went towards that.
That's how I felt after the Kings game. And you know what it was is when we looked at the schedule. I remember the Kings game ended and it was like, it's like 7:00, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I'm good. Like, there's nothing to watch.
Yeah.
So Jesse, I did during a commercial break, though. We didn't talk about that. I did watch excellent. What is it? Thoughts of Excellence. Excellence of Execution.
He was in his bag.
Whatever that stupid ass segment.
He was in his bag.
Jesse, I watched the Last Dance outtakes that NBC is airing.
Oh yeah.
He was in his bag.
And,
Mike said we're gonna do one interview for an hour, and you can use that all season.
And you're going to pay me a lot for it.
Hey man, he was in his bag too. He's talking that real. GOAT talk. That's what that was.
LeBron would have did an interview every weekend.
No. Tell me what he said.
He was talking about. I was trying to, because I saw them all jumbled up together. This
sounds like you explaining Office episodes. Do you hear yourself?
Bro? You every week, then every time there's an interview, it's like a quote. Oh yeah, Michael Jordan. I love the game, and I'd never cheat the game, or some iteration of that.
He was talking about for the love of the game, and he's just said he wished that that's what always comes first with some of the players nowadays, because that's always what came first with him. The brand was the brand, but he knew the brand didn't work unless it was basketball first. Made perfect sense. And to be fair to Michael Jordan,
I believe
Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
I believe for the first time he actually referenced a current basketball player. Do I have that right? Did he? I think he referenced Ant-Man.
He did, yeah, because they asked
which
him,
is amazing.
They asked him to talk to Ant-Man.
He actually referenced a current professional basketball player.
See, he is real. It is 2025. Well, maybe it wasn't 2025, but
we have no idea when this interview was filmed.
We don't. Ant's been in the league 5 years. Maybe this was done 3 years ago.
Yeah, this kid Anthony Edwards is really going to light up the league in a few years.
But he did say, in very fair of Mike, very goat-like of Mike, he said, I'd like to believe that I would have handled everything the same way if I was in the social media era, but I don't know. They've got things to deal with that I didn't have to deal with.
Yeah,
man,
Mike.
true
See,
leader,
if
man.
Mike
That's a
Tirico,
true leader, man.
If Mike Tirico had just an ounce of nuts, he would have looked at him and said, Mike, do you think you could have gotten away with these trips to Atlantic City? Do you think you could have pulled that off?
Well, Mike would have said, gotten away? What, somebody gonna stop me? Recognized as more that I'd sneak away to Atlantic. No, I went to Atlantic City and I dropped 38 the next night. Somebody say something. That's what he would have said.
I guarantee you it wouldn't have been.
I went to Vegas in the middle of the finals, got hungover and dropped 35. Stop playing with me. Because Mike said the game was always first. It was always the game.
Mike, why won't you speak to me about the Wizards?
Who?
Okay. Anyways, the excellence of execution segments with Michael Jordan return. What is it called again? It's something like that.
You keep saying it. I keep thinking Bret Hart.
It's something excellence. It's stupid.
Visions of excellence.
The Raiders are
visions of excellence.
I don't know.
The Raiders are a commitment to excellence, right?
Well,
Bret Hart is the excellence of
execution.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is Jordan's?
Go. That's what he is. Go.
The second best player to ever live.
Stop playing.
Second best player to ever live.
Yeah, I was Simmons and Kellerman. It's actually
insights to excellence.
Thank you.
Insights. It's not even
insights to excellence.
he's not even saying anything.
Bret Hart's is better.
The disrespect.
Hey,
the disrespect to the GOAT.
We've kind of made a U-turn on Bret
Who's
Hart.
better, Bret Hart or Michael
Jordan?
Jordan?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
The Kellerman Simmons podcast, which is actually really good. Like I haven't finished it, but that was a really good discussion.
It sounds interesting.
They were having this conversation about like just kind of distinguishing between the great players of all time. And he said something that, what was he? He said something to the effect of like, no, this is the greatest scorer of all time. I think they were talking about Jokic. And they were like, he might be the most skilled person of all time or whatever. And they're like, well, more skilled than Michael Jordan? So, well, no. Michael Jordan's the best player of all time. All right. Like, what are we talking about? No, Jokic ain't, none of these guys are better than Michael Jordan if he's the best player of all time. Yeah, best passer, like singular skill, like, okay, fine. But like, no. This
what
guy
were they trying to say?
They were trying to talk about how good Jokic is.
And they said skilled?
They said he might end up, not today, but he might end up being the best we've ever seen.
Because skilled is so that now you're trying to get cute with words because you don't want to put him in Jordan's category. So you try to get cute with words, and it's like, okay, the answer, that's probably Kyrie Irving.
That's a good point.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, so we're gonna isolate skill sets. Then we're talking about Kyrie. What are you trying to say about Jokic? Just say what you mean. He's the greatest white player to ever live, and that conversation is over. Sorry, Larry, it's done. And then you kind of move from there. Like, you don't have to preface it. He's one of the greatest players we've ever seen.
100%.
He can do so much. And he just does it effortlessly. That's what's so weird about him.
Max also had another distinction that, once again, it's all they're just talking. Like, it's all good nature, good fun. But you know, you go too far into the vortex sometimes. But I thought this was pretty interesting. He said, if you have nothing around you as a team, like if you have nothing, the guy that you would want is LeBron James. He will make nothing and take it to the mountaintop.
Mhm.
If you have something around you, it's Michael, because he will take something and reach heights nobody else can.
Mhm.
And I thought the way he put, I understand what he's saying. Like
Okay.
if you got Mo Williams and stuff like that, like, yeah, get LeBron because he's a good little passer.
Mhm.
He's gonna get everybody involved, and he can take them to the finals.
Michael will punch Mo Williams in practice.
But if you got one, like if they both have an all-star, Michael will take you to higher heights. Michael, you will not lose with
Sure.
if they both had
I get
Scotty.
it. Yeah, I get it.
Like, and he put Kobe in that category too.
Yeah,
I
Like,
think he's right
Kobe's
about
always he's always the hold on player
Hmm.
part of the conversation.
Mhm.
There could be an argument Kobe's the most important player of all time. Like the amount of, maybe not of all time. I don't know how to categorize it. Kobe might be
He
the
might be
most important
second
player
most.
of this generation.
Yeah, that's fair to say. Because Mike is the one.
Yeah,
Mike
like
is the most
like-
important.
like Mike influenced Kobe and LeBron, but it feels Kobe more so than LeBron is
Mhm.
influencing today's generation.
Mm-hmm.
And then I know you get into the Steph Currys and like Steph might very well be the one who's taking the next. He might take that category with this current generation and in the next, like 10 years worth of basketball play. That might be the Steph Curry generation. And it could very realistically be Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Steph Curry, and LeBron is not in that conversation.
Yeah.
LeBron was such I genuinely believe LeBron was such a freakish one-of-one athlete that no one ever mimicked their game after him.
Right.
Because
How
you're
could
not
you?
6'8", you're not 260 or 270 or whatever he is. You can't do any of that.
Yeah.
Like literally none of it. But I can be graceful. I could be smooth. Or I can be the ball handler that Kyrie, or I could shoot like Steph. LeBron is just like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Yeah. And LeBron,
It's almost like Shaq. You
Right.
can't be Shaq.
right.
You can't be LeBron James.
And LeBron, outside of kind of the passing and dunking, he didn't. I don't want to say there was nothing to mimic, but there was no. His game wasn't really finesse. Like finesse, it's something.
Who's
LeBron.
Oh yeah,
It was just more, like you
Well,
said, Shaq. It was just more.
it was brute
power.
strength. Yeah.
Yeah, and just like unbelievable athleticism.
LeBron getting downhill was unfair.
Mhm.
It was like y'all just move.
Right,
You're gonna hurt yourself.
right.
Get out of the way.
And Benny 916 in the chat says Kobe is overrated. That's a take. That is a take.
Hey,
There-
good for Benny.
there was
ride that one at the Christmas table. 'Cause that's tough.
I'll never forget this. And I wanted to be like, man, y'all going way too far now, way too far. There was a tweet that somebody made a couple years back. And like I said, I wanted to be like, y'all doing too much. I disagree. And I had to think about it. And I was like, you might be right. And we talked about it on here, and it said Kobe from like 04 to 08 or something like that, just 09, pick a year around there, might have been the most complete basketball player to ever play the game.
Mm-hmm.
He was like 99 at everything.
Mm-hmm.
He could shoot mid-range. He could shoot from three. He could defend. He could handle. He could pass. Like there was nothing. He was unbelievably athletic. There's never been a time in the game where someone was that skilled at all phases.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here to say he's the best ever, but just like there's been nobody like that Kobe,
Mm-hmm.
that 04 to 08 Kobe. Because as much as I think LeBron is, or excuse me, Mike is the GOAT, He couldn't shoot threes like Kobe,
Mhm.
off the bounce, all this other stuff. Like that wasn't in his
And the
game.
game didn't exist like that for
Right.
him.
Right.
I wonder how much of, you talk about games being mimicked, and Jordan. Jordan is he looks like a professional athlete, right? He's 6'6", like Kobe looks like a professional athlete, but there's something, especially on a television screen, there's something normal about them.
Mhm.
It's like he's a guy, great shape, professional athlete. Oh, you just see it's like, yeah, it's just a guy.
Yeah.
LeBron's a little bit different. He has a certain presence on television. It's really jarring in person when you see how he's built. I wonder if that LeBron Shaq guy today is Giannis.
Mhm.
Giannis could scratch his ankle without bending over. Like his arms are just insanely long, and he's shredded. And he's got like those Dwight Howard like shoulders, and he's incredibly graceful when he moves. That's not relatable. It's not mimicable. You can't copy it.
Right.
Like Shaq, like LeBron, you can't do it.
Right.
And there's nothing about the physical makeup of Giannis that makes you think you could do that. The thing about Jokic is you can't do that either.
No.
But Jokic looks like you might be able to do it.
Right.
Because Jokic is just like a big dude.
Right.
Jokic, other than like his height, Jokic does not look like a professional athlete. He's not shred. He has no aura to him whatsoever. But you can't do what he does. No. Jokic looks like he's the greatest player breathing on accident. Like the amount of times you watch Jokic play and it looks like he just stumbles into the most incredible pass you've ever seen is nightly. But there's something when you watch it where you go, he just works really hard. No, he's a freak.
Yeah.
Just like Giannis is, Kobe, Shaq, all of the greatest of all time, just like they are. But there's something more relatable about him because he doesn't look normal.
Moves slow.
Or he does look normal.
Like,
yeah.
It's not this.
He always looks like he's out of breath.
Right.
Because he's
kind of slugs up and down the court.
His mouth is always open. Like, oh, is he good? Remember he was fat like before COVID?
Yeah. Yeah. Now Jokic is
like
it's crazy.
Who remembers pre-COVID Jokic? He was like what, 40 pounds heavier?
Yeah. And was still
and then he got crazy skinny going into the bubble.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the space that he lives in now is like the hybrid between the two.
Yeah.
Like because when he came back,
this is the perfect.
He was thin.
Yeah.
In that first year back. He never put all of the weight back on. He never played again at that super slim weight. He just kind of hovers in the middle. And it's been the most fascinating thing to watch over the last, God, this is going on 6 years now, 5-6 years.
Yeah. Special. One of the greatest I've ever seen, man.
Oh,
like
without a doubt.
And that's without a doubt. He is unbelievable to watch. And I always appreciated what he was doing, but I feel like in the last 2-3 years, I appreciate him more. You know what I'm saying? Just watching him. The feelings that we had when we started this show of like, I'm not really excited to watch Nuggets games. I'm not excited, but I don't have the same feeling anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, Nuggets are playing. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. I don't know
what changed. I don't know what changed, but
I'll tell you what I will do is when I'm catching up on what's happened or is happening. If something's happening, I'll turn the Nuggets game on. But if it's the next morning, hey, Nuggets won. What'd Jokic do? 45, 12, and 10. Let me go catch up on this really quick. Let me go see what let me go see what Jokic did last night.
Yeah. By the way, we can move on. But some of y'all in the chat, John Bull, y'all talking crazy about Kobe. Y'all talking great. Like it's just there's just a different. Yeah, it's just a different dialogue that happens. In
What's
different places.
the conversation about Kobe?
Oh, they saying he couldn't shoot because I think they said he shot 34% from three during that time. Nobody said he was Mark Price, but I don't know. It's like I said, there's just a different dialogue that happens in different circles about guys like that. And that's all I'll say.
And some of you are wrong.
And that's all I'll say, man.
And the rest of them are us.
I don't want to I don't want to sound demeaning or anything. I'm just saying in different circles, he's looked at different ways. That's all.
Yeah, I guess. Kobe, man, I don't know. Yeah, Kobe's at the top of that list for me. Zach LaVine isn't, though.
Oh.
Well, you know what? Well, let's start with Zach LaVine because we were talking about Maxime Reynolds. Obviously, the Kings lose last night. Max is the bright spot. You know, Max is the team young guy that got some run and fan base got a little excited. Oh, we're gonna lose anyway, so let's see what we got here. And Max cooked. He actually cooked in the first half when the team was playing well. Zach didn't. That really stood out. And I feel like we have to start with Zach for a couple of different reasons. If it's another game where he couldn't get anything going. Doug kind of responded accordingly. Like once, we talked earlier about how Doug was trying to throw these Band-Aids on a gunshot wound there that was happening in the third quarter. And it wasn't even a gunshot wound. It was like he kept getting shot. And he kept trying to there was just nothing he could do.
Move, Terry.
He's like, move, Terry. And the firecrackers just kept going off. And poor Terry couldn't get the wheelchair out of the way. And that was Doug Christie. And he was doing everything he could. And then I think he realized it's not happening.
Yeah.
He didn't put the starters back out there. Zach LaVine didn't come back in. But when you look at Zach LaVine's, numbers, it stands out. 2 points, 18 minutes. Then the post game comes and you hear Doug talking about Max might have earned a starting spot. And the easy, 1-for-1 is Drew Eubanks. Like Drew Eubanks played single-digit minutes last night, and maybe it just makes sense to put Maxine at the starting five, let him take his lumps, and he's going to take a lot of them because we just mentioned Jokic. Yep, that's your problem now, buddy. Not that you haven't guarded him. You have. You've dealt with Jokic. You've dealt with Valanciunas. You've been in those games already this season. But I don't think DeMar used this phrase last night, baptism by fire. Like, just get out there and deal with it. But eventually Domas is going to come back. And probably eventually Domas is going to come back. And does Max step out at that point? Or is there a situation where it's back to Zach LaVine coming off of the bench? You have Keegan at 3, Max at 4, and Drew Eubanks / Domantas Sabonis at 5. I don't know. Maybe you're starting with Drew Eubanks and it's Maxime Reynolds at the 5. Maybe there's a situation later in the season where if it continues to go the way that it's going, Max can start at the 4 and Keegan starts at the 3 and Zach LaVine, assuming he's still on the roster, comes off the bench. But for the crowd that is sick of this basketball team, they're going to look straight to Zach LaVine's box score / performance last night and say, that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, that was so crazy. Much like you, I was just trying to get back, home in time to catch.
It was a lot more difficult for you than it was for me. That's for sure.
To catch the second half, I'm kind of tapped in on the way in, on the road and stuff like that. And I get home and I don't see Zach LaVine out on the floor, and I've been watching for a little while. Hadn't seen him out on the floor, and let me check James M's Twitter. Like, Zach LaVine left early with a rolled ankle or no. It's like, all right, well, can I see him on the bench? I can't really get a good look. I don't know. Then I just No, he just wasn't playing well and wasn't in the game.
Yeah.
That's all it was. And, once again, you hear Doug after the game and he's saying what he's saying. And I don't know if I'm at the point right now where, I'm starting Maxine in place of Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
But the minutes will be cut back one way or another if he continues to just not show up. Like it was one of those things for me going back and watching the game and seeing it wasn't even like he was bad. He was just non-existent again.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like,
yeah,
all right, we ain't got time for that.
Yeah.
We ain't got time for
like
that
even and I feel like it's important to point out when the Kings were playing well in the first half, he still wasn't. And we talk about and also Zach, DeMar, and obviously Drew Eubanks. None of those guys played in the fourth quarter. We used a marker for engagement. I did, but I think you co-signed it in engagement for DeMar DeRozan. And it's the number of times he gets to the foul line. He got to the foul line 0 times last night. Zach, this team was a disaster in terms of getting to the foul line. The free throw total was 24-10. But DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine were 0 for 0 from the foul line last night. And to me, that speaks to your level of engagement in the game.
Yeah.
And that's both of those guys. DeMar doesn't get to be stalled out from this just because he scored 12 points. He's a part of this. But this Zach LaVine, that same measurement, I think, can be on him. 0 for a player that has the ball or should have the ball as much as he does is not acceptable.
No.
And that is that is honestly where I think this man is at with this basketball team.
Yeah. What do you want him to do? Like if you're Zach LaVine, what do you want Doug Christie to do? Like just keep playing you out there and you're just getting cardio? Like, no, you've got to show something.
Yeah, 18 minutes of cardio ain't enough, man. I do 40. Like 18 minutes ain't giving you nothing. If that's what you want, fam, you're gonna have to stay and run after practice or after the game.
You gotta show him something. Like I would tell Zach LaVine right now, how could you be mad? Like you didn't do anything in your time out there. You didn't do anything that screamed continue to play.
Yes, again, not
anymore.
even in the first half.
No.
Like when the team was playing well, you were contributing nothing to that.
So what you want Coach Christie to do? Just trot you out there just because? Like at this point, you got to show a little something, man. I don't have any problem with Doug having that approach with a guy like Zach LaVine, mainly because this happens too often. Like he's probably like, I'm not going to keep doing this with you, man. I don't have no problem with that. Not at all.
Max Malik and Precious beat the starters' ass last night. I love Precious Achiuwa. He's been terrific for Sacramento. We're going to step out. We're going to come right back and get back into this Kings conversation. Zach LaVine was a big problem last night. He wasn't the only one. Are any of you starting to see it? I'm going to ask that question. Is anyone starting to see it? If not, that's okay. I just would love to ask you some questions. Phone lines are open for you, by the way, the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. What do we got today? It's Thursday. Matt George will be with us in the final hour of the show. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. I'll be at Sky River Casino again tonight. They won't notice I'm there, but I will be there. It's ugly sweater bingo with the wake-up call at 32 Brew Street. So if y'all want to come out, they've got tons of concert tickets to give away, Doja Cat, a whole bunch of other ones that we're giving away tonight. So if you want to come through, man. Festivities start at 7 o'clock. That's at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino tonight. And we'll come back and we'll talk more Kings on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. If necessary, we'll move the Giannis stuff to tomorrow because we got to do the football stuff today.
Everyone's got their own opinions, so whatever. But this night on Twitter was like when people thought Twitter was shutting down.
People be forgetting about that.
Kings_VA. You need to see Carter before we give up on him. What Carter? Sean Carter?
You want to say bye?
Like what Carter do you
say bye?
What Carter do you need to see? The Carter? The Carter 3? Devlin? You need to see Devlin Carter? I'll tell you where to find him. I'll tell you where to find him. That guy's funny, man. Is his name Jake?
Yeah, the new guy.
Yeah, I've never seen him like smile, crack a joke.
He just does his job.
Just show that he has a pulse.
Well, he's new, so he's probably like nervous. Not nervous, but he's new.
We walked in, or no, we sat down.
He put up the tree earlier.
Did he?
Yeah.
Go, Jake.
Him and Gio, I think.
Jake from Promotions. That's what we'll call him. Jake from Promotions. Katie goes, or I think Complex joked, "Hey, is Jesse getting on the second bus to go caroling?" And Katie goes, "I bet I." Don't try to cut me off.
Well, I'm just saying you might as well tell it on the air. I don't care.
So we get back so we went and sang Christmas carols to some of our advertisers. It's just this thing that our boss has created just as a lighthearted way to show appreciation to different clients and things like that. So we get back and, obviously the handoff is going on and, Jesse's handling the controls and Complex goes, "All right, so is Jesse getting on the next bus?" Because there's a morning shift and an afternoon shift. And Katie goes, "I bet Jesse would be great at caroling. His expression would never change. He would never laugh. He wouldn't be jovial, but he would sit there, hold the paper, and sing the songs."
No, I wouldn't sing the songs.
Yeah,
I didn't
I was
hold
about
the
to
paper.
say, he
Yeah,
would
there's
say the
no
words.
chance. Yeah, there's no chance.
In
I'm not gonna sing. I'm sorry. No, I'm not gonna sing for you.
That's essentially what I just did. I just read the words out loud.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just mouthed the words out loud and didn't actually nothing audible came out.
Yeah, I understand I'm not the school spirit guy, but I'm okay with that as well.
Oh no, that's okay. That's actually your identity.
Yeah.
Your identity is that you're not that rah-rah guy.
No. Come
But
do my
you're
job, hang out with the
also-
boys, and that's it.
But I have made it clear to anyone who will listen, you're probably the funniest person in the room.
Jesse, hilarious.
Jesse's hella funny. Like Jesse, yeah, you're at the top of the list of the funny people.
Yeah,
in the office.
I'm not like just a social. I'm an introvert, so I just don't talk to people outwardly. Like if you get to know me and I get to know you and I get comfortable with you, like yeah, cool, we'll be best friends. But
See,
if
that's
not,
us,
then
and
yeah.
that's the chatty house. We're
Exactly.
your best friends. That's
Exactly.
right. That's right.
Shout out, Jesse.
Always shout out Jesse. So we were talking about we tried to start the show with talking about the good things that the Sacramento Kings did last night, or the good things surrounding the Maxime Reynolds and finding storylines that we can grasp onto, because this season is lost. It's 5-17. There is no turnaround coming. You just have to find little things as a Kings fan that you're excited about. Kings fans last night were excited about Maxime Reynolds, and understandable. I think a lot of Kings fans were excited about what they saw from Max, Malik, and if there is anyone out there like me, and I think there's a lot of people, we'll talk to Matt George about this later. He was singing his praises on social media. Precious Achiuwa. Precious Achiuwa is not a 34-year-old vet. He's not even a 30-year-old vet who was just looking for a contract. This brother was home a month ago. He's like 26 years old, and he is contributing solid minutes. The play of this basketball team has not influenced how hard he plays on a night-to-night basis whatsoever. So there were good things to come out of last night's game. Again, I just don't think we're judging this on wins and losses anymore. It sucks that this is happening on December 4th and not, hey, guys, the season slipped away and it's, March 10th or even March 1st or the trade deadline. We didn't even make it to Christmas. But we're going to find things that we can talk about and be excited about with the Sacramento Kings. But at the same time, there's problems. Zach LaVine is a problem. Keegan Murray played 37 minutes last night, and he just could not get anything going offensively. Absolutely nothing. It felt like Houston, by the way, has the third best defense in the league. I think they have the second best offense and the third best defense.
Yeah, I think that's right. I was going to say second.
Okay, I could have it reversed. It could be the second best defense and the third best offense. But either way, at worst, they're top 3 in offense and top 3 in defense. And I think the person who kind of suffered the most from that last night was Keegan. Keegan wasn't invisible like some of the guys we just mentioned last night. He was working, but man, 2 of 11 is tough. 1 of 5 is tough. 0 for 0 is unacceptable. If you're expected, if you're on the Keegan bandwagon, Keegan has to be able to score from every part of the court, including the free throw line. And hey, I'm 1 of 9. F it. How many times? For better or worse, DeMar DeRozan will get to the foul line when he's engaged. For better or worse, Harrison Barnes will get to the foul line. Keegan's got to do the same thing. He's got to find a way to have a bigger impact on offense, on the offensive end, even if the shot isn't falling for him. And too many times, he just kind of withers away.
Yeah, that was awful. I mean, that was completely unacceptable from a guy like Keegan Murray last night. The saving grace for Keegan last night was his 11 rebounds. They lost by 20 whatever points, so I don't know how effective it was, but at least when the shot wasn't falling, he was doing other things or attempting to do other things out there on the floor to make his presence felt. But this is one of those things where, like I talked about with Keegan, I feel how I feel about Keegan Murray, and right now that's not changing. It's not going to change if he has 26 and 15 in a game. It's not going to change if he has 2 points. I feel like he's somewhere in between there, and until shown otherwise, that's what I'm going to think about him. On Saturday, he could go for 22. And it's not, for me at least, it's not going to be, see, that's what I'm talking. That's the Keegan we need every night. You're probably not going to get that every night. That's just how I feel about him until proven otherwise. You're probably not going to get that other night. You're gonna get some good aggressive moments, and you're gonna get moments when you don't even know he's out there. And that could be. I know, man. I know, but I mean that's once again, until proven wrong. That's what I feel like you get from Keegan on a night-to-night basis, and that's inconsistency.
Does the defense get credit for what happened last night?
No. I mean, I'll give them credit, but once again,
they didn't have to guard Zach LaVine last night. And that's my man. You don't have to do a lot with Russ. You know what I mean? Like, we know what it is. So, shout out to Russ. I think he even moved up on the scoring list last night. And
congratulations.
Well, it was a weird. What was he celebrating his pass? I don't know what was happening, but that was easily the funniest moment of the game.
Hilarious. I think he did
Russ,
a 6.
He did when the crowd got mad at him. That was fantastic. Russell Westbrook is the best thing to happen to the Sacramento Kings since sliced bread.
It's facts. But nah, I mean, like the Rockets defense is fantastic, but they shouldn't no defense in this league get you to 2 points.
But the problem is, and it for me, he was 5 of 12 against Memphis, and his Memphis isn't that.
Right.
They're not. His aggressiveness wasn't enough.
Oh.
And maybe that's where to go to what it just won't be. I mean, we've seen him get 18, 17, 18, 19 shots up. And that's what I'm talking about. It's the Domantas Sabonis thing. Get the shots up. They're there for you. Get them up. We've seen him do that in his this season, since he's played this season. It just 12, 11, no free throws. I just don't feel like in the current state of this team, you could do that. Even if you're just playing through the season, yo, man, use this as your moment.
Yeah. And I just don't. This goes back to how I feel about him, as a player, as a skill set. He can get. It's a good amount to do with the fact that he's passive just by nature. But also, I don't know if he has the skill set to just get a shot up whenever he wants to. And get a quality shot up.
I see.
If it's not slashing, if it's not catch and shoot, he get the ball.
He can't
at the top.
create.
No,
he can't do what Malik does.
No. So maybe you go a whole game where people are setting you up and you're in the open court and you're slashing to the bucket and you get 19 of those attempts. But to get 17, 18, 19 shots up a game, you're going to have to create 5 to 7 of those. And I don't know. From what I've seen of Keegan in the past, I don't think he has that. He's been back, 5 games or something like that. Maybe, he does. He's been working on it, and he'll show that coming up.
I think we're up to 7.
Okay. And maybe he'll show that coming up, but
so maybe he gets. I understand your point. Is this is who he's been, this is who he is until further notice. I feel like he's had moments in those 7 games where it's like, okay, my main thing is I think he's better than he was last year. I don't think his ceiling is his rookie year. Now, 3-point percentage wise, that might be a ceiling. But and by the way, that would not be bad in any way, shape, or form. Keegan Murray's rookie year being his ceiling from that spot, that would not be bad. We would all welcome that being back. But I know his ceiling isn't what we saw last year. I think he's better than that. And he's 7 games into this season, right? He didn't have he was lost, I think, the final 2 weeks of training camp, and then just returned and said, all right, man, go play.
Yeah.
He came off the bench his first game, has been in the starting lineup ever since. I'm trying to keep that in mind as well, but I expect him, especially in Domantas Sabonis' absence, he has to be more aggressive. He has to be. And if he doesn't, then I'm firmly with you in that, he's not only he's not that, he's never going to be that.
And I've seen moments of improvement from him this year. I mean, obviously what he did in the Timberwolves game was super impressive. Even in the second half of that Memphis game, some of his shot making and some of his aggressiveness in that second half was on full display for me. I was like, okay, I see improvement in his game, but I don't see enough improvement right now to change what I think of him and what I think his ceiling could be, which once again, people take that as a negative. I want to be perfectly clear. It's a really good NBA player that you need on your team if you're going to be a winning team. You need a Keegan Murray. What I think of him isn't bad. I just I'm not sure he can reach the heights that others think he can reach. That's all.
Okay. 19 minutes and 59 seconds. 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 0, 0 offensive rebounds, 0 defensive rebounds, 0 total rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 block shots.
The NBA's first snail of 2025, as Worldwide Wob would say. The first.
And it belongs to your beloved Keon Ellis. All I ask, because I feel like y'all talk about stat hunting. I feel like I'm like flaw hunting. I'm just I'm actually looking at Keon to be a bad player now, because I'm so in my head about why he's not playing in these situations. He's not playing in that situation. Why do fans respond to him the way that they do? I'm watching him with a completely different set of eyes than I ever have. And it's all bad. Every single thing. I almost tweeted last night. It was so bad.
Oh,
on the foul, at the end of the shot clock.
Yeah.
I'm like, you've got to, why? Like, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. And I see Sacktown Tony. Sacktown Tony says
he can't have that energy. I need. Go ahead, say what he said. Yeah.
Sacktown Tony said, I am a Keon should play more guy. He had a bad game.
Yeah, no, I can't have that type of. We can't have that type of energy, because they be screaming from the mountaintop when he hit 3 threes in a game that they lose by 15.
So here's. I'm not going to frame this as a statement. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the Odyssey app. Is Keon Ellis having a good season in your guys' mind? Let's you know what? Let's stop, because you'll say, well, he's not getting enough minutes. Perfectly fair. Let's try this. Is Keon Ellis making the most of his minutes out there? Yeah, you know what? Don't even answer that. Let's try this. Is anyone starting to see why Keon Ellis isn't playing? Anyone who, the Sacktown Tonys, the guys who said, I'm a Keon Ellis should be playing guy. Have any of you watched Keon Ellis and thought, okay, I think I get it. I think I understand why he's not playing. Has anyone who felt a positive way about Keon Ellis started to feel a negative way? Is anyone watching him with a more critical eye than you have in the past? Because I am, and I'm trying to own up to that. And it is the results it's turning back are bad. And I feel like I'm looking for Keon to screw up. And buddy, when I tell you I'm having no trouble finding it, it's like, all right. I think I see it.
See, I'm at a position where I'm not looking at Keon any different way, because I didn't look at him that way to begin with. I didn't look at him at the same way the front office and coaches seem to look at him, where they didn't give him minutes and stuff like that. When I see Keon Ellis and the way he's played this year, for me, it's about who he is. Look, I don't have a good grasp on every NBA player, every Kings player, nothing like that. But with guys like Keon and Keegan, I kind of feel like I meet them where they're at. Keon is a good basketball player. I like what he brings to the table. There are going to be nights when he is extremely vital and does some really good stuff. There's going to be nights when you don't know he's out on the floor. There's going to be nights when he's making bad decisions out there, foul decisions, all this other stuff. That's kind of how I look at him. So for me, I just kind of watch Keon and try to figure out what we're going to see from him that night. I don't think that he shouldn't be getting any playing time, but I'm definitely not going crazy the way a lot of people were about when he doesn't play a lot or doesn't play at all. Like I don't feel that way about Keon. He's a good rotational guy. Solid rotational guy.
Is he?
I think he is.
Mark with the callback. He is a situational role player. And I'm starting to wonder, is he? What situation? What role? They were down 7 when Keon entered the game. Now that snowball was going downhill. He was trying, and everyone else who was on the floor, they were trying. It was too late. They were trying. I don't even know if it was 7. It might have been 5. I can get the exact number because I don't want to, I think the truth is strong enough than an exaggeration or a misrepresentation. But he was on the floor for a large part of that 30-8 run. That's the point I'm trying to make. And I think one point we have tried to get out there repeatedly is you can put a good defender out there, but if you don't have guys out there who are also playing defense, you've got a problem. If Keon is a good defender, it is irrelevant with this basketball team. It doesn't matter because he's not stopping anything from happening. And at this point, I'm just hoping he doesn't do something where I'm shaking my head at, like the foul that they reviewed at the end of the shot clock. They played defense for 23 and a half seconds, and Keon fouled, and they went to review to see if it had happened before the shot clock expired or not.
Yeah.
Why are you even in that position 30 feet from the floor?
Right.
If you're that defender, why are you doing that? More frustratingly, why are you doing that again? How many times is he finding himself in a similar position to where Keon commits a foul and every Kings fan is watching, throwing their hands up, looking like DeMontis Sabonis? What is that? Man, I feel like it's happened a lot this year.
I'll cut him a little bit of slack. I think he'd be more effective on a better team.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
I sure.
Like on the Kings,
I think that was yes.
There's
There's
too many potholes on this roster.
That I feel like that was our original point.
We've said that. Here's the other thing.
Because everyone said Keon needs to do this, Keon needs to do that. It's like it's not going to help. If does anyone think Zach LaVine was engaged in that basketball game last night?
No.
So what good is it going to do if Keon Ellis is out there playing with a guy who is disengaged? I don't even think DeMar was engaged in the game last night. And DeMar or LaVine or whoever can tell we're playing hard, we're busting our ass. Oh, I'm tired as hell. Like, bro, all right, man. All right, cool. Like, what's your line? Activity and move. Something about
mistake activity for achievement. Shout out Bill Walton.
Essentially, you're moving. You're getting cardio in. Shorty, you ain't doing anything. And we all see it. So Keon Ellis going out there by himself isn't going to be able to fix that. Especially if Russ played defense like Keon, it might be different. Because Russ would be the type who will grab someone by their jersey and say, I'm busting my ass out here, and you're out here picking daisies out of the outfield. Yo, pay attention to what you're doing. Yo, pay attention to what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's not Keon. One, Russ can't do that at this stage in his career, or I don't think he ever did that. And Keon can't do the other part. That's not him. And you also can't do that when you're barely playing. Right. When you have a defender that we have been led to believe that Keon is, and he doesn't have a voice, it's irrelevant. And I think Keon's season is showing that. Yeah. His minutes on the defensive end of the ball don't matter because you have a bunch of guys who are completely disengaged in what's happening, not every second of a basketball game, but a lot. Again, you go to that first half, that was a relatively low-scoring first half. Maybe not even relative. Like, I feel like it was a low-scoring first half. 51-52, that's in the league. That's low. It didn't end that way. It was 70-43 in the second half.
Third quarter didn't end that way.
Man.
No. You know, I want to point out something else.
Yeah.
Because this is just me. I think we've had this talk before, and you might feel kind of the same way, but you're a little bit more lenient on it than I am. I have no patience. No patience whatsoever. And if you bring this stat up to me in a conversation, I'm telling you, I will immediately check out and not listen to anything you say following it and dismiss everything you said before it.
I know where you're going.
Last night, for the plus-minus crowd, Keon Ellis, a minus 17. Maxine Reynolds, a minus 18. The one guy who I'm actually watching the game and like, oh, he's having a good game. He's playing well. He's doing his thing. Led, quote unquote, led the team with a minus 30. That was Malik Monk. There was one person in the plus category. Would you care to tell the people who the hell that was at plus 6?
That was Zach LaVine.
Don't ever in your life bring up plus minus to me again.
That man
It is the dumbest stat in history.
That man was not on the floor for a single second of that 30-8 run.
People bring up that stat like they doing something.
Yeah.
Number one, you're attributing a team number to an individual, one way or the other. So it's flawed in that respect. Second of all, it damn near tells you nothing about nothing. And they really think they're getting stuff off when they bring, oh, it's plus minus. Man, don't ever in your life bring up plus minus to me and think that you're making a point. That's my soapbox, my TED Talk.
If you head over to DeLoandKC.com right now, you can get a Kenny Will Fight You Over a plus minus t-shirt.
That new shirt.
20% off, by the way.
The new shirt is 20% off. F asterisk, 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 plus
minus. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. The amount of people that will stare at you trying to figure out what that means is terrific. Oh, you know what would be even better? The F, the plus, the minus, and then the K. That's the shirt right there. You could do the F plus and the slash minus K. Boom.
They really think they be saying stuff too when they come with this plus minus nonsense. Stop. Just stop. Like you're showing how out of touch you are actually. You're right. You're telling me everything I need to know when you start talking about plus or minus. Go John Bull.
That's it. That's it right there. There's the stat. There's the shirt. I love it. I love it. Go to DeLoandKC.com right now. Get 20% off your merchandise. That's because we love you. We'll come back. We'll talk a lot more about the Sacramento Kings with Matt George when he joins us at about 3:15. And then we'll get to the silver lining for Kings fans. Maxime Reynolds, the silver lining might be Zach LaVine. I promise we'll make that make sense here inside this 2:00 hour. Plus, it's Thursday. We got Thursday night football. We've got power rankings getting into. I believe it's the latest in Loser Leaves Town match. And man, when Jesse talks, y'all listen, because this man called it weeks ago. We'll tell you what we're talking about next on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Excellent. Good.
Oh man,
I want a piece of candy.
Go get a piece of candy, man.
They don't have any.
Oh well. They just got chips and stuff in the snack bar. Yeah.
There'll be a lot more there because Kelly didn't get on the bus. Kelly,
was she supposed to?
Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff on the bus that Miller was like, let's just put this on the bus, and then when we're done, we'll put it in the snack shack. This week and next week are just beating my ass. I'm very much looking forward to the holiday. Ben's birthday's coming up. Black Bottles Ben, not super late Ben. I think Black Label Ben, I should say.
Kenny, do you want to get Farhan in here and explain to them why Vazorp is better than plus minus?
Oh, Scooter, come on, man.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Jesse. Now that I am a NBA executive and a contributor to the Los Angeles Lakers, the basketball team in Los Angeles, I can tell them that Vazorp is a real number, and it is a real indicator of whether or not are you winning or losing, but are you efficient in your production? And the production in the Vazorp is something that can be quantified in a research setting. Plus minus cannot, unless you use the Vazorp version of plus minus. Then wins and losses don't matter. It's really about, are you hitting the quota?
Thank you, Farhan.
All of these times we have interesting things to say during the commercial, and the commercial just magically comes to an end, but not in the middle of a Farhan impression, huh?
Russ, I've never tried eggnog in my life.
Oh,
I don't think I ever will.
that is awful.
I don't even know what it exactly is.
I know it's something I had a long time ago. A very big thank you once again to everybody who came out to the Nugget in Granite Bay yesterday to see our man Dusty Baker. Got a nice phone call from Dusty today. Told me he was on his way to Palo Alto.
Okay.
Didn't tell me why. Just said he was on his way to Palo Alto.
Making moves, man. That's what he does.
All right, Dusty, my brother, drive safe. Be good. And even though the massive event that we had at the Nugget in Granite Bay yesterday is behind us, your opportunities to buy bottles of Baker Family Wines is not. Not only can you pick them up at the Nugget in Granite Bay, you can get them at the Nugget in El Grove. I think we're working on something there. There's a couple of locations in Roseville. You can grab them, select the Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations. Also, y'all get those plugs for free. You're welcome. You can also go to the winery. The winery is right here in West Sacramento. It's on Industrial Boulevard. Just search it on your Apple Maps. It'll take you right there. You can get bottles of wine that they don't have in those stores. I heard 3 different people say, hey, where's the 755? Where's the Hank Aaron bottle? Where's the Henry Aaron bottle? Like, I'm sorry, man. Those were the first to go. They are all gone. If you missed out on them, you still want to grab them, you could do that at the winery. Go to bakerfamilywines.com, search Baker Family Wines in your Maps app. It'll take you right there. Again, it's in West Sacramento. It's not going to take you out to Napa. It's not going to take you out to Lodi. Nothing like that. It's going to take you to West Sacramento. You can get everything you need right there at the winery.
Right there, man. Shout out to my guy, Dusty Baker, man.
Yes, indeed. We're going to get back to the Sacramento Kings. Matt George is going to join us 1 hour from now, host of the Locked On Kings, ABC 10 reporter as well. And the silver lining for the Sacramento Kings fans, we're not talking about Maxime Reynolds. We're talking about Zach LaVine. I know that sounds crazy, but we'll make it make sense. Before we do that, though.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
Fair to say, not a lot of drama this week. I don't know about you, but wasn't a lot of drama for me.
Well, I mean, I feel the same way, but
excuse me. Let me go first. Yeah. Let me go first. Let me get this out the way. Last week, I had the Rams at number 1, Patriots at number 2, had the Broncos, Bears, Seahawks at number 5. Not much changed. Here's what I did, though. I still have the Seahawks at 5. I still have the Bears at 4. I still have the Broncos at 3. I do believe the Rams are the best team in football. I put them at 2 though, because the Patriots did what they should. They went out there and they beat the Giants' ass.
Right.
Now they're going into their bye week, a lot like the San Francisco 49ers. They have the last possible bye week of the season. So they're going into their bye week along with, I think, the Giants and one other football team. I can't remember who. But I switched those 2. The Patriots get the nod here this week as the number 1 team in my power rankings. That'll probably switch back if the Rams take care of business this week. But the Patriots, I don't think we've slept on them because I think we have talked about them pretty consistently throughout the year. So I'm just kind of giving them a hat tip for what they did in the way that they beat the Giants. So I got the Patriots at 1, the Rams at 2. Those 2 are razor thin. The Broncos at number 3, the Bears, and the Seahawks. But I see my partner, he made some changes.
Well, the Rams lost, so that was one of the changes. We'll start at the top. And at number 1, I have the Broncos.
Let's mention last week you had the Rams at number 1,
Mm-hmm.
the Broncos at number 2, the Patriots at number 3, the Colts at number 4, and the Seattle Seahawks at number 5.
Yeah, man. So a couple people move up.
Okay.
Because of a couple losses. Rams, Colts lost, a couple people move up. So the Broncos go from 2 to 1.
Okay.
The Patriots go from 3 to 2.
Man.
The Rams fall, but not too far, man.
Mhm.
Look, I feel the same way that you do. I think they're the best team. They're the team to beat
Okay.
in the NFL right now. They're at 3 right
But this is the BCS, so they got to get a couple of wins back under the belt. I got you. I got you. Okay.
The Rams are at 3.
Mhm.
The Seahawks are at 4. They were at 5 last week, and the Colts lose, so the Colts got to get out of there. Seahawks were at 4.
Yeah. It's the Texans, right? Is the Texans?
No, I think the Texans are a real good team.
Oh no,
man.
oh
I think they're a
Jackson.
real good
Is it
team.
the Jaguars?
Hell no, they're not that good.
Oh, it's not the Jaguars. Oh, that's a
No.
4-loss team. Oh, it can't be Detroit. Oh, it's the Packers.
Absolutely not.
Oh, not the Packers.
At number 5, for the first time this season, it is the 5-time Super Bowl champion San Francisco 49ers. We're starting to turn it up at the right time. Just like we talked about in August, me, Kyle, everybody else, we said, look, and I'm talking about
Kyle Madsen?
No, I'm talking about Kyle Shanahan. Because Kyle Shanahan, he said the same thing.
Yep.
He said, look, the plan is we got a lot of young guys. We didn't know we'd have these injuries, but we'd have a lot of young guys. We got to learn. We got to work. And as the season goes along, we'll get better. And hopefully by the end of the season, we're in a playoff situation and we have grown at that point. And that's exactly what has happened. They're a top 5 team in football right now, according to the KCS.
Well, I think I know what that S stands for.
Niners for the first time all year. Remember, the Niners were 4-1 at one point or something. Like they had great. I still didn't put them in the top 5, but I looked at what's going on, what they've been able to do. Yes, they are in the top 5. They are number 5, and much like their playoff seeding, they may move up without playing a game this week.
Let's look at what they've been able to do. They beat the Falcons.
Okay.
The Giants. We're just going to look at their last 5 wins.
Let's do it.
They beat the Falcons, the Giants. They beat the Cardinals of Arizona, not St. Louis. They beat Carolina. Now, that looks a little bit different given what Carolina did last week, but they beat the Panthers.
Handled them.
And they beat the sorry, there's a smudge on my they beat the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Okay. The Chicago Bears are 9-3.
The 1 seed.
The top team in the conference.
Number 1.
They beat the Philadelphia Eagles.
That was a good win.
Okay. They beat the Steelers, who I think might be above 500 or
That's
at
not
500.
a good team.
Yeah, I know.
Go to another win.
Well, Minnesota. It doesn't get any
keep
sexy.
going.
I'm actually kind of done.
Once again, This 49ers team.
You do the Packers are 8-3-1.
That's fine. That's fine.
Are the 49ers going into Chicago and beating the Bears in the playoffs?
Yeah, they would. I'd pick them to beat the Bears in the playoffs. Yes.
The hell with the playoffs. Are they doing it in the regular season?
Yeah, we'll see in about 3
Well,
weeks.
I guess that's not in. That's
It's
here.
in San Francisco.
Here, yeah,
Santa
because we're the
Clara.
Bay Area guys. I don't know if you've heard.
All right, Lil Kim.
We're here. We're here in the Bay Area. No, not San Francisco. Santa Clara.
And look, the Bears, they went on Sunday. They'll probably move in there into that top 5. Even if they don't, they'll have opportunities, namely in a couple of weeks, to beat the 49ers and move into the top 5. They'll have an opportunity to go do it on the field.
Mm-hmm.
But as of right now, the Niners are beating the Bears if they played each other in Santa Clara, in Chicago, on Mars.
I have a lot of questions about the Mars game, but we can save that for later. I don't hate it. I don't hate the San Francisco 49ers being in your top 5. I'm not there. If I were to pull a new team into the conversation, Jesse, I have to look back at the Green Bay Packers. If they get the job done this week, they're in. However, it could be short-lived because they're following 2 games. Because for those who don't know, it's the Packers and Bears this week.
Yep.
And I don't know how you could follow football and not know that. It's literally getting plastered in the sky at this point. Because this game has meaning for the first time since God knows when.
Jay Cutler was on the bike.
Oh, my God. Is that a shoot? Was that against the Packers?
Yeah, in the NFC Championship game. Packers won.
That was the year Rodgers.
Yeah, 20. That was his championship year.
Yeah, I was going to say that was the year Rodgers won.
Yep. Also,
and then
Aaron
it's Broncos Bears.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers sent the Bears home with was it Conti? Was that the safety that he got on the last game of the season and threw a game-winning touchdown to? John Bull will tell me in a second. I think it was Conti. White guy, safety, tatted up. Aaron got him, knocked the Bears out of the playoffs. That was the last time they probably played a meaningful game. Also,
I see what's happening here.
What?
Nothing. Just go ahead. I see what's happening.
With who?
Nothing. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Also, their second game, not this game, their second game has been flexed to Sunday Night Football.
Oh, the second Packers-Bears game.
Mm-hmm.
Got you.
And I think that's in about 2 weeks or so.
Yeah, it's Bears, Broncos, Bears for the Packers.
So I think that's it's going to be back-to-back Sunday Night Football games for the Bears because they play the Niners the next night or the next week. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Bears are a good team. They've had a good season.
Jacksonville can't get your attention, huh?
No, I'm out on Jacksonville.
I understand.
I'm out on Jacksonville.
Their wins are against Carolina the first week of the season, Houston before their run, San Francisco, Kansas City. Those both one-score games. Not that matters. They beat the Raiders by 1 point, which that feels like a indictment. They beat the crap out of your beloved Chargers and your cheating coach. They beat the Cardinals by 3, and they beat the Titans. Up next for them, this is a really interesting game. This is a huge game. The Colts. They actually have the Colts twice. Colts, Jets, Broncos. Yikes. And then Colts again before they close out the season with a bye week versus the Titans.
The 49ers, since getting their starting quarterback back, let's not front on that. Let's not act like that didn't happen. Let's not act like this wasn't going on without QB1, El Capitan, not being out there.
I forgot how obnoxious you were when the 49ers won football games. It's all coming back to me now, though.
Hey, man.
No,
December's here.
No, it's
December's here. January right around the corner. February around the corner, too. But
can we get to Christmas before we start talking about February? Yeah, you're buying Valentine's Day gifts, and I'm just trying to get through Christmas Eve.
Since getting QB1 back, wide receiver 1 or 2, depending on what you're talking about, tight end 1 back.
Okay.
87-39 is the score, the combined score, since those guys have come back.
Okay.
26 of that was on a top 5 defense in the game, on the road, in the wind.
Okay.
They're starting to cook at the right time. They're starting to peak at the right time. They're starting to get healthy at the right time. Once again, still got humble hearts. Still got humble hearts. Matter of fact, John Bull, go ahead, put the Bears in there. Go, John Bull, in the John Bull BCS, the JBCS, whatever you want to call it. Go ahead, put the Bulls there, or the Bears there. Put them in there. Knock the Niners out. We don't want any accolades. We don't want anybody showing any kind of love. No, we're just this gritty team that just plays play to play. That's it. That's all we can do. Put the Bears in there. Matter of fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. Let me make the change as we speak, because you know what? The Bears deserve to be in there more than the Niners. Let me go ahead, because no, we don't want any accolades. The Bears are 5. Niners are out. Thank you.
You see what's going on here?
No. Don't do that. I'm changing that back.
No, you leave that alone.
No, I'm
Bears are
that
5.
back. No.
Niners don't want. They don't deserve any accolades.
15 minutes into the segment, you're not changing it to where I go to copy last week's power rankings over, and all of a sudden the Bears are there for no reason.
No, put the Bears there. Bears got John Bull convinced me. They got it. We just trying to look, man. We just trying to go from play to play. That's all we're trying to do, man. That's it. Bears are. I mean, how can anybody beat them? They went into Philadelphia and won on Black Friday. How can anybody beat them? Put the Bears in there over the Niners. Niners just beat the Browns.
I can't believe I'm about to say this. TC, save me from this nonsense, please. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers? I'm tapped in.
What's up, TC? What's up, man?
Hey, listen, I'm coming in. I'm not really trying to argue with no Kings fan, not even my two brothers, right? But I honestly want to ask a question. I'm still stuck on that, right? And then I'm going to talk about a trade. I got two things, Jesse. The first thing is, how are we – so, look, as Kings fans, right, and media, reporters, however you want to say it, how are we – so I know it's games played, right, but how are we so against – say if it was Zach or Domas, right, and say if we attach the pick 7 years down the line or 6 years or 2032 for Zion, you guys are honestly telling me, being real with yourself, that that's a no, an absolute no, when this guy is better than any player that we have on the team right now. I know it's games, that's low-hanging fruit, but I'm talking about the upside with this guy, right? To bring him in this building, and if he got to play 65 to 70 games, that's a win for the Kings. Giving up a guy that you don't want and a pick 6 years down the line, how you can't jump on that? That's
Look,
the question I'm
real quick, and I'm going to let you get to your other point as well, unless you're done.
Thank you.
But
nah. Go ahead,
He's still there. Go ahead.
I thought he hung up.
TC said you can go ahead.
I thought but hey, man, upside don't mean nothing if you can't be on the court. Like it doesn't matter how good he is if he can't be on the court consistently. He couldn't even be on the court for the Pelicans when they needed him most in the play-in. Like, and he couldn't do it. Like, I'm with you. I think he's a good ball player, but it doesn't matter how good I think he is if he's never playing.
I get it, but how much is that the team? I get people don't do that, right? But look what Zach doing. How much is that laying down on New Orleans? Like, man, I really don't even want to be here. I'm faking injuries left and right.
0%. 0% is on the team.
Okay, I'm gonna let you finish. What's the next thing you wanted to talk about?
The next thing, Kenny, you're gonna like this one. Now, who's to say the LaMelo Ball situation? I know we don't want to give up picks, but listen, guys. So we got Zach LaVine, 2027, because we got two of them. So we give him the Spurs 2027, and then we give him a 2032 first round pick for LaMelo Ball and Tajon Salon. Everybody's saying picks, but come on, bro. We talk about picks down the line for a bona fide guy that's – how old is LaMelo, Kenny? Please school these people.
No, the funniest part about that is how you could still faintly hear him in the background as you slowly faded him down. There's so many things.
Look, I'll
so many things wrong with that call. It just let me, because I let you.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Do your thing.
42.1 and 44.8 over the next 2 years. It's just not worth it, man. It's not worth getting rid of one rich contract you don't want for another rich contract that a player that's not even available. Like Zion Williamson has fat boy clauses in his contract, man. Like TC, I am as enamored with Zion's talent as anyone, but I would much prefer to do it from afar.
Yeah.
Like I get it. And I guarantee that these are questions that general managers battle with on a daily basis. Are we the ones who can fix him? Are we the ones that have the medical staff that can take care of him? Think about that too for a second, TC. Do you think this isn't a knock on them, but do you think that this is a world-class medical staff that could come in here and cure the uncurable? Like, he's not faking injuries. He's not laying down on New Orleans. He can't play professional basketball. He got hurt, sat out, came back, got hurt again within days.
It's happened for the last 4 years. Like, that cycle has happened for the last 4 years. It happens all the time. And I would just say this real quick to TC. If you would do the deal, that's one thing. If somebody would not do the deal, that's another thing. TC, you have to understand why people wouldn't do the deal.
Yeah.
Like, that's all I'm saying. If you're like, nah, I'm willing to take the risk, cool.
It's not Kings fans, TC. It might be the league.
Right.
The whole league is battling with this question on an off-season to off-season basis. Let's bring Stanley in here. He doesn't even know I'm here. I think you're in trouble. Stanley,
what did I do?
Stanley, what's up, man?
Well, you're gonna find out tonight. What's up?
Okay.
I mean,
okay. I hear
y'all playing good football right now, Stanley. Playing good football. I don't think the playoffs are in your future, but you're playing good football.
You can't double team CD and George Pickens and still stop Ferguson. You can't do that. As long as Dak is upright, somebody's going to pay the price. And those two trades that Mr. Jerry Jones did for the defensive players, yeah, no more running wild around here.
Okay.
But I wanted to take issue with Kenny Caraway.
For what?
For something you said Wednesday on Wednesday's show.
Okay.
You were talking about how and I kind of agree with you in a little bit that Kevin Durant did make the Warriors better. But you know what? I'll take the point that Draymond said. I'm not going to use the B word, what he called, but he said, we won before you got here. And evidently they won after he left. What is Kevin Durant won since he left the Warriors? Besides, and don't even talk about when he went to New Jersey. And if you want to talk about last year with Phoenix, oh, and by the way, since he left, Phoenix has gotten better, haven't it?
Well, I don't think it's just KD. I don't think he went to New Jersey. He went to Brooklyn.
He didn't go to New
Jersey. Him and Jason Kidd and Richard Jefferson.
No, the shade is funny, but don't shade Brooklyn. Brooklyn's a fantastic place, but that's funny.
And I'm trying to think. I don't think we've talked about KD this week. He might be have us confused.
No,
maybe last Wednesday.
Maybe last Wednesday. Maybe.
Because Wednesday was just yesterday.
And we were talking Giannis, and then Trista came on, and then Jake. Maybe he meant Tuesday.
Well, so he might have no. Okay, I think we had the conversation with Trista. Trista brought up KD going to Golden State. I'm sorry. No, she didn't. She brought up Giannis, I think, going to. No, she did. She brought up KD. No, she brought up KD and the way he played when he went to Golden State. And I said KD was the best player on that basketball team. And I don't know what you said that pissed me off.
I didn't say anything.
That's not my problem.
I didn't say it now.
I'm so sick of cleaning up your messes. I don't know what you said.
Now, Stanley, I agree with my partner. KD was the best player on there, and yeah, they were figured out at that point. They had just come off a finals loss in that situation. They went and got KD, elevated them back over Cleveland. So I don't know what Draymond talking about or whatever. Draymond could say whatever he wants to. The bottom line is Kevin Durant is the reason why they were able to win back-to-back titles.
Yeah. And
no disrespect to Steph either, who was
the title that they won after that was incredible. Salute. It was the flukiest title in NBA history. They were not the best team in basketball. It doesn't matter. That's not how the game works. They beat the Celtics in 6 games or whatever it was.
Another Max Kellerman take. He talks about the 22 championship and legacy-wise, how it put Curry in rarefied air.
Absolutely.
For him, but in a different way for Max, though. Max said that was the first time in Curry's career he was the best player in the finals and won it. And that's what elevates him.
Okay. So what's the conversation around 15 again?
Well, LeBron was the best player.
Oh,
The
I
best
got you.
player
I'm
in the
sorry.
finals.
I got you. I got you. Okay. Oh, 100%.
And he said that
LeBron was
he
otherworldly
said
in that finals,
Steph
for sure.
doing that
Okay.
in 22.
Okay.
The way he was saying it was like kind of saved him
For
in
sure.
his eyes to say like, no, he is a top 10 player.
Oh, for sure. Okay. I get that. I never thought of it that way.
I didn't either.
Yeah, that's a hell of a take from Max. I'll give him that. I'd never even registered because you think that he wins, and there's always the silly thing with Andre Iguodala, but
He brought
that's
that
a
up
good
too.
call. Hey, shout out to Jesse. Jesse doesn't even remember this. He said going into Thanksgiving, Cowboys and Chiefs might be the highest rated game ever. He was absolutely right. 61.3 million people watched this regular season football game on Thanksgiving with an average viewership of 57.2 million.
Wow. Goodness gracious. What
Cowboys and Chiefs. What a
yeah, they did numbers.
Good football game.
Hey.
Good football game. Yeah, that's good. That's a good call by our man Jesse right there.
They I saw the numbers for all 3 games, and it was just kind of funny how it played out. Still a crazy number, but it was just funny. It was like, don't quote me on this, but I'm just putting like in the vicinity. It was like 62 million for Chiefs, Cowboys. It was like 45 million for Lions, Packers, and it was like 21 million for Ravens, Bengals.
Man.
People were done. I'm not watching this.
well, yeah, people are done. By the way, 21 million to watch anything is insane.
The NBA would die for 21 million people to watch.
Absolutely insane.
Tonight's game, I'm tapped in.
Tonight's going to be a monster. Tonight's different because it's Amazon.
Mm-hmm. I'm tapped in though.
Have we ever watched a Thursday night game at Sky River? I was not even slightly worried about missing this game because I'm going to the bingo thing because I'm at 32 Brew Street.
We have. The show we did before my wedding. It was Niners Giants on Thursday night.
Was that Amazon?
Yeah.
That wasn't Amazon. Wasn't that NFL Network?
What year was that?
That was NFL Network.
They've been on Amazon for like 3-4 years.
How long have you been married?
2. It was Amazon. It for sure was Amazon.
How old's your daughter?
3. It was for sure Amazon because I left.
Really?
I left in the middle of the game and I tried to watch it on my phone and I did
not.
have
They really been
Prime
on
Video on my phone.
They became exclusive in 2022. 2017.
2023.
They shared with NFL Network.
Okay. Wow. All right.
So yeah, you should be good to go.
Okay. Real quick. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I said on Twitter, and I'll say it in real life. I said on Thursday, if the Lions lose that game to the Packers, they're sorry. They lost. They're sorry.
The Giants Cowboys last year on Thanksgiving did 38 million. That's how many more people watched this Cowboys Chiefs game. Goodness gracious.
Bro, hey, they lying, bro. They're lying.
I'm sure they are.
They're lying. So 30 more million people said, I'm going to watch football today on Thanksgiving. After they've been doing it, they're lying. I bet you the Super Bowl numbers go up by like 20 million. I bet you.
I don't know. Steve Ballmer's behind it somehow. We'll come back. I mentioned there's we'll get back to TC's LaMelo Ball thing too, because the LaMelo Ball conversation is getting a little bit louder. But a silver lining for Kings fans, and it doesn't involve Maxine Reno. It involves Zach LaVine. That's next here on ESPN 1320. I did. Yeah, I did Baker here. Okay. Yeah, 80 bajillion viewers. Oh, man. Watch party at Sky River. We don't have anything planned at Sky River right now. I think we did our fourth quarter hit, so we'll probably just have to figure out what we're going to do next year. We're going to try to come up with something a little more exciting than a watch party, though. How many firsts do these players command anyways? Don't think any of the names listed go for less than 3. What names you thinking about, Jose? What names you thinking about? Yes, the way they calculate Nielsen ratings have changed. It's amazing. Like they don't have the ability to properly calculate like we know exactly how many people are watching this show right now across all platforms, but they can't figure out how many people are watching Fox or CBS or listening to ESPN 1320. So stupid, man. Yeah, Zabe. Yeah, it might not be a Kings watch party. We might do a lottery watch party. Who's the best player LaMelo has had on his roster? Leezy, he has not had a good roster. I don't even know who the best player over there might be. Miles? PJ? I mean, PJ is not good. That's for sure. Somehow the lottery party will also end up disappointing. Well, yeah. I like Brandon Miller too, Drew. Yeah, and Conklin was really good. I was thinking Gordon Hayward too, but I just don't feel like he was that guy by the time he got to. He's always been I mean, he was for a stretch a good basketball player. I just don't feel like he was that good by the time he got to Charlotte. Oh, the crew is back. How long has it been? 2 hours, 47 minutes? No. Good for them. The crew is back. Paul Marshall in a Raiders, a silver and black Raiders Santa hat. Matt George going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. Host of the Locked On Kings podcast and, of course, ABC 10. Matt will be with us. Lots to talk to him about as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings and their latest loss. They lose last night. It was a frustrating one for some Kings fans. 121-95. It was just a complete blowout in the second half. 70-43. I think was the total in the first half. 2 30-point quarters after the Kings had given up 28 and 23 respectively. Like they were doing a lot of good things in the first half. They weren't shooting the ball crazy. They weren't doing anything that didn't feel sustainable, and it turns out it wasn't. Even you get into the third quarter, they're still playing pretty well. They're holding a lead as you start to approach halfway through, or a little bit less than halfway through, and then I think it was about the 7-minute mark, maybe 6.5-minute mark, that things really turned against Sacramento. The things that stood out, obviously, Maxime Reynolds, his 32 minutes, his 25 points. That's what has Kings fans talking today. That's what has Kings fans screaming to see some of these young guys play a little bit more. Neek actually got some run last night, 22-plus minutes. He just didn't have the touch from the field last night. No one got to the free throw line for Sacramento. Precious was really good. Malik continues to have a pretty solid season. That's just getting lost in the fire that has become the 25-26 campaign of the Sacramento Kings. But I mentioned I think there's a silver lining here, man. And the silver lining isn't Maxime Reynolds. The silver lining is Zach LaVine. And things are so bad for this Sacramento Kings team. And Zach LaVine regularly looks so disinterested in wearing a Sacramento Kings uniform. And I mean this with all sincerity. That dude just might not pick up his player option. It's hard for me to believe there's a scenario where Zach LaVine doesn't have a contract out there this offseason. What that contract looks like, we have hypothesized, do you skip that player option in a potential trade if you have a 3 and 90 out there? Basically a 30 per. That's $40 million more than your, in some change rounding up. That's $40 million more than you're scheduled to make. That is guaranteed money that is being offered to you probably as soon as the trade deadline. Whether he can actually decline the player option and sign a contract extension, that's probably more of a James Ham question. That's more of a CBA understanding. And I'm kind of past that. That's how we started the week. It's Wednesday. He had another one of these games, and now I'm just starting to think, does he just not pick up the option? Does he want out of Sacramento so bad? Well, he'll take a net loss of and what would the worst be? A mid-level? That'd be a net loss of 15 total. Like if you sign if it wound up being a 3 years, you know what I mean? 3, I think it's 15-ish.
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
Around there.
I don't know, man, but I'm just starting to think Zach LaVine might want out of Sacramento at all cost.
Do you feel like they're at the point now where you send them home?
No. No. For the record, I do not agree with that. I don't think that is an appropriate way to do business. I did not like it when the Rockets did it to Carmelo Anthony. Unless there is a clear disruption. And I can't, and maybe there is. I feel like we're pretty plugged in. I don't think there is. We haven't, maybe you know something I don't. Okay, let me speak for myself. I know nothing. So unless there's a disruption, that it's best for all parties involved if you're not here. If there's a Chris Paul situation where clearly there have been enough stories over the last 24 hours that it's maybe it is in their best interest that he goes home. If that's not the case, I don't agree with that. If he is out there tanking games, where he is just out there and every game he is just kind of faking his way through it, because one thing Houston has in common, when you look back at some of the worst, when you go back and you look at some of the most poorly engaged games Zach LaVine has had, they've been against the likes of Oklahoma City, San Antonio, and Houston. Those three teams have something very, very specific in common. Their defenses are tough. Zach LaVine might want to tell you that he's working hard. He doesn't want to work that hard. Not for this team, not at that moment. Miami, I don't know where Miami ranks on the defensive schedule. I don't think I've watched 4 quarters of the Miami Heat. I've watched a lot of Miami Heat highlights trying to figure out, why they seem to be so much better this year, but I haven't locked into. I'm going to sit down at 4:00 and watch the Miami Heat play.
Watched them the other night against Detroit.
What is it? That would have been a good one to watch.
It looked like Miami Heat basketball, a little bit more offensive minded than you would
think
in the past, but they still tough, physical.
Yeah.
I don't see a different brand of basketball on that end of the floor.
On the defensive end. Okay. So do you disagree? Is it time
I think it's got to be an option. It's got to be something under consideration.
Sending him home.
Yeah, if he's just gonna, because last night is akin to, some of the things we saw a couple of weeks ago from Zach LaVine, and nobody got time for that. Stop wasting everyone's time. Stop taking minutes away from people who want to play and are trying to play and trying to be productive. If you don't want to be here that bad and you are that miserable here. And we talked about it earlier in the week. Like maybe some of those things, as far as everybody blaming things on him, has gotten to him or whatever. Understandable. That's cool. But like we can go home and we can figure this out a different way. You don't have to play. You don't have to be on the bench, taking up a roster spot, taking up minutes, if that's how you're going to approach things.
You don't think you can just sit him? Or is that
maybe you could? It feels like it's more damaging.
It doesn't feel like Zach has a pulse to me. Like I can't imagine Zach raising a fuss.
I just wouldn't even want them vibes there.
The energy.
Like
I got you.
He's not gonna say much, but
I got you.
I just wouldn't want those vibes there. And Zach has gone out of his way a couple different times to like let people know, like, no, I'm here, I'm trying, and all this other stuff. I believe you when you say it. It's hard to believe you when you see performances like last night.
I don't. You can say whatever you want to. You're not showing it to. Hey, man. Okay, you're right.
100% fair.
You cared versus Utah. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I'm going to need you to care against Miami. And then I'm going to need you to care when the team comes back to the goal. I'm going to need you to care on a night-to-night basis. I'm not asking you to be a 40-point per game. I'm not asking you to be a 30-point per game scorer every night. That's probably not fair. I'm asking you to care. I don't think that I'm asking you to be engaged. I'm asking your game to step up when the defense you're playing is at a higher caliber.
Right.
I'm asking you to work harder when you're required to work harder. And these aren't things that D'Lo and KC are asking. I don't care what you do, because I'm going to talk about it either way. I'll talk about the good and I'll talk about the bad. I'm talking about from a Doug Christie standpoint. And Doug said, man, you're not playing tonight, and we've lost control of this game. Bro, just go get a hot dog. You could eat it like Russ did in that famous meme. Just sit there. And he gave DeMar this, and that's multi-layered. The game had gotten so far out of control. Doug, I'm gonna let these guys ride it out. I'm gonna let Keegan has to play. He needs minutes on the floor because he hasn't played enough basketball. Neek's had I'm gonna continue, Max. I'm gonna continue to let Max play. I'm gonna let Neek play. I'm gonna let these guys just play through it. Yeah. I'll let Keon have minutes.
Yeah, it is the Zach situation. We talked about it a little bit the other day, man. If I was him, if I was his agent, I know for a lot of people, you don't leave a dime anywhere and nothing like that. I would really strongly suggest and consider opting out and going somewhere else. Like if you don't get traded, man, just leave. And I'm not saying that in a mean-spirited way. I'm saying that as if I was giving advice to Zach LaVine. Like this is a bad spot for you, man. Like
Zach, Zach, Rich Paul will know exactly what's available for him, down to the penny. When I don't know if he knows that right now, but I think he'll know it over the course of the next 30 days. This conversation that has started to pick up about Zach LaVine declining that player option and signing a new contract with a team that potentially trades for him. Like, that's not by accident. That didn't hit Mark Stein and Jake Fisher and those guys. That didn't hit The Athletic by accident. That's Clutch Sports working. That's Clutch Sports getting a narrative. That might be Clutch Sports talking about a conversation that has already been had. And I think agents are given the ability to find a trade for their client a lot more often than a Shams Charania tweet that says the Kings and Rich Paul are working together to find Zach LaVine a destination. That happens way more than it's reported. Agents are far more involved in this. It's not just general managers calling general managers. It's broader than that. And again, I don't feel like Rich knows exactly what's out there for Zach LaVine this second, but I feel like he absolutely will within the next month.
I agree. And to your other point, we talked about it before. these agents run the league a lot more than people want to realize.
Yeah.
You know, from one way or another, whether they're making the calls or they're leveraging one client with another against these teams. So some Sneaky Turtle 916.
Oh, welcome, Sneaky Turtle.
Brings up a good point, and he's right. Rich Paul owes the Sacramento Kings. You owe us one. Get LeBron here. You owe us one.
But why does Rich owe the Sacramento Kings something?
Well, in Sneaky Turtle's mind and others' mind, we made sure Zach or De'Aaron got to San Antonio, and you sold us a lemon. You owe us one.
But did he?
I don't think he did. But I said a lot of people feel like he did. He did.
Okay. For those lot of people, he didn't sell the Kings a lemon. The Kings bought it.
Yeah, I was like, what if he's like, yeah, you guys asked for him.
That's what I'm saying.
The Kings went to the showroom knowing what car they wanted, pointed to it, and drove. I don't need the Carfax.
He didn't have to sell you.
Give me the keys.
I want that one. No, you don't. No, I want that one.
Are you sure? No, Rich was a middleman in this situation. Rich was an absolute middleman. And as JT Lowe says, Vivek loves lemons. Chris J says, Vivek jumped at the lemon. This is all facts. John Bull said, Vivek said, when life gives you lemons, trade for them.
Yeah, so
Vivek said, show me the car, Fox. Well done, Weezy. Well done.
I don't know. I'm giving Weezy a 4.
Yeah, he worked on that.
4 feels right. Like, yeah. Weezy's my guy too, but yeah.
No, Weezy my guy too, but I just
it works. It's a play on words. It works.
Vivek ate a lemon pie in Golden State. Now he thinks lemons are bomb.
All right, well now that's a 2. We're doing.
Vivek said, Sacramento, this is your lemon.
That's very funny. This is your lemon. Yeah, we lived it now.
Yeah. City of Lemons? Nah,
I'll
work on it. Well,
they got a lemon tree. Well, it's not my lemon tree. It's our neighbor's
Vivek's house? Oh.
No. I don't live anywhere near Vivek. The neighbors have a lemon tree. Shout out to Ender and Taryn. And they always say, like, yeah, because it kind of goes over the fence a little bit. Like, yeah, just goes over the fence. Just pick the lemons. Get fresh lemons routinely. They got a pomegranate tree as well.
Pomegranate's pretty underrated.
It's good. I was
not the best, but it's underrated.
I don't say I was against it for years, but I wasn't really checking for
one,
it.
they're terrifying.
Why? Because you don't want to get stained?
Yeah.
You wear white a lot.
Yeah.
2, they're a bit confusing.
Why?
What are you so Abby cut one open the other day. What are you supposed to eat are you supposed to eat the seeds?
Yeah, the little red seeds in there.
And that's it, right? Like you don't take a bite out of a pomegranate.
No, it's not like an apple.
You pick the seeds out of it.
Yeah, they'll sell it sometimes at the store with like the cup and the seeds in there, and you just scoop it out with a spoon.
That feels like crab.
Yeah, a little crab.
It's a lot of work,
but it's worth it.
Little return.
No, that's not true.
Like we had the seafood boil on Thanksgiving Friday that my niece did.
Yeah.
I had the crab legs. My sister lost the crab crackers. And we're using like a can opener, trying to, but then you just, the other side. I'm talking about the other side of the can opener
I'm
to
still
crack
confused.
them. Really?
Just bite that thing open.
Well, I just started breaking them.
Yeah.
But if you didn't get a clean break, I couldn't get the crab meat out.
That's when you take a bite.
It was too much effort. I just gave them
feels
away.
like a skill issue.
I just gave them away. I was like, here.
I don't feel that. It feels like a skill issue.
Oh, you can't give the crabs away.
I gave them to Abby and Katie. It's like, I'm not working this hard for a little string of crab meat.
Maybe shooting threes isn't your thing. We'll put you on the post. Try these shrimps.
That's what, and that's what let me go with what I know. Even the shrimps, because they got the real ones. That was work.
I do.
That was work. Even when you have a real shrimp, that's a lot of work, man.
I don't like using my teeth nowadays, though. I don't like doing that. I like to have my utensils for the crab, but I will if I need to. And much like you did, I'll break them and and then you just kind of work around. You get the get what you need to get out of the shells.
Yeah.
What's the best place you had crab at before? Like area.
Best place that I've had crab. I don't have an answer.
Baltimore's number one for me. Baltimore's a
I don't
little
think
better
I've
than
done that.
Louisiana. Louisiana now is a little more spicy nowadays. And I'm not
Okay.
really a big fan of that. But
Okay.
Baltimore, San Francisco's got to step their
Baltimore.
game up. It's cold and it's flavorless, but it's still good. But
San Francisco's a clam
the
chowder
whole
town.
city can't offer good crab.
I'm sure there are places that can.
Okay.
But when you go to the wharf, they
No.
ain't there.
Okay.
I haven't been to the wharf in a while. I like Fisherman's Wharf.
Okay.
When was the last time you went to Fisherman's Wharf?
I couldn't even tell you.
Yeah, it's been that long.
We I don't remember the name of the place we ate in San Francisco on Saturday, but it was fantastic. It was absolutely fantastic. I just do not remember the name of it. All right. Well, who's the crab of the Sacramento Kings?
A lot of work, low return.
Lot of work, little return. But when you get the
Never
return,
mind.
you're really excited. I know exactly what you're going to say. I know exactly what you're going to say.
Man up.
Yes.
I was talking about Sabonis.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were going to say.
It's a lot of rebounds and assists, but
Yeah. Yeah.
what do you think I was gonna say?
What'd you think I'm going?
Who are you gonna say? How the turntables?
You don't even get it.
No, I do. I remember
Shut
that.
up.
I saw a commercial the other day. You seen that commercial where Michael Scott and Tim are in
Tim?
It was the guy that
You mean Jim?
the guy who had a crush on Pam?
Yeah, Jim.
Yeah.
Bro, stop talking.
Are we a joke to you?
Stop talking. What I thought you were going to say was Keegan Murray. That's who I thought you were going to say.
Keegan is not crab to me. Like, I feel like we know who Keegan is, but like the 26
What
points.
seafood is Keegan?
It's like a
Fish?
Yeah, he's like a salmon. Yeah, it's consistent. He's fine. It's not like my favorite fish, but
I feel like a salmon that's a top fish.
is it? That
Yeah.
got me through college.
Yeah, salmon is a top fish. Salmon is a
I'm a
top
big
fish.
salmon guy.
What's the fish
Keegan Long John.
Crawfish?
No.
that you cut the head off of? Like they'll serve it to you like at Q, they fry it. They'll fry the whole thing. And if you don't want the whole fish, including the eyes looking at you, you have to tell them before. It's something with a
I don't
B.
think I had that.
Brazzini.
I'm not sure, dude. I don't.
Oh, that's
fine.
that.
Branzino? Is that what
Branzino.
Brands.
That's the one.
Who
Yeah, that's
is
fire.
who is the Long John Silvers of the Sacramento Kings?
Nah, I ain't gonna say it. Man. I know what.
Devin Carter.
No,
It's Devin Carter. Devin Carter, because I'll tell you why. I'll get caught dead before I step foot in a Long John
called
Silver.
that man the
Do
fish
we know
sticks.
that Long John Silver? Does it still exist?
I think.
Long
I feel like you just drive around like, oh, there's a Long John
I
Silver.
don't
There's
know,
no
man.
way.
Yeah, I think they're
Long
done.
John Silver.
No, it's still around.
Well, okay. No,
Not in
they
Sacramento.
are.
They got them in Sacramento.
Well, stand by.
I don't know about that.
Select. Come on, man. It's 57 pop-ups, 7 fishes. Let me put.
What would you get at a Long John Silver besides like fish and chips?
That's it. I don't even know if they make anything else. They might be like In and Out. They
John
just
Bull
make
says
things.
there's one in Antelope. I got one on Stockton Boulevard,
Wow.
Elkhorn Boulevard,
Wow.
and that's it. And then there's one in Yuba City.
None of those addresses surprise
Let's look at this menu.
me. What you say?
Oh, that's a good.
Antelope,
That's
Stockton
good.
Boulevard, and Elkhorn. Sounds about right.
Is that a burrito? What the hell is
This
that?
looks like a shrimp burrito.
Why are they serving wraps at Long John Silver?
Yeah, wraps, tacos, and sandwiches and bowls.
They've rebranded, I guess.
Yeah, this is absolutely the Devin Carter of seafood. It is ridiculous that last year's first round pick can't get off the bench. First round
Lottery pick, by the way.
cannot get off of the bench.
Look, I'll say this.
This is the most ridiculous menu I've ever seen.
Why not?
This is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting.
I'll say this. Devin can't be that bad.
Devin didn't play in the 41-point blowout.
He can't be that bad. Like, he should be.
He's the Baja chicken wrap from Long John Silver.
with Dennis Schroeder out, he should be seeing the floor at some point.
Nope.
What happened?
He wasn't good.
And, well, maybe he hasn't done enough to stand out. But when he has played this year, he hasn't been like a train wreck. I saw him play worse last year. I don't know.
Like, we're just gonna forever move forward, just not knowing why they picked him. And ultimately, like, that's what it comes down to.
Is there a possibility? Is there a possibility? And this is God. Would Scott Perry say, "Don't even bother. I don't want anything that Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox ever did around this roster. Don't bother playing him. I'm gonna get his ass out of here."
Yeah, absolutely. There's a possibility.
You don't even want to see
likelihood.
Maybe they've seen enough.
Yeah, that could be.
I mean, what'd you say the other day? And we absolutely subscribe to this theory. I'm not cherry picking it because it works with this argument. Doug sees him every day. Everybody does. So with last night's game in your mind, does anyone remember Doug Christie talking about Maxine Reynolds after he sang Mariah Carey at FanFest? Yeah. Anybody remember what he said?
I don't remember verbatim, but I remember
it was something along the lines of, "Yeah, Max surprised me. He surprises me every day, on and off the floor." And everyone's ears immediately went, what do you mean? Yeah. Max has gotten opportunities this year. He got his biggest opportunity yesterday, and it sounds like his biggest opportunity might be ahead of him. If you listen, they're talking. Doug told us. Yeah. He ain't say that about Devin.
That's
and I just can't believe, like, he was a lottery pick last year and has barely played professional basketball.
That is, and you know what though?
Get the picks right.
A lot of people got to wear that too, though.
Yep.
Because a lot of people, the pundits and everybody, they'll walk away from it right now talking about, oh yeah, they were, no, he's the one. He's top 5 projected, and they got a fantastic A+ for the draft. This guy can't even get on the court. Maybe it's his game, maybe it's the situation. I don't know, but he can't even get on the court right now.
Matt George, Locked On Kings, joins us. We'll continue this conversation, get his thoughts on Maxime Reynolds, the future of Zach LaVine, and what the next couple of weeks might look like for the Sacramento Kings when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Micah Parsons on Packers-Bears rivalry. Man, be honest with you, I like the Bears. I think, if we can't make it, I hope they do.
No, he didn't. Stop. Stop it.
Do it for the division. You see, nobody wants to be Penn State's coach.
Yeah, I can imagine why.
They're getting everyone raises right now.
Hey, guys, Kicking It with KC is back. Check it out.
What's good, baby? It's your boy KC, and we are kicking it with KC, and just in time for the end of 2025. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. One of my favorite foams of all time. Little known fact about me. I don't own a pair of foam posits. It's a long story as to why I don't own a pair of foam posits. It's actually a little ridiculous, but I'll tell that story another day. It looks like that's coming to an end, though, with these Pearl foams. The Nike Air Foamposite Pro Pearl stands as one of the most celebrated colorways in Nike's storied Foamposite legacy. Originally introduced during the late 1990s, the Pearl Edition was embraced by the basketball and sneaker communities for its distinctive pearl shell, which gives off a subtle yet striking sheen in various lighting conditions. This unique upper is complemented by classic black nubuck accents, mesh detailing, and a pop of gem red on the swoosh branding, creating a look both futuristic and timeless. For me personally, when I think of the foam pearl, I think of Jesus. Jesus of Coney Island, that is.
Moses part of the Red Sea, son, not Jesus. Moses, Jesus, whatever. Whatever. Everybody named mama's running around saying they're born again. Especially all these athletes and entertainers. They get caught smoking crack in the hotel with 10 hoes.
These will always be associated with Jesus Shuttlesworth talking to Jake at the Garden in one of the greatest basketball movies of all time, He Got Game. The Nike Foam Posite Pearl is available now. They retail for $220. You can go check out my guys over at Phenom down in Doco, just steps from the Golden One Center. Go check them out. Check out these foams. They got everything that's hot right now. Go hit them up, man. Tell them KC sent you. That's kicking it with KC. Yep. Shout out to the phones, man. Shout out to the phones, bro. Those go hard. Those go hard. Oops. Those are. I don't think I have enough time to tell you the story why I don't have a pair of phones, but remind me tomorrow. Maybe I'll talk about it tomorrow.
Did you see this? Jeff Teague's podcast. I got to do this deal.
That's fire. That's fire. Shout out to them. That is fire. No, you're right. You're right. No jeans. No jeans. No, sir. Jeans are no-go, where just, sweatsuit or shorts. That's it.
Right.
It's a good question, John Bull. I think there is enough white nose. It's close, though. It's close.
Matt George going to join us coming up here in just a few minutes. For those just tuning in, we did get the news. We did talk about it. It didn't dominate the show, but we can run it back. There are some changes coming to Sac State. Our man Brendan Marion said, "I am one and done. I am an elite college basketball player, and I'm one and done." And he's on his way to Colorado.
Be the offensive coordinator for Coach Prime. That's also a situation, to be honest with you, where I'm not sure how much longer Coach Prime going to be there. And I don't even mean that in like performance-wise, health-wise. I don't know.
Yeah. We hear about his health every other month.
Feels like it.
Yeah.
And I think anytime you hear about someone's health frequently, it might be a little off.
Yeah.
I mean, and we know, like, it's not a secret. We know Prime's dealing with stuff. He's been
super transparent,
mostly open about it. Yeah. So our man Brendan Marion is off to Colorado.
Salute to Coach Marion, man. It was for me at least, it was a fun year. This was a lot of fun covering this team.
the way we did, and I wish him the best of luck in Colorado, and we'll see who's next. There's rumors that Troy Taylor might make a
I'm
return.
tired of becoming friends with these coaches who just leave. Between Brendan Marion and David Patrick, and all right, man.
Rumors that Troy Taylor might make his way back to Sac State.
That'd be interesting.
See what happens.
Certainly did some good things here. Matt George is making his way back to D'Lo and KC. Clearly, he's looking something up. He's not.
Is that
looking,
a Jessup hat?
It is a Jessup hat.
They make hats. Are you allowed to wear hats there?
Yes, we are. We do have to ask for forgiveness afterwards when we take them off.
Sure.
And bow
Sure.
super low to the floor.
Sure.
Drink wine, the blood of Christ.
Yes, and then you wear that during your Bible study course.
It's not Bible study. How dare you? We're Bible minors. So we have, like
That's what it was.
theologies. We do our big paper. This is a big deal. It's called an exegesis. It's a real thing. It's not a joke.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
It's called an exegesis. It's like the biggest paper that you need to write. It's like a 20-page paper or something like that, where you take essentially Bible verses and you dive deep into the history and the meaning and the context. It's called an exegesis. It's like a gigantic paper essay about a Bible verse. It's a real thing.
Still have yours?
My exegesis? Oh, probably. Hold on. Let's
Wait, can you? I don't know why. I'm not comfortable with that. It doesn't. It just sounds wrong.
You can say it.
Yeah, that's a.
Yeah. How dare you? Don't say that. That's our word.
Call it the X word.
Hold on. Let's dive deep into the folders here. You keep talking. Go ahead. Do your show.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Maxime Reynolds, because he was the bright spot in last night's Kings game. And Matt, I guess maybe we start here and then kind of segue into some of the different components of the game. Are we past? I mean, you host a podcast. You're a news reporter. This basketball team is I think 5-17 now. Are we past the point of talking wins and losses with the Sacramento Kings already?
First off, bad news. I cannot find the exegesis. So
that is devastating. That is absolutely devastating.
Anyway, yeah, like maybe I'm just going insane. It's very possible, and it's only December 4th with this season, but I was totally okay with what happened last night. Like, I was totally okay with it, because it was, Kings fans, myself, those who are clamoring for play the young guys more, take minutes away from the veterans, play the young guys more. That result is essentially what we're asking for. They get to play. There's some bright spots with some of them. Others really struggled. Like Keegan Murray didn't have a very good game. Keon Ellis had a really, really bad game statistically, didn't do anything in his 20 minutes on the floor. Nate Clifford struggled, but Maxime Reynolds was fantastic. The first half was really competitive with the young guys playing a decent portion of that first half. But then they got run off the court by one of the best teams in the Western Conference in the second half, and they ended up losing by a significant margin. But that loss is no different than so many of the losses that the Kings have already suffered this season, playing Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan 35+ minutes. And it's not to go at those two, or even Domantas Sabonis if you were playing, or Russell Westbrook or whoever. It's not to single anybody out as much as it is at least that loss felt productive. Finally. Now that's what's important to note, is that's how I feel right now. If this becomes the norm 20 games from now, if they continue to get blown out, there are going to be frustrations. It'll be a little more negative than I feel right now, but this felt like growing pains. Finally, it felt like a productive loss. It felt like, okay, we got to see what we've been clamoring for, at least to start. And so for that, I'm not upset about it. But again, we'll see if that becomes a norm 20 games from now, and they're 1-19 over those 20 games and losing by an average of 15 points. We'll probably feel a little bit differently then, but I'm just excited to see the young guys playing and the veterans getting less minutes.
I'm going to ask you a question, and it's just it's going to sound like I'm being snarky or nothing like that. I promise you I'm not. It's just curious. What was productive about it?
I mean, Max,
they got beat up. Max played well. They got beat up. The other young guys out there looked like they didn't belong. I guess is it just
I think
Max?
that's true for Precious. I don't know if
I don't
Precious
look at-
counts
yeah,
as
I
a
don't
young
look at him
guy.
as a
That's
young
fine.
guy.
Yeah, I don't.
Keon,
That's fine.
Keegan, and
Okay.
Neek.
Keegan and Precious might be the same age,
Hey, nah,
but
for
I got you.
I was thinking Neek.
Young in
too.
NBA years. I
Yeah.
got you. Yeah, yeah.
So what was productive? Maxime Reynaud and Neek Clifford got to share the court with Kevin Durant, Alperen Şengün, and Amin Thompson for a good portion of the game. Right. One of the things that's been frustrating me that I've heard some people in Sacramento like discuss when it talks about the numbers, because the numbers do support when the young guys are playing, good things are happening for team basketball. But a lot of people are just dismissing that as, oh yeah, but it's because they're playing against the second unit, the opposing team's second unit. Nah, that's not the case. Like these guys, Max played the vast majority of his minutes against the top dudes with Houston last night, held his own. His plus minus ended up being a negative because the Houston Rockets are a significantly better team than the Kings are. And I'm not so convinced that result would have been any different had you played the other top guys 30 plus minutes a night, because that's what we've been seeing this entire freaking season. So what was productive about last night? You got them real legitimate minutes against not just legitimate NBA talent. We're talking about some of the best talent in the league, one of the best teams in the Western Conference. And they struggled at times. At other times, they held their own. Right. You don't have to put up great numbers and shoot 60% to learn something. In fact, a lot of players and coaches will tell you it's in the moments where you struggle, when you fail, that you learn the most. And I can't tell you specifically what Neek Clifford learned last night, but I promise you learned something. There was a clip of Maxime Reynaud when towards the end of the game where Max and Kevin Durant had a bit of a moment together, and Durant like kind of dapped him up and patted him on the chest, and Max was smiling at him. I don't know what he said to him, but clearly there was a respect, rookie, or a learning moment, a teaching moment.
I think
there.
he said y'all suck, bro.
Could be. Genuinely could be. Like those moments, you're not like, what's the point of not allowing your young guys to get those moments? Keegan Murray didn't play a very good game, but he played the majority of the minutes for the Sacramento Kings. And the majority of the time he tried to defend. I say tried to defend Kevin Durant. And Durant did his thing and hit a couple shots. He had a turnaround jumper on the baseline that like there's nothing you can do to defend that shot. But Keegan was at least in that spot. And he's been in that spot for the last 2-3 years that he's been in the league. So sign me up for these guys learning the hard way and going through the fire against legitimate NBA talent and losing, than throwing guys that have been there, done that, walked the walk in the NBA for the better part of some of them closing in on a decade and a half or around a decade and a half, who are making the same mistakes and failing because they look disinterested in even trying that hard. So I'm all for the productivity of the young guys.
For the record, I agree with Matt. I literally was just asking, like, what did he find productive?
Yeah, you heard Matt's voice elevate there to start that answer. Like, hey, man, I'm not trying to. I don't want no static, man. I'm just asking. I'm a broadcast journalist. Matt's voice got louder as he started that conversation.
That's the mic.
I think it's your passion for seeing a vision for the Sacramento Kings team, which feels like they have none right now. So
my pulse is a little elevated too, though, because I almost died putting up Christmas lights. Like these were in my pocket. So I'm coming down from that fear.
These
so
are the original Christmas lights too.
Okay, are these Christmas lights outside?
Yeah, no, they're in my kitchen, D'Lo. What the hell? What? Yeah, yes. These are around the outside of my house.
Oh, don't do that.
Why?
Yo, because let's start with I almost died putting Christmas lights up.
No,
let's start there.
This is D'Lo saying he hires people to do it, but we don't all have D'Lo money, so some of us have to put our lights up ourselves with our rickety old ladder that we forgot sucks.
Boy, this is getting worse by the second. First of all, I have nothing outside of my house, and I get chastised for it every day. But no. Let me go ahead and have my day start with KC being upset that he was blowing up inflatable Santas and Matt talking about he nearly died putting up Christmas lights. No. Sign me up for that.
For the kids, D'Lo, you got 2 in the house now. Get going, bud.
I got 3 in the house. One's just 17.
Oh.
And she is the biggest proponent of decorating.
Yeah.
What do you make of Doug Christie's post-game remarks about Max and what his potential role might be for the Sacramento Kings moving forward, or at least in the immediate future?
Yeah, I mean, Doug's comments about Max have been pretty interesting over the last handful of games. Before what was the game? It was the Memphis game in Sacramento.
Memphis was the last one. Yep.
Someone asked him about Max. Might have even been me. I genuinely don't remember. And he had a glowing review for Max. He talked about like Max is one of his favorites. And he talked about how great Max is off the floor, complimented Max's upbringing and compared him. And this sounds so like insulting in a way, but Doug loves his analogies and his analogies land. He talked about like dog years when talking about Maxime Reynolds. And he goes like, a dog ages 7 years in one. Well, it looks like Max has aged or developed 6 months in one. Like that's what he's talking about. The development of Maxime Reynolds over this last month and some change has been pretty astonishing, to where like in the summer league, we saw Max do some good things, and then we saw Max struggle with like certain things like physicality. And that was against, no offense, summer league talent. We saw him play at the very beginning of this season and a little bit in the preseason. And he lost his job to Dylan Cardwell because Dylan was at least more physical and more established. And like Max just didn't look ready. Now here he is a month and some change later, and he's averaging 17 points in 25, 26 minutes over the last 3 games. He looks comfortable. He looks like he belongs. There are certain things he absolutely still has to work on, has to get stronger. I want to see him attack the glass more aggressively, rebounding the basketball. But like night and day difference in terms of belonging in the NBA from just a month ago. So imagine what the next 3 to 4 months of him getting 20 plus minutes a night. Imagine how he can continue to grow and to develop. So, D'Lo, going back to your question about Doug's comments, like it makes perfect sense to me for Max to start until Domantas Sabonis gets back. Like Drew Eubanks, I like Drew. Casey, you've been very accurate over the course of this season, saying like Drew's been better than expected. I feel the exact same way, especially as a rim protector. Like I didn't know Drew Eubanks blocked shots as much as he did. He, for some reason,
completely useless.
Yes, it is useless, and it kills children in the third row, but he loves to do it. For some reason, Drew Eubanks, who's been known as a floor spacing center, doesn't space the floor and shoot very much. And that's also been an issue with Maxime Reynolds, who was a great shooter in Stanford and really isn't shooting the ball very much right now. And I think that has more to do with the Kings offense and their necessity just to have anyone over 6'9", 6'10" in the paint, because the Kings are desperate for size at this point. Like, it makes perfect sense for me for Doug to give him that opportunity and let him sink or swim. He's going to have moments where he fails. He's going to start and play against starting caliber centers like maybe Bam Adebayo in Miami or whoever, that are going to push him around, and he's going to struggle, but good. Like, what benefit is Drew Eubanks playing and starting and then only playing 10 minutes, and you have Max come in 3 minutes into the game anyway? Just start the dude, and then once Domantas Sabonis comes back, we know what it is. Domas is back into the starting lineup. I just hope he's not playing 37 minutes. Hopefully he's playing 32, and Max is still getting opportunity, as are the rest of the young guys, and you're using this time wisely until a trade can happen.
Can I piggyback off that real quick? So don't let's go with your theory, because I like it. Let's say he does well, for what Doug is looking for. Domas does come back. Do you have to move him out of the starting lineup?
There are a lot of people that would love to see Domas at the 4, Max at the 5, for him to truly be able to space the floor with Domas in the paint, Keegan to the 3. I think a lot of people would be curious with that. So, but
and I don't want to put that on anybody, because that's me. That's one thing I've wanted to see all year.
But the issue with that, or the conversation around that, because we've been talking about that since the summertime, really since Max was drafted. What was the conversation around that, though? Well, you got DeMar and you got Zach. So you can't play both of them.
Oh, no, that conversation is dead. Zach LaVine can go to the bench.
Exactly. There you go. Or Zach LaVine or DeMar are going to be traded. So the context has changed around that, to where that seems possible now. That seems a lot more possible than it felt during the summer. During the summer, it felt like, hey, maybe they could try this, wishful thinking. Now it's like, no, one of the two of them could very well be gone, or Doug will remove them.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
What'd you think about Doug last night? Felt like it was a decision by him to say, I'm not doing this with you tonight, Zach. Like, you don't look like you want to be here. I'll make it where you're damn near not here. You know what I'm saying? You can sit right here on the bench with me, and I'll give those minutes to somebody else, even though, we're getting our teeth kicked in this third quarter. I'd rather go about that with guys like Monk and even Keon, even though he didn't do much yesterday, as opposed to you just kind of jogging up and down the floor. How'd Did you read that the same way, even with like watching it and then hearing what Doug had to say after the game? Or is that just something that we're all kind of maybe making up?
You know how easy it is for us and talking heads to say, yeah, just bench Zach LaVine or just bench DeMar DeRozan. Take away these minutes of these guys that are making $40+ million, or in DeMar DeRozan's case, he's a surefire first ballot Hall of Famer. It's so easy for people to say it. It's harder for any coach, whether you're an established former player like Doug Christie or a legendary, whoever, to look someone in the eye in the modern NBA with how much of a players league it is. And you guys were just talking about how much of an agents league it is right now, how tough it is to look any of those guys in the eye and go, hey, I'm a first-time head coach. I'm playing you less because I need to play my young guys more. Like, that takes stones, self-confidence, an established relationship, patience. That takes a tremendous amount for any coach to do, let alone a coach in Doug Christie's situation. So I give him a tremendous amount of credit for doing what needs to be done. And I've been pretty consistent over the last handful of weeks with Scott Perry and hopefully ownership or whoever, decision makers, any management, hopefully has given Doug as green of a light as possible to make the basketball decisions that need to be made. Like, Doug should not fear making those moves and focusing more to the future because he's worried about the future, because he's not going to have a job because the Kings are going to lose basketball games. So he needs to play these veterans because they give him the best chance to win basketball games. Like that, Doug should not coach that way. He had to coach that way last year when he was auditioning for the job. Now he has it, and he's under contract for at least the next 2 years. Or 2 seasons if you include this one, maybe a third with that player, our team option, essentially. So I give him a tremendous amount of credit. It needs to be done. We've been calling for it, asking for that switch. It's time to pivot. You are who you are. You are where you are. The record is what it is with this veteran lineup. A lot of these guys, or some of these guys, very clearly don't want to be here, and it's going to be in the best interest of Scott Perry and the Kings to move on from them and still try and do right by them if he can. In the case of like a DeMar DeRozan, use this time productively. Doug did that. He started that process last night. And I'm very curious to see, was that like a one-time thing, or like, is this going to be the same for the rest of this road trip? Miami, Indiana, when they come back to Sacramento, like, is this going to be how it is? Or was that just you kind of dipping your toe in that pool and seeing what it looked like? But even to make that decision on a one-off is not easy to do. And it was the 100% right call last night.
You said Doug needs to coach this team. Like he doesn't, he's not auditioning. He has the job.
Yeah.
Does he?
I mean, everybody says that he does, and his contract says that he is an NBA head coach, not an interim. So I judge it based off of that.
No, I'm sorry. I phrased that poorly. Do you believe his future as the head coach of the Sacramento Kings, and I'm talking immediate future, next year? I don't think there's any scenario where he loses his job during the season. Do you think no matter how this season ends, Doug Christie will be the head coach of the Sacramento Kings next year?
No. Yeah, no. And the structure of his contract, and this is why when we found out the details of the contract, both Kyle Madsen and I had the exact same reaction, which is like, this is alarming because you built a contract to give you an out at the same time that you have an out on some of these veteran contracts. You tied Doug directly to the years of Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. Like, that's what you did. And you gave Scott Perry an out to go out and get his guy, which there's always been speculation, no matter what Scott Perry says. And this is kind of the Monty McNair effect too, because Monty always said it was his decision, but everybody knew better. Like, there's the speculation that was Doug Scott Perry's hire, or was it Vivek Ranadive very firmly imposing Doug onto Scott and saying, you're going to take the job, but we want Doug Christie to be our head coach? Might be a little bit of both. Who knows? Regardless, like, Scott doesn't get the pass. He doesn't get the out. Like, he verbally committed to Doug Christie, said all his things about Doug Christie, all those great words in those press conferences. So you got to stand by your words. And I also believe that firing a coach after 1 year, regardless of how bad this year was, when you yourself, talking about Scott Perry, knew the limitations of this roster. And like, Scott's not dumb. He knew this roster wasn't going to be that good. I don't think he expected it to be this bad, but he knew they were going to have problems. To fire Doug Christie after 1 year and try and preach stability and continue this pattern of instability at the head coaching position, which the Kings have had for the better part of 20 years. That's why I was so frustrated with the Mike Brown hiring or firing, because I thought we finally got past that. I thought we finally had stability at that position that you could rely on for a long time. I think it would be nothing but detrimental for the Sacramento Kings to fire Doug Christie this summer or this season and not let him at least get through the 2 years of the contract that are guaranteed, even if there's like a Ty Lue out there. Because you got to start, your words have to mean something. And Perry's words were that me and Doug are unified in this vision and this identity that we have for this organization and for this team. So stand by that and give Doug more than 1 year with a roster that you tried to put duct tape and Band-Aids on to prove that he can have success with this roster, and don't make him afraid to lose his job so that he has to play and try and desperately win games at a time where winning games is not really valuable to this team.
Man, it's such an interesting conversation because, you know, in this respect, I don't envy Scott Perry or any general manager, but I always think back to, or I ask the question, would you do something like that even if you don't believe it's the right thing to do? Like it's not the right move to make. Like in Matt's scenario, man, you know, I've said things in the past, if I'm Scott Perry, about building a culture and all this other stuff. But man, Doug is not the guy for the job. And you feel that, you believe that. Do you just keep Doug around because you don't want the look to be bad?
Ooh, that's a good question.
And I think that's what these guys face a lot of time. We talk about that with the Raiders. Like it'd be a bad look to have their fourth coach in 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
That might be a reason why you don't do it. But if you know Pete is not the guy, you made a mistake, do you move on from him anyway?
I think firing Doug leads down two separate dark paths, which can both run parallel to each other. The first one is Scott Perry's words, all those elegant things that he said, they don't mean anything, which I think a certain part of the fan base will feel that way. Here we go again. It's just another general manager who says something, but it's just words. The action's not there. And the other part is, see, nothing's changed. Ownership's making the calls. They forced this on Scott Perry. Scott Perry made the move or the change as quickly as he could. But Vivek's still Vivek, and why should we believe anything is going to change and that the next head coach that they hire is going to be anything short of Vivek's decision? Because blah, blah, blah. Like, you just continue to open the door to this speculation that just should not exist for any competent organization. And then the third prong to that too is something that you guys talked about a lot on this show, I think last week. Doug's not some coach that just came in. Like, Doug's a Sacramento guy, and this fan base already had to kind of go through Vlade Divac going from hero to villain in a way in this city for the decisions that he made as the general manager. Like, I don't think that same villain persona is going to be taken on by Doug. We know Doug's intentions. We know why Doug's here. And to fire that or quit on that after 1 year, when, just like I've been clamoring about Mike Brown for months, you didn't give him a competent roster to really judge him with. And when he had a competent roster, Mike had success. When Doug Christie, what Doug was able to do last season to stop the Titanic from sinking at least a little bit slow, like made the sink a little bit slower, like that means something to me. So I don't see any short-term positive that comes from firing Doug Christie. And I think it is a PR nightmare for this organization that is terrified of PR nightmares and, quite frankly, can't afford anymore at this point.
Are they? Are they terrified of PR nightmares? Because
I can tell you they are.
Okay.
but sometimes their fear of
I ain't
PR
even really told them how I feel about them yet, given some things that we learned about this offseason. But
see, I do everything Matt's saying. I feel 100%, but I do feel like I land on the side of, you have to do what you believe is going to get you where you want to go, regardless of how that might look, how that might feel, whose feelings it might hurt, what people might say about you in the moment. If you believe that this is the best move, whatever that is, getting rid of a coach, a trade, whatever, if you feel like this is best to get you in a good spot, I think you gotta man up, be ready to face whatever you gotta face, but make the move.
That's it. That's the part right there. You got to man up, you got to own it, and you've got to be fully transparent about the reality of the situation. You better be ready to, even if it wasn't your decision, you better be ready to LOL double down on what it was and really take the bullet for it, take the hit for it. Like, nope, this was me. This was me. Doug was my decision. It failed. It wasn't the right choice. It's not the right going forward. It's me. I know what I said before. Some of it, this is kind of counterproductive to some of the things I'm saying, but it needs to happen. It's me. The last situation we had after a coach got fired, what happened? We got months before Monty McNair took the podium. And at that point, he was a man waiting to be fired. And his answers to our questions about was it his decision or not were as hollow as we expected them to be. So, like, if Perry's going to make that call, you empowered him to make that call. It better be 100% his call, and he better be 100% ready to face the music for it immediately, which I hope he would be.
Hypothetically, if you're Matt George and Scott Perry is giving that press conference, we've let Doug Christie go, and here's what we're going to do, blah, 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 blah. What would your first question to Scott Perry be?
What changed from the point of last offseason when you hired him and we're talking about this vision for the organization? What truly changed from that point to now? Because we didn't expect the team to be very good. The team was obviously very, very bad. Why is it Doug's problem? Why was it Doug's fault that last season went as bad, or this season went as poorly as it did? That would be the thing I'd be most curious to know.
And he's a great talker, so I'd be curious to how he answered that, because if I didn't get what I was looking for, I would ask more directly. Did someone else in the organization tell you can be the general manager, but Doug Christie needs to be our head coach to start your tenure?
Which I imagine that would be the first question for whoever got the mic first, whether it's James or Sean or whoever. And to me, like, I try and ask questions that...
Shout out Chris Biederman, because I think Chris Biederman was the one who asked Monty at the very, very end of that press conference you just referred to, hey, we haven't gotten to talk to you. Whose call was it to fire Vivek? Mike Brown. And he said mine. And I think he got up and left.
Yeah. My personal approach is I try and ask questions that I don't already know the answer to. And I have a feeling I know exactly what Scott Perry will say. And it's what he needs to say. It's the correct thing to say. But I think I already know the answer to that question. It was mine at the time, blah, 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 and then empty words or whatever. It's just air. Like, and that's what I would expect it to be, because that's what you kind of have to do in that seat, in that spot. Like, if Scott Perry goes, nope, that was ownership's decision completely, not mine, I don't know how long Scott Perry can expect to have a job. He might get the respect and admiration of the entire fan base, but he'll lose his job for it. And maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he's ready to light it on fire on his way out too, but I don't think that's happening. The question that I pose is, like, what did you expect? Like, even if the team was better than they are right now, and they are supposed to be, they should be, even if they made the play-in, great. Maybe they make the first round of the playoffs and lose in 4 or 5 games at best. Great. You were still going to make these changes anyway. You knew these changes had to be made. What did you expect Doug Christie to do? Like that's because I'm curious what the answer would be to that, because everything that they laid out and talked about in those opening press conferences, to me, somewhat to some extent separated from the current and focused on the future. It was all about where we're going and what we're looking for to get there, and acknowledging it's going to take work to get there. So what's changed now that you've gone through one season that went terribly with the roster that you figured was not part of your future? Why is suddenly Doug no longer part of that future? Unless Doug is rebelling against you, which isn't the case. Like, that's what I'm curious about.
I say this not as Kenny Caraway, because I believe in Doug to the end. Like, that's just how I feel about him. But maybe in that situation, if this were to arise, Scott might say something where at the time I believed that Doug was the guy. I saw him day in and day out. And I saw some of the things that went in to, trying to get this franchise on the right track. And today, I just don't believe he's the guy that's going to get us there. It doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't have to be something nefarious. Something. When I met him and talked to him a year ago, I believed that he could do this. I spent 365 days with him, and my opinions and my feelings have changed. And I just don't think he's the guy right now that this franchise needs. Maybe it's as simple as that.
KC, that's very, very possible. And if that's the case, then he has to face the realities of what is the conversation going to be on this show, on Locked On Kings, on any show after that. It's now there are concerns about you as a veteran general manager, your decision making. Doesn't mean that you're never going to make mistakes, but now we're talking about, hey, the first year of your tenure here in Sacramento, it's like a D- at best. You hired the wrong coach, got rid of him immediately. You signed Dennis Schroeder, didn't work out. We have no idea how the Keon Ellis thing is going to play out. We'll see what he does at the trade deadline. But like, if that's what it is, and there's a very good chance that's what it is, that's where he needs to own it and be honest. And if that's what it is, then great, be honest about it. But the repercussions with that are now you have a fan base that's already like, do I trust anything with this organization? Now, suddenly I don't trust my GM as much. And how is this going to be any different? Like that's the reality of the situation. So if he's willing to own that because he's been around, like he worked in New York, for God's sake, he knows what it is to have a fan base up in arms and speaking their mind and media that's not afraid. Sacramento's nothing compared to that. But like that, he has to own it. And if that's what it is, then that's what it is. But you got to own the fact that your first year as a general manager, brother, you got off to a really, really bad start. And you're the veteran general manager that was supposed to be different and better than the first-time general managers that the Kings have had in Pete D'Alessandro, Vlade Divac, and then Monty McNair.
Are you surprised that it's Max getting the nod first over Nick Clifford?
No, because of the injuries.
Okay.
Because Domas is down right now, right? Like if Keegan were still down and Domas were playing, I think it would probably be more Nick. But the answer is it needs to be both of them. But it makes sense to me with the injury to Domantas Sabonis right now.
Yeah, and depending on what happens with Zach LaVine, like if last night was a precursor to what the future of Zach LaVine's minutes may be, we may be seeing more Nick Clifford than we originally thought moving forward.
Yeah, and like he did some good things last night. I thought defensively, he moves his feet really well defensively. The one bucket that he did score, it was a strong take to the basket, which is good to see. I like the fact that he shot 3 threes. He went 0 for 3, but he's taken those shots. And that's where like we can acknowledge where we're at versus where we need to go. Because Casey, like I'd be lying to you right now if I told you, hey, in March, if Neek's playing 20 to 25 minutes a night, but he's consistently going 0 of 3 or 1 of 3 from 3-point range, I'm not just going to be happy because he's playing. But right now, he's playing, and if he's shooting the basketball, I want to see him shoot the basketball, right? It's the same way I kind of felt about Keegan last week. Like last night's game was not acceptable for Keegan Murray. He did some good things, 11 rebounds, good. Like I'm glad you grabbed some rebounds when nobody else on the team could because you got destroyed on the glass. He got his steals, got his blocks. He's been doing that consistently since he came back. But what did he go? I don't remember his shooting percentage, but it was really bad. What was it like?
2 of 11.
Yeah, 2 of 11.
3.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to be the guy, if this is going to be your team, as DeMar DeRozan labeled it, if like we're assuming the rest of this season, we don't expect the Kings to be very good, but for the rest of this season, the Kings are going to experiment with Keegan Murray being, if not the number one option, a top option. You can go 2 of 11 every once in a while, and we'll chalk it up to a bad game. But if you're going 2 of 11 and you're taking a high volume of threes and you're still shooting in the low 30s percentage wise, like people are going to feel a certain type of way about it. So right now I'm cool with Nick Clifford going out there, trying some things and failing. I'm cool with Keegan Murray turning the ball over 2 times because he's trying to dribble the basketball and be aggressive and get to some spots and do some things. I'm good with that right now in December because we're finally starting to see it. But if that's what it's going to be for the rest of the season, you best believe by March, April, we should be able to see something that consistently more often than not goes positive than negative with the playing time.
Yeah.
We got about 2 minutes left. What are you, Matt George, host of Locked On Kings, ABC 10 reporter, Kings fan, seeing from Keon Ellis?
Man, I mean, Keon has always done things defensively that don't show up in the box score, but the number one thing he does defensively that does show up in the box score is steals. I wish they would put deflections on the box score. I truthfully have no idea how many deflections that he had last night. Keon's game last night was unacceptable. I was very happy to see him playing 20 minutes, but like, dude, you got to make an impact in some way, shape, or form. And one of the major primary arguments for playing Keon Ellis is his three-point shooting, right? He's a 42% three-point shooter. He spaces the floor. Then he can't be going 0 points and 0 for 4 from three-point range. Like, you got to knock those shots down, dude. Like, if you're going to get the playing time, great. You got to deliver. More often than not, he has, but that can't become, we can't see that very much if you're going to get that playing time anymore.
And
can't have graphics made out of you.
Yeah, man, you can't have the first. You can't have any Snell game, but you definitely can't have the first one of the season.
Brutal.
Shout out Tony Snell.
Always, I guess. Well, no Kings game tonight. No Kings game tomorrow. We got a hell of a football game tonight. The latest loser leaves town match. The Cowboys have been in playoff games for weeks now. If they get to the playoffs, they're going to earn it, and they're going to have to put perhaps the final nail in the coffin of the Detroit Lions to do it. We'll be back tomorrow to prepare for the week ahead. To recap that one, we've got Kings and Miami on Saturday. We'll touch on all of that. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're listening on the radio, don't go anywhere. We'll run it back. Everybody else, we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. With the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, neither one of these teams.
Excellent stuff. Excellent.
Also, shout out to all of our section champion high school football teams. My Wood Creek Timberwolves getting their first section championship in program history. The Roseville Tigers getting their first since the 80s. St. Mary's is going to be hosting Sarah on Friday in the NorCal championship game. Of course, Folsom doing their thing, right? We got a lot of great section champions that are playing this week and some massive games to try and punch their ticket to SoCal to play in the state championships next week. So shout out to all our section champions. Best of luck to them.
Big ups.
There you go. We'll end it on that. We will see you guys tomorrow morning. Appreciate you as always. Hit the thumbs up before you go and enjoy the evening. And don't fall off a rickety ladder trying to hang up Christmas lights.
I got to finish it.